Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidate, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon out Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and know it go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Sharpton going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing about a woman on a day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Cheyenne Crowman. Lady Che is here with us as well, our other hosts. And we are joined with our guests, with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka St. Corey. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, we're trying to co-executive producer. And we have our special guest, Sister Anaya or Annette Kava. She is joining us as well. And on this season 4, episode 34, or Trade 4, part 1 of Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several things. The first thing is tangibles. Tangibles 2024. All the way up to tangibles 2100. The 10 demands of intangible for your vote, Black family. Then we got congratulations to Black Americans, FBA, DOAS.
And diasporic Africans.
Nah, they can't get no credit for this. This is all FBA that gets the credit for this, for not backing down from the vote blue, no matter who, crap. Then we got the Democrats have no one to blame but themselves.
Pretty much.
The Democrats are finding every excuse for VP Kamala Harris losing, except the neglect of Black voters. Then we got Van Jones goes off on the Democrats after CNN announces layoffs. Great news, great news.
Did he start crying that time?
Yeah, I know, sister. That shit's ridiculous. Grown ass man sitting up there crying because some orange stinking ass motherfucker is telling you how he honestly feel. I don't have no respect for that.
I agree about that. Then we got President Sleepy Jim Crow Biden. Was Overjoyed meeting President Trump or the dump as in human shit?
And we want to make that perfectly clear, by the way.
In the Oval Office after the Democrats betrayed him. Then we got VP Kamala Harris paid Reverend Al Sharpton $500,000 for Black outreach and still lost.
Al Sharpton.
What did he probably use it for to get another perm?
Al Sharpton, you talking about that dude that waves that flag with a banana in his mouth?
Yes, that guy.
Man, that motherfucker's not even worth the time of day.
Knocked off the stage in the 80s about it. Then we got after
that motherfucker
church funds. Then we got Black. Excuse me. Then we got shit, I lost my train of thought. Well, Black voters take the Democrats to task. Oh, Trump. They keep saying the Democrats claim that Trump will give white Americans reparations. Black voters take Democrats to task. Then white woman questions Black women on why sisters want to prioritize FBAs, Foundation of Black Americans, only instead of being their mules. Then we got update, man who helped keep Neely in deadly chokehold admits lying to cops. And if we have time, why hasn't Trump, the dump, picked any blacks in top positions in his cabinet and administration? So
because like he did last time when he took the brain surgeon and put him in charge of homes.
You're talking about Uncle Ben that was getting high off his own supply.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, Ben Carson, that motherfucker stay loaded.
So sister wants to start us off with a poem, so I'm gonna let the sister get her poem out, and then we're gonna get to the tangibles. Go ahead, sister.
The poem is called Beauty. Beauty to me is far from skin deep. It is the succulent taste of humanity. It is the lavish smells of sincerity. It is the sweet aromas of honesty. It is the precious value of love. It is the calmness of eternity. It is the breath of remembrance. It is the pressure of forgiveness. It is the compassion of innocence. Beauty to me is the definition of Black unity. Am I a racist? No. I'm appreciating the skin we were born in and embracing the spirit that dwells within with all its commodities. You see?
Yes, man. That is beautiful.
Thank you, sister.
Great work. Great work. Great work.
Okay,
Boy,
y'all.
it sound like she handcuffed lightning and threw thunder and Jay.
All right, so we're gonna hop right into it. Tangibles. Come on now. Come on with it. This is the year and the decade of tangibles. We're not playing about our tangibles, Democrats. We told you. We've been telling you for 4 years. We're not playing about them tangibles for 5 years now. We're not playing about them tangibles. So y'all didn't think fat meat was greasy. So your girl Kamala lost. And now y'all trying to blame everybody but yourselves. So we're not letting up on them tangibles now all the way up to 2100. So y'all keep losing the presidential elections for as long as it takes. Because we are dead serious. So I'm gonna read
like the Democrats were gonna really do something. I don't even know what they're complaining about. You didn't do shit when Biden was in office.
Right.
So what are you whining about?
They just whining because they lost. They sore losers. They can't take defeat. So that's what that's about. And they
didn't do anything when Obama was in office besides kill innocent people.
Right.
Oh, don't forget about the prostitutes that they had in Colombia.
They did everything for everybody else but their base. So this is
exactly. And then Obama's up there with that finger wagging bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
We can go down the line. Who was it? Steve Harvey.
Yeah.
Another Yasa boss. Who?
Goddamn Plies. Lil Scrappy, or as we call him now, Lil Sassy. Jorlis Reed. Sonny Halston.
All the Yasa bosses.
Oh, I tell you what the Democrats did do. They funded everyone that was a homosexual.
Yeah, they did something for everybody, including the LGBTQIA plus whatever the fuck alphabet emoji. That's what Chase says. Everybody but us. And they mad because they lost. Well, you neglected your base, and that's what you get. So
yeah.
I'm going to read this like I've been reading it for the past 4 years. 5 years now, but on this program for 4 years. Tangibles 2020. Our good brother Tariq Nasheed came out with this hashtag back in 2019, and we've been pushing it since. So instead of Tangibles 2020, it's Tangibles 2024, all the way up to 2100. So the 2024 presidential elections have already came and went. And foundational Black Americans rejected that 50-year-old malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, marginalized, disenfranchised, underserved, underprivileged, downtrodden, and the list goes on, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, or this past election cycle, I guess it's still an election cycle, this year, 2024, Black Americans we insisted that our needs were specifically met by politicians who were seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans wanted tangible benefits specifically for us. We did not want trickle-down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refused, I repeat, we refused to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians needed to offer tangibles, specifically the foundation of Black Americans, or they were simply not going to get our vote. And that's what happened with Kamala. So we made sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and now 2024. And next year, it'll be Tangibles 2025. And when the midterms come up, it's going to be Tangibles 2026. And when the next presidential election comes up, it's going to be tangible 2028, all the way up to 2100. That is the tangible. So, thoughts, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
I think everybody's got to, well, you know, the second got to hold their guts. Obviously, they like to say.
Okay, we could barely hear her.
Okay, let me do something because she's in the studio. So let me mute so y'all can hear her. You're gonna have to unmute your mic, Lady Che.
I said that basically, you know, Tether's got to hold their own nuts still. Everybody else, every buffer class, white people, fucking Hispanics, LGBTQ, everybody need to hold their own nuts. It's FBA time. We're not letting up until we get what we demand, which is reparations and tangibles. The fucking election's over with. We can let it go. Well, Democrats, you gotta let this L, you know, let it go now. Either accept it, deal with it,
sink in.
and do something about it, or else keep getting that work. Republicans obviously are going to continue to do what Republicans do. I would not get too scared about anything really that's happening. I take it day by day, I guess. It's not going to be any more different than what was already happening. Like 65% of that, whatever Trump had done already has been done. You just got to continue on. I would be worried. I would be a little concerned about his cabinet choices because I'm like, my only question about that is what happened to the Heritage Foundation? I thought they were going to take control and like wrangle them in and, you know, get the things on track. They just seem to dissipate into fucking I don't know, the fog or something. But they need to come back out and gather their boy. He's making crazy ass choices. However, I'm not upset with the dude about the immigration thing.
Tom Homan.
I'm not upset about that at all. Because you know the main question is what you gonna do about separating families. He's like they get deported too.
Right.
That shit is hilarious to me. Aside from that, I think that Musk maybe I think a lot of the choices that he's been making are fucking a little bit much, and somebody should get him under control because you know this is a product of bad advisory to start off with. He hasn't even been put in yet. So if you're letting him go a little wild, like gather control because that's what the whole fear mongering for the whole year was about. You know the heritage people and the Project 2025 and all this shit. So you know what happened to that? And I also want to say this. Where the fuck is Kamala since the election? She went back
Kamala's
to MIA.
done. She's through. She's shut down.
She went back to MIA after 3 years of being MIA.
Yep.
You know, like
maybe she went back to ghetto gagging.
Nah, man. Like you know, wherever she is, it's like another 3 years. Like she was gone for 3.5 years. She left after the fucking election. She's been gone since. Ain't nobody heard nothing. I think that's kind of sus.
And now they're trying to push out Sotomayor and put her in.
I think that I think that she should get no position after this because you know again where the fuck is she now? She's still MIA.
She doesn't need a position because on her watch she allowed that brother to get killed with lethal injection, and they knew he was innocent.
Yep.
Oh yeah, in the state of Missouri, you're right about that, sister. Yeah. But also too, and then keep in mind with her being a former vice president, her last official act is going to be to certify Trump in the U.S. Senate or the dump as inhuman shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way. And she's going to receive her pension for the rest of her life from 4 positions. 1 is going to be that from the vice president. 2 She's going to receive a pension from being the former U.S. Senator of California.
And don't forget, that comes out of our tax dollars.
Oh, exactly. Oh, yes, ma'am. That is correct. You know what I'm saying? That is correct. Also, too, she will get a pension from the county of San Francisco of being a prosecutor there. And she will also get a pension from Alameda County from being an assistant district attorney over there.
Okay, well, since you jumped right into it, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on the tangibles? Thank you for sharing that, Lady Shay.
Oh, my thought on the tangibles is simple. Cut the goddamn check. Everything else is bullshit.
Got Brother Kahari in the building. Shout out to Brother Kahari.
Yeah, hey, what's going on, Brother Kahari? How you be? Greetings to you, brother. Greetings to you from Sin City. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And then we need to take this revenue, Black family, and then we need to build up our own social media platforms. And I'm gonna speak to some more to our sister in Detroit on that there, Brother Che. You see what I'm saying?
Wrap it up with the tangibles, Shabaka, so we can get to sister.
Oh, the tangibles? I simply have one sentence to say on that. Okay, all right. The brother says that he's great. Win, lose, it's entertainment. All right. Okay, cut the goddamn check.
Yep, cut the check. Anti-black hate crime bill like you did for the AIDS.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And qualified immunity in all 50 states like we did here in Colorado.
Yes, sir.
And tax-free exemption.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, without a doubt. And then, too, for you assholes out there who don't believe that we should get reparations, let me tell you, stupid motherfucker, something under the law of macroeconomics. If you really look at it, it will be a great stimulus to the U.S. economy. But we need a private group. Yeah, you're right about that, win, lose.
6zeros.net. Were you familiar with that, Brother Kahari? We had an app called 6zeros.net that was specifically for us. And then we had melanatedpeoples.net.
Yeah.
And, what was the other one? Blacc. The brother tried to do Blacc, but he said he was charging.
Yeah. And he was charging, and what it is though, from our sister there in Michigan.
So we don't want to mess with those. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, I think Telegram just got sued. The EU or something just sued them.
Okay.
Meta too.
Okay, and then.
Oh wow.
Okay.
And 6zeros.net. Oh man, that was a good platform.
Okay, and then keep in mind, as that old Biden, he had met with Xi Jinping of China. Okay, and then of course, you know, the Chinese, they taking up all the raw material over there in southeastern Africa. You see what I'm saying? And then, like you said, Brother Che, about these goddamn tethers and these fucking neo-colonialists on the continent.
The Chinese that's taking over there. They ain't doing nothing.
Yeah, taking all our goddamn resources, the fucking diamonds, the goddamn gold, and the motherfucking silicon. And over there, Sister Anaya, is that you can go up there by Frisco Bay like Otis Redding, sitting on a dock of the bay, watching the tides roll away.
Am I getting serenaded? So romantic, Rebecca. So romantic.
Yeah, you're getting serenaded.
So my thing is that people might as well start packing their bags and don't put that wall down, because they ain't the only ones that's getting the hell out the country. Okay?
Who that?
Because this land
they gotta get them
our land.
Immigrants out of here. They gotta get them Afghanis out of here. They gotta get them Ukrainians.
This land is our land. Our ancestors built it. You know, they turned around. Don't forget about how they killed people and made them fall off a cliff. You know, and then they turned around and took our land and created the Homestead Act.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So we get all that belongs to leave the buildings, leave the desks, leave the computers, leave all that stuff. Just pack up and just carry your ass.
Well, they already making preparations now. They already having meetings here in Denver. I'm like, oh my God, they're gonna deport us all. Like, get the hell out.
Man, let them deport them no good motherfuckers, man. Particularly them goddamn devils.
You're focusing on. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the Caucasian, the white supremacists.
Oh yeah.
I'm talking about these wealthy people out here, and that goes for them boule motherfuckers. That goes for the white supremacy, honorary supremacy that has made money over our ancestors. Yep. Matter of fact, we can keep the immigrants, get rid of them jokers.
Well, you know they ain't gonna leave willingly. That's not happening. Not willingly.
Oh. And then the first motherfucker who needed to be hauled and stripped of all his goddamn wealth is that fucking bore by the name of Musk.
Goddamn homelands and stop leeching off of us. We built this country and we the only ones that don't benefit from it.
Yeah, and then seize all the assets from that bore.
Oh yeah, he needs to go too. He's part of the immigrants.
So they took our generational wealth. They took our generational wealth and gave us them living up there in Martha's Vineyard. Martha's Vineyard, up there in the Hamptons and everything else. And we already have the proof that that land up there was owned by our ancestors as well. Virginia Beach, Virginia, where everybody goes in vacation on a resort. Yeah. All that land was owned by black people.
I've been to Virginia Beach. I was a kid, but I've been there before.
That land that people got them hotels on, all that land was owned by black people.
Yep, all of that.
Okay, that sounds just like Huntington Beach. Wait a minute, too, sister. That sounds just like Huntington Beach, California, that we did a story on there, too, Brother Che.
Yep. Well,
because you remember when I went down there to Huntington Beach?
Yeah. Well, Hunters Point, as a matter of fact, Pops used to help build homes out there in the 70s.
Okay, that's not too far from you, Sister Anaya. Hunters Point. That's the black section of San Francisco. They also, too, have a housing project there named after Frederick Douglass.
Who's bloodline? Sister Anaya?
My bloodline? Let me see. My great-grandfather was from the Philippines. My father is actually from Cuba. But if you understand who the original Asiatics are, you understand that they're black, and you understand that Cubans are black as well.
Yeah.
Well, Havana was one. Well, Havana, Cuba was one of the largest slave ports for the Spaniards.
Yeah.
Because see, the only thing between African American and Afro-Cuban, an Afro-Mexican, an Afro-Puerto Rican, an Afro-Dominican, Afro-Haitian is a goddamn boat style.
Corrected then. Well, she's a writer for FBA. They asked what's your bloodline. So you would be considered Caribbean and Filipino?
Well, we consider ourselves Wekapek. So Wekapek comes out of North Carolina, and we're indigenous. Wekapek.
And you're FBA.
I got a question. Hello. I got a question. Okay, didn't they have slave markets there in South Carolina? Yeah.
Yeah, but my ancestors didn't come from slaves. My ancestors didn't come from slaves.
Okay, but
we was already here. We didn't come from no slaves.
We've been here.
We've been here.
Okay, well, as I stated, once again, Brother Che, and so also too, Sister Anaya, over there in Bayfair.
Before the last ice age, because we've already agreed that we have circumnavigated the globe.
Okay,
we was already here.
European came out of the cave.
Well, see, that's just it, though, sister. We had circumnavigated the globe because we gave the world shipbuilding.
Well, my thing that bothers me is like, how come every time a brother and sister want to talk about our history, they start with goddamn slavery? When we've been here since the beginning of the time, the world was black before you even had light. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
our ancestors traveled. We built ships. We had airplanes.
Yes.
We did all of that stuff. We traveled like everybody else. That little portion of life, that cattle slavery, little portion, we were not slaves. We were captured. Let me tell you something. The white man turned around and been enslaving his people since the beginning of time. They were slaves, not us.
Yeah, they had a whole
Not us.
tribe called
Okay.
Slavs.
Okay, but keep
So
in
look,
mind,
they
though.
talk about these few little boats. And let me tell you, all them boats that they talk about, that's how they keep, see, they want to keep you in that mindset. They want to keep, even if you go to the African American Museum, they want to keep you in that mindset, talking about that boat. I'm not saying it did not exist, but it did not go down like that. Them boats got overturned. Brothers and sisters killed them jokers. Some of them boats was navigated by black people. Christopher Columbus' ass was drunk as hell. The
Right.
person that was navigating the boat was a brother. You see what I'm saying?
Moors.
I
Yeah,
mean,
they had Moors now. Yeah, because we already had the maps.
we already
been over here. We already
made
had
the
the maps.
maps.
They thought they was in
Made the
India.
maps.
We like,
And then on top of that, our ancestors turned around and civilized them. You know what I'm saying? Them
Yeah,
jokers didn't even
see,
know what it was to have a track to have your. When they talk about recycling right now, our ancestors was doing that a long time ago and tell you how to dispose of
but
trash.
sister, we got an answer to your question. Go ahead, Lady Shay. You're gonna have to unmute because I can't hear you.
but keep in mind, we also showed them how to wash their stinky, nasty, funky asses.
All right, I got to answer the question. The answer is simple. For the sake of context, right now of reparations in the Americas, the sake of it is that you can trace your lineage all the way back to the killing fields of the South. Okay, and beyond that, but at least until up until the killing fields of the South, right? The third year, I can't remember what it was.
The Southern United States.
Yeah, well, my ass slave in Alabama.
Yes, Shabaka. There's no contested of where your peoples come from. Right. I pretty much anybody except for just a general argument. Only for the fact that I haven't done all my research yet. I've done a little bit.
Yeah. When Lil it's deep talk. Oh, yes, sir. It is deep. Okay, I'm sorry, Lady Shay. Go ahead. But I was just responding to the brother comment.
Only for the sake of argument, just for only for me, and the sake of us for conversing. The purpose of just right now why we go back to slavery is only for the sake of reparations in the Americas that we're fighting for right now in California and all throughout throughout the states. Just want to be able to trace your lineage back to the soil, to the killing fields of the South. That's pretty much why we start off right there. Just currently in this last few years, last couple of years, where it's been heavily ingrained. That's just messaging of the new black media. What we're trying to develop right now as our own identities, delineating from everybody else.
We have our own identities, but it's still, again, with the reparations, they forced it anyway because our ancestors was on the land and they came. That's how you had the Gullah Wars, right?
Yes, the Gullah Geechee Wars, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. How you had the Gullah Geechee Wars.
Yes, ma'am, you're right, absolutely correct.
And that's reparations too. Exactly.
And with that,
FBA,
those are FBA. That's FBA family freedmen right there. Right. You also got to factor in. We always start with the South, but we always forget the northern side too. On this side, there was free indigenous black. There was enslaved as well. They were already here. Exactly. So not to take away from your argument, I'm just saying that for the sake of us four right here and educating the public, we know exactly what you're talking about, sister. Where it goes all the way back to the fucking sprinkles in the universe and our ethers, and where we come from as being from the straight divine feminine and come out the black woman. We are already on that level. It's just that for the sake of the context of the narrative that we're pushing for reparations in the Americas, or delineating from everybody else. So for just FBA freedmen, descendants of chattel slavery, all of us to stand in one unified identity.
Exactly. So they might as well start printing money because you know what I'm saying, they ain't got enough money right now to give
my version of things.
Start printing money.
Everything in my version of things, they owe beyond fucking belief.
That's right.
Right here. But they owe us in every other country too.
That's right. And that's exactly right.
We're just gonna start right here and get what we get, then we're gonna move from the next one to the next continent to the next continent. till we made whole.
And those for
That's
those
right.
who
Because don't
And
forget,
then also
they
too,
kidnap our
and
brothers
then them
and
goddamn
Right
neo-colonialists, we
right
need
now.
to get in their motherfucking pocket too.
Right.
Them goddamn
Right now,
they kidnap
neo-colonialists.
our brothers and sisters
Right
from
now, we gotta
here and
focus
send
right now. I'm here.
to other countries. They
We gotta
kidnapped us
focus
from right here in the
though.
Americas and sent us to other countries.
Yes, but if we focus right now on the present of right here, then the other countries that don't have the same they not hip to what we doing, they're not hip to the mathematics of it all. They can gather they can get some points like the other countries don't really know what to ask for as far as reparation tangibles. They might just be coerced
Okay,
into
Lady Che.
apology. Whereas right here
Okay,
we're
Lady
putting in
Che.
the groundwork for other people.
Okay,
right
one
now
Lou says he's got a question, but Lady Che, but what it is though, Lady Che, if I may say, is that what we're looking for, ma'am, is what they would call the factors of production and the minerals. You see what I'm saying? Which is the fucking land. You see what I mean? And then also too, then we need to charge these stinking ass, nasty, savage cave beast motherfuckers back rent.
Professor Chris
Back
said.
rent. No, we need to charge these bitches back rent.
Yeah, and that's true too. But we could maybe do something. Maybe we could conform a tangible. But Professor Griff had a good ass idea that one day he came on Shabaka's Black Experience, and that right there was more of a tangible, realistic, right now idea that would potentially further keep us in wealth as we proceed forward into our future. You know what I mean? Go ahead. I'm gonna get off my soapbox and go back.
But wait a minute, hold up, sister, hold up.
When Luz was saying is how we're gonna make it happen. But you know, I'm just
they doing the work right
ahead,
now
sister.
in California.
Wait a minute, because look,
you heard
Afro descendant.
Sister Truth Babe been telling it. She said they doing the work in California.
Yeah. But truth, okay, I don't want to say nothing negative about a brother and sister because you're not supposed to, but don't believe everything that comes out of somebody's mouth.
Well, I look at it, man, the mass media, and they keep us updated media wise on what's going on.
Look, so they over there fighting, right? So what happened was, okay, they came up with this thing and they talking about giving everybody $100,000, and you're gonna sign off on $100,000. Okay, but you're still living under the corporation. So what stops you from changing the price of eggs? All right, so now a price of eggs is gonna cost you $100,000. Oh, you want some eggs? We're gonna raise the price to $100,000. Matter of fact, we can raise this to $30,000. So what can $100,000 do for you when they're doing all this gentrification? And then on top of that, they're raising the price on the land and everything else. So now, if they give you the $100,000, where you gonna live at? So, like I told them, we don't sign off on no contract. $100,000, you can't do nothing with $100,000. The way the economy is going, you can't even do nothing with $1 million.
You're right.
I want to answer your question though, and Brother Kahari's question. You know, we get some weird trolls sometimes that pop up when we drop the link on here. We have just email him the link. Brother Kahari, if you don't mind, can you put your email in the chat?
Okay, Brother Che, sound like you got a fan in the background going on.
It's a computer fan. I apologize.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You want to keep your computer cool as well, too.
Question, though, because it's very pertinent. So, like Leche already alluded, like this is a lineage thing. So, that's the delineation. Outside of us, ain't too many in the diaspora been riding so hard for black empowerment, blackness, anything associated with black. They actually go out of their way to distance themselves from blackness, and they treat the black people, the dark melanated people in their homelands like complete shit. So,
hey, Brother Parrish, just when you said lineage, that's a good thing right there. Look at all the brothers and sisters they killed during COVID. Were they original part of the lineage?
That goes under harms and atrocities. Like we have a whole reparations package, and we have submitted it to both parties, like it's ready to be submitted. Like it's already there. Like it's been like the difference between when we had Osama in office and now is completely different because we have all of that in place. What we're waiting on is for one of these candidates to run on those agendas to push that through the House and the Senate. And ultimately,
but with the problem with that there, though, brother Che, not cutting your wisdom, brother. But see, but what has happened is the dump, as in human shit, and I want to make that perfectly clear.
Good. I've already been over this with the dump.
Okay, but
last time she was on, I think it was Dr. True Bay said it. She said we need to stop demonizing him because he could be, like I've stated previously, he's so spiteful and vindictive. He would give us reparations just to spite the Democrats. Just to, because no, and this is why I bring it up. Damn, can I stop getting interrupted? Look, the reason why I say this is back in 2020, he said that he was acknowledged that we built this country. Like he literally said that. He said, "You, the African Americans, Black Americans, y'all built this country, and y'all haven't got the proper credit for it." Ain't no Democrat ever said that. They always say immigrants built this country. So this is a country that was built by immigrants. So
yeah, saying they're a nation of immigrants.
Since he's gonna be the commander in chief, we need to present him with something like how Ice Cube presented him with something then. With the contract for Black America. That was presented to Trump and Biden. Biden said, we'll meet, Biden Harris said, we'll meet with you after the selection. Trump's team was like, we'll meet with you right now. And hence, there goes the platinum plan. But the amount that we are owed, like you're saying, it's in, we know what the amount is, but it's so like, so big of a number, it's very hard for our people, or at the time, I thought our people to wrap our brains around. It's 906 trillion.
There you go. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
We are looking for a down payment on that because these are going to be either yearly or decade-long payments. Like these aren't going to be no one-time. This ain't no one-time payment. Wasn't no one-time payment when you were selling us on them auction blocks. So no, you're going to pay what you owe. It's going to generate the economy because we're, for the most part, going to spend the money in this land. Not too many of us are going to venture out. They worried about the ones that's not going to blow the money. And we starting with 20 trillion. The New Black Media says 20 trillion. Us at Frontline Black News, we started at 100 trillion. Now we are up to a zillion because it's gaining interest, compounded interest.
Exactly. Just like a fucking mob boss, you damn right.
We get to the maximum is 906 trillion. But that number is just so like vast. It's very hard to wrap your brain around if you don't know numbers like that. So,
and my thing is, you know what I'm saying, I don't understand like why, you know, it's like a control thing to the point that why are you worried about what a brother or sister gonna do with their share? Why don't you focus on what you do with your share and do what needs to be done? You know, that's another thing that they brought up.
They're always worried about what we got in our pocket.
Yeah, why are you worried about what another brother or sister is doing? Let them, if that's their share and that's them, let them do whatever they want to do. It if they want to do whatever they want to do, go do whatever you want to do. You know what I'm saying?
And then all these other groups that keep talking about we in a minority coalition, ain't no coalition, it's a no-alition. It's FBA versus everybody, or BLACCS versus everybody, because ain't nobody.
Okay, what brother says here with a beard.
We're not telling the small hats what to do with their payments that they get every year. Bernie Sanders, while you talking about it's feasible for us, but you don't have no issue with y'all getting checks every year. Same thing with these so-called Native Americans, $5 Indians. We don't have no say on what they do with their money. They on the rails, $5 whatever. That's their business. These damn Ukrainians, they didn't have to pass none of that bill through Congress for that. Like they literally just snap our fingers and here's 20 billion to Ukraine. Like, so all this stalling that the Democrats are doing, that has to stop. Peace, twin.
Hey, twin.
That has to stop. This whole we need a study and we need a commission. No, the hell we don't. That's what that HR 40 was. Some people are still trying to bring up HR 40. HR 40 has been collecting dust, y'all, since I was born in '87. That's damn near 40 years. And it's
Actually,
nothing.
HR 40's been there since 1980, brother Chase. Since I was in my early 20s.
John Conyers introduced it in 1987, the same year I was born. Yes.
And then another thing, why can't we ask the politicians also to get rid of the Black Code laws, the Jim Crow laws? And they've been, all these politicians been around it, and them laws still exist. And the police act like they can use them anytime they
anti-black hate crime.
No, you're right.
Yeah, and get rid of all them laws.
And it's gonna have to be at the state and federal level. And at the local level, because the race soldiers we're always talking about, mainly most of those killings are happening at the state and local level. Not so much at the federal level police, but the local and state, they the main ones that's been killing us.
Yeah, and then brother was saying here too, brother Che, reparations being tax free. And he was saying he was saying is would that there help it as well too. But what it is though is the first thing that you have to do. Okay, the first thing we have to do, like what that goddamn Sarge was saying, man, and that's one of the few things that I agree with the motherfucker with, is get rid of the goddamn Federal Reserve. You see, it's because they stole all the money from
our money from the Freedmen's Bureau. We need to create the Freedmen's Bureau, and that's what Gavin Newsom and them supermajority Democrats shot down this past session in California.
You're right, they did. And then on top of that there too, is that Gavin Newsom, they talking about they trying to groom this bastard to run for president, man, in 2028. And Gavin Newsom, you no good motherfucker, you was a man of low standards. You was the campaign manager of a friend of yours who was running for mayor of San Francisco, and you was fucking his wife. And yeah, motherfucker, inbox me on that, bitch.
And who was he related to? Shabaka? Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi. And he's up here signing this goddamn COVID shit, locking down the goddamn state of California, and that motherfucker's up there in Napa Valley having a party with no mask on for his wife. Now, bad news for you winos, okay? Napa Valley burn the fuck down, so that rot gut, they're going to give you more of your rot gut for your wimple, silver satin, all that bullshit. And your high quality wines, you might as well hold on to them because them motherfuckers might be as valuable as gold.
Right. I got to move us along, y'all, because we got a gang of topics and time is just ticking. So continue to demand something tangible, like Twin says right here, tangible 2025, all the way up to 2100, Black family. We are not letting up. This is not going to be a sprint. This is going to be a marathon. We said that's just the very beginning. And the victory, we're going to continue taking our victory laps. Because whether we want to accept it or not, this is a victory lap. We gave the Democrats an L out of this world. They was not expecting this at all. And now we're going to recognize that. And we're going to keep building the momentum into the next one. And the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. All the way up to the year 2100. Now, also, too, another thing is...
we got to move to the next topic. So, the next topic is what I just said, which was congratulations to Black Americans for not backing down from the vote blue, no matter who crowd. Because Lord knows, we was under siege, y'all. From all of them Democratic shills, all the K-Hive, they was coming at us full throttle, especially on social media. So, take this L, Democrats. You definitely deserve it. After 60 years of neglect or belligerent neglect of your base. So, from Emancipation Media, which is one of Uncle Phil's platforms, And it's Sister Demetria K. It's going to give us the update on our victory lap.
All right, I'm going to mute myself.
Not too long ago, I did a video basically encouraging Black Americans who got cut off and blocked and cussed out and a whole host of other things by people who were mad that they were exercising their right to vote for something other than the Democrat Party. Well, I want to say to you, big ups to you. Big ups to you for standing 10 toes down and not letting them scare you, not letting them bully you, for you standing on your square and saying, no longer will I show up for more of nothing from the Democrat Party, who has practiced benign neglect of Black people for over 90 years. You said, you know what? I may not make it to the Thanksgiving table this year. Maybe next year, we all good, we squash it or whatever, but I'm not going to be bullied into voting for something that is not for me. So big ups to you. Big ups to you for saying, hey, Mom, I love you, but I cannot continue to vote generationally for a party that has showed us that they are not for us. I can no longer show up because my mama, my grandmama, my granddaddy, and everybody else is Democrats, and we gonna vote blue no matter who we're going. Nah, I can't do it. I love you, though. You may not love me right now, but you'll see eventually why I had to do what I had to do. So big ups to y'all for standing on it, right? As the young people say, standing on business, because that's what this was about. And whether you believe it or not, Black Americans, we didn't have another rotation, another election to get this right. This was it. And some people said the last time was it. But we got a reprisal, if you will. We got another chance to say, okay, we're still in the game. We're still in the game. Now, whether Black people showed up in droves to the polls or not, it's still unity, because for whatever reason that Black people rolled the couch or voted for another candidate, that is still considered unity. And as I said before, now the Democrats got to come with some seriousness, right? Knock off all the foolishness, all the low-hanging fruit, right? So again, big ups to you. If you stood on your square, no matter what they said to you, no matter what they did to you, it paid off. And that's the message here. It paid.
Well, sister, as soon as I see me a goddamn check for my reparations, I'll believe.
Be true to yourself. Somebody who don't have all the information and knowledge, and they just emotional, they mad at you because you said enough. Big ups to you. It paid off. So anyway, y'all tell me what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetria K Show, here on YouTube.
Now subscribe to Frontline Black News.
All right, Shabaka, you had something to say. Go ahead, Shabaka. What you gotta say?
First of all, I'm tired of these motherfuckers coming up here on our platform, man, advertising they shit, man, and they ain't giving us nothing.
On the platform, I'm sharing the video, Shabaka. It's not the same thing. I'm literally just getting the message out.
Okay.
So, congratulations to Black Americans for not backing down against them.
Anti-sport Africans.
Well, they're all in the same group. Shabaka, that's that one big nigga. And they thought that one big nigga was gonna vote Democrat, and it didn't happen.
So I appreciate that.
The vote blue no matter who crowd, they got that work. They took that L. And Leonard's in the building. Shout out to Leonard. We want to salute.
Hey, Leonard Day Yoda. Hey, what's up? They're all trying to flip over this way all of a sudden. Yeah.
They're gonna have to come correct. They're gonna have to come with them tangibles. Otherwise,
right.
We
but he says call in the Google card.
they wanted us to vote 92% plus for the Democrats, and that did not happen.
So them motherfuckers got a wake up call.
Men voted like 78% for Kamala and like 30% for Dump or something to that extent.
Right.
So they was not expecting that at all.
But Brother Che, Parrish, and I'm listening to what you say, and I think you're right because Donald Trump, right? He do things, how he do things just to say, because he still, he is pissed off, especially about how they had the FBI run up.
Yeah, remember they was trying to shut down
whatever. You know what I'm saying?
They said, we got to shut down the Alphabet Boys. They got to go. All of a sudden they got to go. But when they was fucking with us, COINTELPRO never ended. But when they was fucking with us back then, y'all didn't have no issues with that. But now that the dump is being investigated, now there's a problem. Houston, we got a problem. We got to do something about this.
How come Biden didn't get investigated when he was flying to Ghana and that wasn't on the news? That right. You had to hear that from undercover.
Well, remember,
Ghana had to allow them to have the parade there. I say they ain't having no damn parade over here.
Yeah, they was mad.
Oh, you talking about? Okay, I know who you talking about, sister. You talking about Brother Robert Mugabe down there in Zimbabwe in the 1990s?
No, I said Ghana.
No, Ghana.
Biden was going to Ghana, bullying Ghana.
Yeah.
Okay, that's news to me. I'm on the late freight on that one. Enlighten me, please.
On the 2019 when they had the no, not 2019. It would have been like 2021, 2022. Also, the head of the NAACP out there went to Ghana with Kamala and ditched the reparations hearing.
Excuse me.
Willie, was it Willie Brown? What was that fool's name? Buddy, tell you remember the one that he wanted to get. They denied $5 million.
We got background noise.
I know it's the fans. My God. My damn laptop fan is acting up.
Oh, okay.
Shit. Okay. So the $5 million was supposed to go to Black San Franciscans. The NAACP said no.
What they Yasa boss and asses. Yeah.
Amos was his last name. I can't remember his first name. But him and Kamala went to Ghana instead of to the hearing. What was that? It was 2022? Because that commission was for like 4 years. 3-4 years.
Yeah, I think it was 2022, Brother Che.
So, yeah. That whole task force was a shame.
Yeah, it was.
So now they see we ain't playing. They see fat meat is greasy, and we want our damn tangibles. So congratulations to all of us that stood on our square and refused to join with the vote blue no matter who. We broke from that. I had painful conversations with some of my family members, mainly my mom, because my mom's been on that vote blue no matter who since I was born. So
right.
It was hard to tell her, like, look, Mom, my generation's different. We're not going for this no more. This model works for y'all. It's not working for us. We're not getting no kind of benefit. Nothing good is coming out of this. We want something besides jobs. We want to own our own businesses. We want to own stuff. We don't want to work and build other people's stuff up while we not getting no kind of benefit from it. We've already done that enough, seeing that we are the founders and builders of this nation that we're speaking in right now, that all these illegals is fleeing to. No matter what they fleeing here. They sent the first criminals from Europe over here. That's who they call the founding fathers. So, this is the latest wave, and the Democrats' plan backfired. They try to get all these illegals in here, try to get them work permits and rush them to get to be able to vote. And the Latinos said, no, we voting for the dump. So it backfired on them. And great news, because no, Democrats, you're not going to keep playing the same old game, running the same plays. The year of the Yes Boss is over.
Zippity doo dah, zippity day.
Arenas, none of that. We don't
Well,
Yeah,
you
them
know,
motherfuckers is
race
through.
goes deeper than just dealing with, Republicans and Democrats. You know, if we're gonna not be the Yasbas, people got to take accountability for their actions. Like I said, okay, we're talking about reparations. Talking about why are we not talking about getting rid of these laws? Why is that
Okay.
not a part of anything?
We are talking about getting rid of these laws. That's what you're not acknowledging. We've literally been saying we want an anti-black hate crime bill at both the state, federal, and local level.
Okay, well,
That
your
deals
girl
away with them
Kamala.
laws.
Okay, and then your girl Kamala Harris, when she was the Attorney General of California, I think that
Because
they
we are
did
still the
something.
number one victim of hate crimes, and we have no law in place to protect us from that. We're about to go over
Okay,
Jordan Neely here shortly. The brother that was killed in New York on the New York subway
yeah,
by
yeah,
vigilante,
yeah, the
former
Marine,
Yeah.
which was a pure act of cowardness.
Yeah.
It was murder in the first degree because he knew what the fuck he was doing. Okay. And then he's sitting up there talking about he's going to protect these stinking, nasty ass motherfuckers here from a man weighing 120 pounds who is emaciated and thirsty because he was hungry
Right. So
and
before we go
dehydrated.
on to the next topic, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on this victory lap that we took as Black Americans when we were born here in the United States? We're not necessarily tethered anchor babies, but we are rooted to the soil right here. We did not back down from the vote blue no matter who crowd. We stood on business. We doubled and tripled down.
Well, I think the X-Man had said it best, Brother Che. When he says you got these 5 digits on your hand. If you slap someone, you will sting them. But if you want to put somebody in their place, just simply bring these digits together.
Yeah. Okay.
So the 5 digits being agriculture, okay, banking, commerce, land, entrepreneurship.
Oh, with the reparations, Shabaka, we can have all of that.
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why that hat says reparations now, not
Okay, so
tomorrow.
let me ask you a question. The question is, even say Donald Trump does turn around and give us reparations and does all that stuff,
Right.
what about our protection? Because every time that our ancestors
Again,
have
sister,
done it on their own, they've done it on their own, had their
Right.
Black Wall Streets, these jokers turn around and threw bombs on us.
Okay, glad you brought that up, sister.
Again,
That's why. Okay,
goes
that's
to
why,
the
sister.
line.
When you and
Like,
I
the
took that
reparations
trip,
ain't, if they're gonna make us whole, they're gonna repair us, then they have to compensate us for all of that. And then they gotta put systems in place to make sure that that remains such. So it's a whole package. It's not just the money,
our safety.
but we
And so every
starting with the
time that our
money.
ancestors in the
Every
past
other
have made
group that got
treaties,
reparations, they got money first. There was no question of what they got.
but every time our ancestors
They got
turn around
money.
and make treaties with these jokers, they turn around, yeah, they did this, they did that, and then they turn around while you laying in your bed, sleep, thinking everything is good. They come in there and get you. We, regardless of what they follow reparations or not, we still got to be in position to protect ourselves.
Well, that's a
We can't
sister.
depend on them to protect us, and we have to go back to our stuff and I got with the crystals and everything else. You know what I'm saying? Because what stops them jokers? Now I'm just dealing with the United States. What stops China? What stops the Arabs coming in there attacking us and our families? Look what they going to the motherland.
What stops the United States military? That's what stops them.
Okay, okay, sister. You and I took a trip to the Infirmary Park. okay, on 16th and Adeline in Oakland, California. There was a young man who was born in Monroe, Louisiana. Okay, his family moved to Oakland, California during World War II when he was 3. What he did was he researched the U.S. Constitution and he had emphasized the Second Amendment. Okay, the right to form a militia. That militia was known as the Black Panther Party. Now, this transvestite, undercover homosexual motherfucker by the name of John Edgar Hoover.
What? How does that stop them from dropping a bomb on us? See, a bomb. Because we had military. We had every bomb that they dropped, even when they dropped the one in Florida, even when they dropped the one in Oklahoma, even when they dropped the one in Philadelphia, we had military. What stops them jugglers from dropping a bomb on us? I'm not talking about any old kind of bomb. They sitting over there talking about the atomic bomb. They figuring out how to destroy the Americas all together here so they can go move their ass over there in the Americas, in the motherland, and become the new Africans after they finish completing there.
All right, sister, that is a very, very good point you brought up right there.
That means even with our military, even with our military that we have, we need something more in depth with that. We need that money needs to go to us getting planes, us getting forming our own bombs.
Right. And when we get that money, we can do that. We can do all of that, but we got to get the money first. Like, it's good to talk about what we need, but we don't have, or what we should do, but we ain't even got the stuff yet. So
first thing we need is the military. Military.
I would say this.
We already have the military.
Forging thought. There is a gun under every blade of grass. That's why we cannot be invaded. Long-range weapons is a whole different animal, unfortunately.
I would say this as just a thought, for everybody to simmer on, is what we got to do is take what we have already established.
You're going to have to unmute on that.
Oh my God, man.
Yeah, what, I'm going to put myself.
Hold on. All right, my bad. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that this is what I would suggest for everybody to simmer on. What we got to do is utilize what we already have. In each state, or around pretty much each state, we not only have an underground black network, we have an on-ground black network. We have gun clubs. We have motherfuckers that are just sleeping, waiting for activation. Okay, that are us. Okay, that's one step. But we need to take our people that we already have, and basically have them apply in more trade schools, trades, anything like that on cybersecurity, AI. So we advance our shit up to their level, if not beyond, because we already know how all of this works. As long as we can get some people up in there that are in cybersecurity, AI, the digital world, that can look at the satellites and things like that, drones, all that shit, yeah, all that. We are at the same level to where we won't need the military, because we won't be able to rely on them to protect us. We might have to worry about them too. But if we put ourselves as a collective of our own militia, if we all group together with the NOI, the Panthers, whoever's available, each gun club, each little separate militia, men and women, because there are both sides, black first, black nationalists, the nation. We all group together. That's way more than what the fuck they got going on. And if we put some of our brothers and sisters that are already in school and just advance them up on the legalities, the legal portions of school, like to become better lawyers, cybersecurity, AI, the digital engineering, scientific engineers.
But you see,
this is all available to us. Hold on, Shabaka. This is already available to us. We just need to switch the programming for it benefits us, just in case some shit does crack off A motherfucker can turn the water back on and turn the motherfucking lights back on. Motherfucker climb them
So you
poles
talking about
and do
countermeasures.
everything. Can get underneath. Yep, we can go underneath the ground and not only take care of the motherfuckers living under there, but turn on the water for the people that are up here. We can do all of that. We can do solar. We can grow food. This is all shit we can do already. We just need to advance our game with our youngsters that are going to school now, going to college.
Okay.
They're already getting them grants and whatnot, but just switch them to a trade too. Add a trade to that. Add something that's going to benefit them. So a young black girl, a young black boy going into school don't have to focus on just scholarship like sports and whatnot, but they can focus on building little houses, building water filtration systems, composting, building up the infrastructure of creating a road in a place where a road don't exist, whether it be underground or above ground. You know what I mean? We already have the capacity. We have all the people we need in each fucking state. We have plenty of black people. Some of them are sleeper cells, just waiting for the fucking revolution to begin, right? And as soon as we activate them, we got Panthers, everybody coming out, young and old, black, coming out to fucking
all
combine.
right, so you're talking about
unit. We
okay,
can take
okay, not
talking about bomb. We need to, like I said, the engineers or whatever, we need to take care of that too, because they couldn't beat when they did Black Wall Street and everything else, they could not beat our brothers and sisters on land. They couldn't beat us on land.
But we need to advance what you're saying. Right. But what you're saying is what's to prevent them from shooting some over here, right? Well, what's to prevent them is if we got our people learning these trades, learning these educations, like the satellites, the motherfucking cybersecurity, the legalities go with that NASA, all of those things. We get our people there. They can give us that. They can take care of us. They can know that we codify them. We got them educated. That they know what they got to do to make sure our people, black first people on our soil right here, can be protected from those kind of threats, because we can't rely on nobody. We can't rely on white people to fucking have us. We can't rely on Mexicans. We can't rely on anybody else. We have everything we need. We just have to communicate it properly to where everybody can get on board. Because right now everybody's on the different ideologies of blackness and black nationalism or separatism or non-separatism or holding hands and kumbaya. We got to get everybody on one motherfucking codified thought, which is self-preservation, protection, and fucking, all the shit that we believe in. Hey, survival of the motherfucking fittest. We gonna win again. You take us back to the car, white man. But we got to go forward. You did?
Okay, well, Forging Thought has wrote here.
Right, you exactly right. You exactly right.
Exactly. Not to factor. Let me add to this one more thought. For like 2 seconds. Not to factor. We got brothers and sisters right now currently in the penitentiary that have been taking these motherfucking trades for like more than 10 fucking years. They are well-skilled, fucking trained individuals in there on plumbing, fucking everything from dairy, growing food, plumbing, electricity. They run everything inside that motherfucking prison that holds them. So they are more than capable of coming outside and teaching each one teach one. You know what I mean? Free the land, free the people, right? Free the land. Well, we got to free them. And then they're getting trained already because they're put on punishment.
Right.
You know what I mean? We got it. We have it all under. We just haven't put our thoughts together and formulate a nice a person that can sell it really well to every sect that we got here. And not to mention, we got black underground conversations happening without anybody else knowing. There's still motherfuckers that do SOS and fucking codes and iClicks, man. We out there. The global black supremacy could happen if we wanted it to. We just have to communicate better with each other without with knowing that our self-preservation, we are at war. We are at war with everybody.
We are at war.
That's it.
That's it.
You're on one side or you're on that side. You better be on this side, because this side right here is black first. That's it. That's all.
Race first.
You see what I'm saying? I'm done.
Okay, but Forging Thought right here says, not my place to give input, but it could be an untapped resource. Forging Thought, please repeat what you were saying is because what Forging Thought was saying is satellite, drone, electrical.
You already got people. That's what I'm saying, brother.
That's
That's what I'm saying. We already got the people there.
You just
We
said.
can train the new group, the new youngsters going to college. We could add to whatever social shit they on. We could add them with a trade that they will be beneficial. Because keep in mind, if some shit happen and we are out there with no lights and electricity, we are going to be able to forge our own little black communities and hold them down by ourselves. They won't be able to come into there and fuck it up. We can protect ourselves when we on the ground like this. But if we have like the Marines and all the people, all the black people that have cyber clearance, the clearance to go up above the clearance level. Those people right there are already valuable. Those people in the penitentiaries are valuable. Everybody going to school are valuable. You know, anybody could fucking grow a garden is a valuable person. A plumber, a fucking construction worker, anybody black is a value. You gotta fit your place in the revolution, right? Yeah. Everybody has a place. Yeah. We all got a place. We all got something to offer as black first here on the soil. Yeah. See what I'm saying? We can't rely on them because they've already showed inconsistency and unreliability, and their treatment to our benefit. They don't give a fuck about us with that. And I'm sorry I'm going off about it, but they just will never get it.
Never get it.
So that's it. I gotta stop now.
I say, sister. Yes.
That's right. Okay, so moving along. that was great. Thank y'all for that. Definitely thank you for that. Yeah, we got it established, and you know it's only so much we can talk about on here.
Okay, but Fortune Thought was saying here is this. He said that it's not his place to give input, but it could be an untapped resource.
Information. Thank you for that, Fortune Thought. Definitely, it's definitely something to definitely look into and implement.
Okay. The minister already told us.
Well, the minister, the Black Panthers. The Black Panthers.
By any means necessary.
Anybody could be used. Yeah, anybody could be used.
Okay. By any fucking means necessary. You see what I'm saying?
Used, right. For the revolution, so.
Yeah, because we have a right to survive, we got a right to live, and we got a right to defend ourselves.
Right, you have a right for that, but any means necessary. When you say untapped resource, you know what I'm saying? We have to do this as us, as brothers and sisters. Now, we ain't asking Russia to help us. We ain't gonna ask goddamn Korea or whatever. I don't know what he means by untapped resource.
He's talking about the military that we have, the combat veterans.
Satellite, drones, electrical, water purification. He says he served within individual communities. There's combat veterans with specific skills, living out their lives more willing to spread useful knowledge to civilians and who want to learn.
We're going to teach the young bucks how to do it.
All right, just making clear what the untapped resource is, because other organizations have used other untapped resources and, bit them in their ass, okay? You got brothers in right now doing certain things with untapped resources, not thinking about Our ancestors want us to do it for ourselves. Our ancestors want us to do it for ourselves.
Right. And we are the change that we want to see, and we are our ancestors. So
okay, but look at the military.
Shabaka,
but look at
sorry, y'all. I gotta move it along because we've been on these topics for too long, but I definitely appreciate the discussion and the knowledge that's being dropped tonight. That no doubt. But this, when we get into these kind of conversations, this is like an off-air kind of conversation because there's only so much we can say on here. Because remember, we don't control these platforms. So
you got a point on that.
So I just wanted us to take a victory lap on this win that we just got, but we can't just dwell on this win. We got to keep getting them W's, against racism and white supremacy because they took a major L, the Democratic Party. So take that victory lap those of us that voted against the vote blue, no matter who crowd, went against the grain and demanded something tangible for our vote if we was going to vote at all. So the next topic is the Democrats have no one to blame but themselves. So the Democrats
that's great news.
Any and everybody but themselves for Kamala.
That's great news.
Taking this massive L. So our brother Palmetto Star is going to give us the update on that. So that's
okay. What's up with Palmetto? Too raw for TV. Been affiliated with him for years.
Remember that is on screen, huh?
For real.
On a map.
What's up, YouTube? This is Too Raw for TV. All right, so look, we're 9 days past election day, right? And I really don't even want to keep rehashing this thing, you know. But I think some things need to be said. I noticed that the Democrats are continuing to play the blame game. They're pointing the fingers at other people for their own failures. They're blaming Latinos. They're blaming still black men. They're blaming Joe Biden. They're pointing the finger at members of Team Harris, you know what I mean, as far as the strategy, whatever. It just they're blaming everybody except for the people who they need to blame, and that's themselves. This was an election that was winnable. You know, even with how, in my opinion, how terrible Kamala Harris was as a candidate. She was being pumped up with enough media steroids. The media is 80 to 85% liberal. That includes traditional media and social media. They had all of these advantages. So why are they complaining like, you know, they were at a disadvantage? You're even hearing these once pious, morally and ethically superior Democrats who were laughing, and justifiably so, at all these Trump supporters who were crying foul 4 years ago. You're even hearing some of these clowns claiming that the election was rigged. Can you believe that? These motherfuckers. Like I said, both sides are the same to me, man. That's why I step back and I'm an observer of all of this crap. I observe it because they're both the same. I've said that time and time again. To me, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, while on the outside, they appear to be two different flowers. They both have the same roots. Say that again. Even though the Democratic Party and Republican Party on the outside appear to be two different flowers, they have the same common roots. So look, this is just my opinion. Number one, the base didn't come out. They didn't come out. Remember on election day, you had all of these clowns, and most of these were people on the right talking about, this proves election was rigged. Only 120 million people voted. In 2020, 158 million voted. 40 million votes just vanished. Kamala was only at like 59 or 58 million. Trump was at 60-something million. How did 20 million votes evaporated in thin air? And I said the same thing happens with these elections. It takes sometimes up to 2 to 3 weeks to count every single ballot, right? It's going to wind up being a lot more than 120 million votes. So as of my recording this video, the tally is up to 151 million votes, right? 97% have been counted. So when everything's said and done right now, it looks like
Amazon early holiday deals are here.
Fuck the goddamn commercial.
The final total is going to be 156 million people voted. That's down 2 million from 4 years ago. But 4 years ago, you had a 66% voter participation level, something we hadn't seen since, I think, 1900. So that was historic. You're not going to really see a lot of elections with that type of turnout. I think turnout is still going to be very high. It's going to be north of 60%, but it's down a little bit. And I think if you just do the math, right? Trump got 74 million votes last time and a very historically ridiculously high turnout rate. 74 million people voted for Trump. In an election where the turnout was a little bit down, high but still down, you're going to get somewhere north of 76 million votes. So his raw vote total went up. Whereas Joe Biden, or the Democrats, I should say, have gone from 81 million to she's probably going to wind up about 73, 74 million votes. So it went down considerably for the Democrats. What happened wasn't that it was rigged. It's not all of this other stuff. The Democratic base just didn't come out in the numbers sufficient for victory. In the swing states, she lost by a margin of about 250,000 votes. Significant, but not overwhelming. This was not a popular vote landslide. This was a winnable election. But the base didn't show up. All these people that are ranting and complaining and moping and crying about, this election, a lot of them didn't vote. They didn't vote. They talked a good game, but they didn't vote for her. And I said this before. Remember I mentioned and I referenced 2004. 2004, the Kerry campaign, John Kerry, senator from Massachusetts, he was a Democratic standard bearer. Their strategy was to get out the youth vote, okay? They targeted young voters. Young voters were really loud and boisterous. Yeah, John Kerry, we got to get Bush out of this White House, this war, and all that crap. I fell for the Kool-Aid at the time. You know what I'm saying? I drank the Kool-Aid, I should say. I was only 24 years old at the time. I voted for John Kerry reluctantly. And I say reluctantly because, at the time, while I did think that Bush was not a great president.
16, 17 at the time.
I didn't know whether John Kerry was presidential material, you know what I'm saying? But I voted for him reluctantly, which was probably an omen that he was going to lose. Come to find out, people didn't come out to vote for him. Same thing with Kamala Harris. The turnout was good, but not great. Not the sufficient numbers that she needed. Look, 92% of Black women voted for her. That's great. The overall turnout was good, but not the numbers needed for victory. All right? Black men came out for her, just not the numbers that they expected. But she made a lot of, she didn't really gain any ground with any group. None. The only group that she made any gains with is actually an indictment on the Democratic Party. Those who made 100,000 or more, the Democratic Party did a lot better with. So the Democratic Party, which used to be the party of the downtrodden, used to be the party of the working man, is now the party of opulence, the party of the rich, the elites. That's what they're the party of. The Republicans are also still the party of the rich, the elites, but they cosplay magnificently as the party of the common man. I'm gonna tell you another thing that Donald Trump did that people were laughing at him, but it's actually worked. The Democrats do a stupid thing where they basically write off half the country. They write off. Kamala Harris spent time only in swing states, only in Arizona, only in Nevada, only, and actually she didn't spend that much time in Nevada. She should have, but let's say the swing states. She spent time in Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That's where she spent time at. Donald Trump did the same thing, but Donald Trump also, again, people say he was foolishly doing it, he was going to New Hampshire. He was going to New York. He spent time in Virginia, right? People say he was wasting his time doing that. Now, while he didn't flip those states, you saw that in those states, New Jersey, another one, people say he was wasting his time. The media said, oh, he's wasting his time. Those are deep blue states. They were blue, but he made significant inroads in those states. You saw those states. Look, New York, he got 44% of the vote. New Jersey, he got 45% of the vote. New Hampshire, much closer than it was 4 years ago. So while he didn't do enough to flip those states, he was speaking to voters and speaking to their issues. And the fact that she completely, in the Democratic Party, completely ignored immigration as an issue. Completely ignored it. Completely ignored people's concerns. Try to explain it away. People, you know, one of the things that should have been a bad omen was the percentage of Americans in exit polling that said the country is heading in the right direction, in the wrong direction. That plus Joe Biden's 41% approval rating. Those were obstacles that they couldn't overcome. This was not a great economy. And the only reason why the election was even relatively close is because Donald Trump is such a toxic and polarizing figure and candidate. You know, it doesn't help too. And I said this time and time again, you know, it doesn't help when you're parading around the country people who just 10, 15 years ago were you calling war criminals. You're parading around with Lynn Cheney. You're parading around with Dick Cheney. You're parading around with and trying to seek the endorsement of John Bolton. All these Bush-era Republicans who only hate Trump because he's dismantled their grip on the party. What the fuck are you doing? Did you know while she's parading around with all these people, they refuse to parade around with Bernie Sanders? Bernie Sanders should have been a warning to the Democratic Party. A warning. But they're so stupid. They're so haughty. They're so arrogant. They're so flippant in their they're so flippant in their know-it-all, you know, bullshit that they didn't have the foresight to say, you know what? Maybe the Bernie Sanders phenomenon is a warning to us. Maybe we're neglecting the working class Americans. Maybe we're neglecting
always neglected
a core constituency, which has been the main cog of the old FDR New Deal coalition, which lasted 36 years. You know, maybe we need to go back to our roots. Nope, didn't do it. That's why Bernie Sanders almost wrested the nomination from Hillary Clinton in 2016 until they used the superdelegate clause to but you notice the warning sign is no matter how many times people want to say that Trump is an extremist, Trump is not your typical Republican. Trump was able to cross over party lines and get a lot of disaffected Democrats to vote for him. Not a lot, but some. Because remember, a lot of Bernie Sanders Democrats voted for Trump in that election. They screwed over Bernie Sanders again in 2020. They screwed him over in 2020. Remember, he was running for president in that primaries, and they rigged it so that all of these centrist, moderate Democrats like Amy Klobuchar and what's his name, Pete Buttigieg, they dropped out. So Biden could gobble up the moderate vote, and Sanders had to split the progressive vote with Elizabeth Warren. They rigged it then, right? And they screwed him again. And this time they phased him out again, you know, not listen to him, not listen to his warnings. You know, they think that the voter base is so stupid. They thought that if they just try out these celebrities, these 304s who will do anything and say anything and endorse anybody as long as they're the highest bidder, you know, lavishly spending $10 million reporting on Beyonce for a 3-minute endorsement. Like, do you really think that people are that stupid? Yeah, there is a core amount of voters that are stupid.
If you tow with your Ford truck,
Fuck
you need to see
goddamn
this.
commercial.
I'm Gail
Fuck the
Banks.
goddamn commercial.
Stupid like
Motherfucker,
that.
go fuck yourself.
But you cannot use froth. You can't use froth and decadence and think that you can fool everybody and push this bad candidate to the, you know, all along the lines of the presidency. It's just, it's not, people aren't that stupid, man. A lot of them are, but they're not that stupid, you know? But that's pretty much all I got to say in this one, man. The Democrat Party has they got a lot to work on. And look, everybody is complaining about Donald Trump. He's trying to get reparations for white folks. First of all, that's not what he's doing. That ain't what he said. That's bullshit. Secondly, even if he was doing that, right? To be honest with you, I'm not mad at him. Because that's what happens.
The motherfucker's telling you how he honestly feels. That's what I be trying to tell these brain dead motherfuckers.
He actually promised his base something. They voted for him. They wanted something from him, I should say too. He said he was going to do certain things. They voted for him, and now he's doing it. Whereas the Democrats, we're telling you what we want. You're telling us, you know, it's bigger than us. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do something specific for you. Then you get mad we don't vote for you. Don't make any sense. You know, you can get mad all you want to, get in your feelings, unsubscribe from me.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people.
And maybe if you had listened to me, maybe you would understand what's going on. And if any of these Democratic Party leaders or regulars listen to people like myself, maybe you won this fucking election. So we had to pull this power move. We didn't. A lot of us either voted third party or we set our asses home, slouched on the couch. And now you lost, and you've lost not just the presidency. You lost the Senate.
Yeah, and
you already didn't have the House.
Right.
The Supreme Court is conservative.
Right.
And now you're moping around. Now millions of users have left X and gone to, what is it called, Blue Skype or something, Blue Sky. All these liberals are swearing they're not going to, you know, have sex with men as punishment. Like, you're doing nothing but hurting yourself. You're doing nothing but hurting yourself. Nobody cares. And at the end of the day, the ones who shaving their head, you're making it obvious who you are. Okay, that's one of them crazy feminists. All right. And more than likely, you weren't probably that desirable any goddamn way, not because of the way you look, but because of the way you act, you know. But anyway, Democrats just need to make adjustments. As I said before, move to the center, speak more on issues that are pertinent to your former base. I suspect that Trump is going to make a lot of errors. As I said before, Trump is deteriorating slowly. So honestly, he's kind of a lame duck anyway, because he's only going to serve for one term. I assume what's going to happen is Democrats are going to make gains in the midterms because they're going to be motivated. And I think the candidate that's probably going to be the favorite in 2028 is probably going to be Gavin Newsom. Now, Gavin Newsom has a hell of a record to try to overcome.
And he's going to lose the JD.
I anticipate Gavin Newsom, I don't know when his term ends, but I think it's sometime in 2027, I think. But anyway, for the duration of his governorship, I think he has to move to the center They got to get rid of some of this wacky crap. The Democratic Party got to move to the center. If they got any shot at winning 2028, they gotta wrest control of the party from the extremists and get back to the sensible middle. That's what Bill Clinton did. That's why Bill Clinton was able to win the presidency. That's when the Democrats were able to make some gains. They have moved too far from that to the extreme. And honestly, it started with Barack Obama. I hate to say it, but it did. It started with Barack Obama. They moved to the extreme, on that side. Also, keep comfort Republicans, because I assume Republican Party can still do this. Now that they're in power, we all know one thing about the Republican Party. One thing that they will do is they know how to screw up a good thing. We saw them do it in 2022 in the midterms. Now what's going to happen is all the extremists on the Republican Party, they're going to feel emboldened. They're going to push too far. And then they're going to become the party of the extremists. The Democrats need to move back to the center. And then in 2028, that's a possible path to victory. Although I still think they're going to lose. And then 2032 is going to be the year they're going to win. But we'll see. Tell me what you guys think.
Well, I give it to Palmetto on that. Palmetto has definitely shouted us out. You know what I'm saying? And I said right here in the chat room, I'll let you post it up there. This for those over there 18 years of age and over. Bill Clinton was a very, very popular president. You saw what he went and got. Okay, and Aket Ankh says he played the saxophone, smoked weed, but didn't inhale. And if he didn't inhale, then what the fuck was he doing smoking it? And his mistress had cum on her dress that she saved. Well, like I said, every man should go get him some pussy. Excuse my language, ladies. You know what I'm saying? Because this way you can get rid of these confused ass Al Sharpton banana in his mouth motherfuckers like that. Okay, Bill Clinton was a very, very popular president, if I recall. But then Gore the Boar, he fucked it up. And Gore the Boar had to certify.
Hey, wait a minute, Shabak. I don't want to interrupt you, but Bill Clinton had brothers and sisters so screwed up that they were saying, "Oh, we finally got a black president." Oh, yeah. You don't remember that saying, huh?
Yeah. I do remember that he played the saxophone, he smoked weed, but he didn't inhale. And his mistress had cum on her dress, and I forgot what was her name, Monica Lewinsky. That she saved.
She's a
okay. So therefore, they waste time in the kangaroo Supreme Court. They impeached him, which was a waste of taxpayers' dollars and what have you. And if any damn thing, that was a case that belonged in divorce court, not the U.S. Supreme Court. Okay.
Well, it can't be divorce court because Hillary is a lesbian anyway. She doesn't give a damn whether Bill Clinton has sex with women. You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, like Palmetto was saying, and I'm very acquainted with Palmetto, the world is fucked up. It's confused. It could be the shit they putting in the food, putting in the water, as Irritated Genie had pointed out. And you saw what they did to Irritated Genie is because he had brought it to the world's light that they was doing this experimentation with frogs, and they was trying to make all the frogs male. See? You see what I mean? Just like Joshua that me and Brother Parrish talked about, who's talking about calling by his pronoun that he was a woman, a big old motherfucker with a beard wearing the dress. Then he takes his ass over there into Chicago talking about he's going into the woman's restroom when a 12-year-old girl is trying to go in there. And her mother told her, "No, Joshua, you ain't going to do this shit." So what had happened was the thugs went and stepped up there to Joshua in Chicago and told him, "Look, man, we'll smash your stinking crazy ass." And Seduction Doll says right here, "Damn, we can be very creative where there's a will, there's a way." sad state of affairs, which it is. You say, now you got the dump, as in human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear. Stating how he honestly feels. Forging Thought says, I was going to say he only got with Monica to steer clear of Hillary's haunted unmentionables. Oh, shit. Sound like she's been down there to Fredericks of Hollywood.
About Clinton.
Sound like Hillary been down there to Fredericks of Hollywood. Yeah.
Don't forget about his homeboy that he was hanging so tight with your boy Jesse Jackson, because while Bill was having an affair with Monica Lewinsky, Jesse Jackson also got that sister impregnated. That he has
Messy Jesse
child right now. Yeah, Jesse Jackson.
Yeah. Oh, Messy Jesse.
Messy Jesse.
Yeah, and you brought back a memory there, sister, because I was at an event in Los Angeles in 1972 called Wattstacks, and that is where they had the staple singers, Isaac Hayes, the Dramatics, the Emotions, quite a few of Stax Records top performers there. And old Jesse Jackson's coming out there wearing a dashiki, red, black, and green, talking about, I am somebody and all that old type of shit. And look what this hypocritical ass motherfucker did. Same thing with that stupid ass motherfucker Al Sharpton. And Al Sharpton, yeah, I'm calling you out. Shabaka Sankori. You're going around with a rainbow.
Now Jesse Jackson too, because he's another coon as well.
Oh, yeah, this is true. Yeah, he started his thing with Operation Breadbasket with his Rainbow Coalition.
You talking about I am somebody. Say it loud. Say it with me now. I am somebody.
Yeah.
I don't know who the hell I am, but I am somebody.
Yeah, I may be a convict. I may be a dope fiend. I might be a goddamn bum sleeping up on the upside of the freeway, but I am somebody. Man, get the fuck out of here, to quote Sister Anaya. With that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I am
Jesse
somebody.
Jackson played a role in Martin Luther King getting killed.
Oh, you know what, Sister Funny? But hold on, no, Sister Funny, you should say that is because Dick Gregory, before he had transitioned, he had showed the film where this dude was up there on a balcony with Dr. King on April 4th, 1968, and the Black Panthers went on a war path for the next 5 days all across the country. And this dude got up there and he slipped it. And he says, what production doll says females can use a real dick might cure a lot of things. Damn. Well, damn. Well, I'm not that kind of guy, seduction doll. I like pussy. Okay, no disrespect, ladies out there.
Huh? Attitude change. I'm telling you, people use a real dick. And their whole attitude and social thoughts will change. You'll see.
Well, sister, you would know more about that than I would.
Get on the right kind of mind. They might take a nap, eat a sandwich, and make some real solid decisions. Okay, we might not be fucked as long as everybody can get us. You know what I mean?
Damn.
No toy, like real life interaction, and a nap. We might actually get some shit done. We might be on the right foot. Right, brother.
Damn. Well,
you good, bro. You got my gun. All right, you got to build some food? Yeah, I got to build some shit. All right, cool. Well, let's get it going. All right, building. Bonding. Yeah. And you never know. Some babies might come out of that. Great buildings. Some banking might come out of that. Some black economics. Motherfucker might be protecting shit and looking at their mate and go, oh, jealous, possessive way that we do, and loving each other for long distances. But we just need to know, hey, every 3 days, you need to get right. Don't let it go any further than 3 days, because, after that, all hell broke loose, and we back in a fucked up situation again. The world's falling apart, prices are up, gasoline's expensive, motherfuckers can't go nowhere, bitches is mad because the dude won't take out the trash. They mad because they won't stop getting mad yet. 3 days, man. That's max. Black people. Max 3 days. That's it. and
Well,
like, sometimes just make sure it sticks in so you are a good solid level. Like, should you feel like building something? I do, man.
Cousin the building.
All right, let's
Hello,
do
cousin.
it.
hey, Jay Militant, what's up, Jay? What's going on with you, man? How you doing? Okay, hey Jay, I was going through, man. Fortune Thought. Glad I clicked on this live. He just subscribed. All right.
Fortune Thought.
Okay, and then too, Jay Militant. Them motherfuckers up there with them damn Google cars, man. That shit tripped me the fuck out, man. Motherfucker in traffic, man, and I don't see nobody behind the goddamn steering wheel. Damn. Damn. Well, anyway, but like I said, though,
right? Because the next
yeah, man,
these goddamn Democrats making every excuse for Kamala Harris losing, except the malign neglect of black voters.
Yeah, right. They telling you every goddamn thing, but really, what the fuck is going on? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Brother Shabaka, you like a cup of coffee, baby. A cup of coffee. That's the, when you start talking like, I'm awake.
Well, man, one thing I don't do is that I do not sit at a lunch counter and beg for a cup of coffee. Now, the X-Man told us, and then also too, Brother Chad, I think you did speak on this, is that his family is launching an investigation and wants some accountability about the minister's assassination.
We're gonna get to part 2, so yes.
Yeah, because Dick Gregory had did something on that there well too, just like Dick Gregory had showed that video when Dr. King got assassinated in Memphis, where the dude got up there and said he stepped out the way and they took the shot.
He didn't initially kill him. He died on the way to the hospital.
That's right.
They killed him on the way to the hospital.
Yeah, he was still alive. After they shot him, Martin Luther King was still alive.
Right, and I think they did something to kill him.
Yeah, they suffocated him.
Yeah,
okay, and then like Dick Gregory had said is that they always told you that the shots that killed Malcolm had came from an upward angle, but according to Dick Gregory, the actual bullet wound entries had came from an upward angle. So I definitely hope that the Shabazz family, get to the bottom of that, and then also too to find out is that the Shabazz family, the descendants of Malcolm and the descendants of MLK Jr., they do get together. You know what I'm saying? And I think Attila Shabazz had mentioned that. Yeah, and then also too, and this is going to be my last sentence, to quote Sister Shahrazad Ali.
Yes.
She has stated that, when you Jewish people talk about the Holocaust or during the time of Hitler, nobody says nothing. Then you Native American people, when you all talk about how the white man came out there with smallpox and what have you and killed your babies. So why must we forget about slavery?
Right.
Right. And we can't forget about the Black Holocaust we were still in.
Right.
Even over there in here. We've been in a Black Holocaust for over 400 years.
All right, not to mention the slavery those indigenous tribes put on us too.
Right. That part.
Just like today, today's date, if you look at history, there was a brother that they burned to a stake. And then after he got out the rope, they poured more gasoline on him.
Remember, Shabaka, that's the one that kept posting on your social media page on Facebook?
Yeah.
Taking it down, talking about you was violating community standards.
Oh, they took it down?
Yeah. Shabaka, remember the burning picture of the lynching of the brother? And it was burning him. That's where they took you from.
Oh my God.
What? They took it down.
The atrocities are endless.
Anyway, Shabaka used to post this on his Facebook page, and they used to tell him that he was violating the community standards.
Well, I didn't put the picture up. I put the article up. So we can go. I put the newspaper article up about the brother they got that they burned to a stake. So I didn't put a picture in. I put the newspaper article up with the clipping from the newspaper article.
Oh, Shabaka used to put the actual picture up, and they told him that he was violating community standards.
Well, you know, who hasn't been in jail dealing with Facebook? Really?
Right. Well, they took all my pages down. I don't have no pages. I can't access no page.
I barely got my YouTube page back. And my email at the last part of Justice campaign, they shut my shit clear. I couldn't access my email, my YouTube, anything that was related to any of my shit. I was like, oh, well, dead in the water. Blackout time. Good night.
His name was Preston John Porter Jr. He was only 15 years old.
Yes.
He was lynched in Lemon, Colorado.
Yep, Lyman.
Yeah.
From the Eastern Plains. Yep. That look like Shabaka's back.
Yep. And that happened today, November 16th, 1900, which is not that far away, brothers and sisters.
No, it was yesterday.
I'm just saying, I'm talking about when it actually happened. That's not that far away from the date of 2024.
No. But they want us to think that was so a long time ago, and those type of things don't happen no more.
Hey, trust me.
Yeah, right. They still doing them same things, the brothers and sisters today. They still doing it. Look what they did to the truck driver in North Carolina.
Well, Forging Thought says right here, Jay Militant, remind me during the next slide to tell you about how the duck tried to remove me from my bike at 80 miles an hour today on Highway 80.
Oh,
crazy shit. Whoa.
And then mother said that they just
was you up there in the Sierras?
They just killed three people. You said 3 people just got killed, Queen Mother?
Yeah,
Alabama, Mississippi, and where else? In South Carolina.
That's where my people's from.
Yeah,
all okay, motherfuckers better lock and load.
That way when you on that throw a fucking battery at the windshield. Fair is fair.
Damn.
She said they hung them. They didn't set them on fire. They hung them. And they did it. This just happened.
With that. Yeah, we did. We covered that like last week.
I know you're in the Bay Area, Forging Thought. Yeah.
Yeah, he's in the North Bay. He's in the North Bay.
Part of the Bay. I'm in the Bay Area too. What part of the Bay am I?
Just have me right in your pocket when you drive down on the highway. When a motherfucker try to do some fuck shit, you can go ahead and throw that motherfucker. And just speed on by. Watch that motherfucker windshield crack. Yeah, that's the get. And they want to
probably in Vallejo.
Vallejo, okay.
Yeah, Valley Joe. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, Vallejo is up there in Solano County.
Whatever.
Yeah. What county did they try to remove you?
You got hit him on the road.
You got hit. Oh,
yeah, that motherfucking shit is crazy. As I said, batteries, knives.
I told you it was in Vallejo.
This is Sonoma County. Okay, so
I haven't ever been to Sonoma County.
Okay, Sonoma County. Okay, he's in the 707.
707.
That's the area code.
Yeah, I'm 415.
Right, you're in the city of San Francisco.
You know what I mean?
Yes, 415 707.
Me personally, I got all the time in the world to donate to an
See?
Of dangerous proportions.
I got peoples in California. Yeah.
The Orishas are a high level of velocity with me. I don't like that kind of shit. I'm like, man, I don't get known to follow a motherfucker around.
Blow the whistle. Hey, Parrish, you should play the song. Play the song, Parrish. Play the song.
Yeah, that's very good.
Blow the whistle, Parrish. Play the song. Blow the whistle.
Batteries and nickels.
Yeah, Jay Militant, I remember when the 415 was area code for the whole Bay Area.
Yeah, the 415, the 510, the 707, and there's another one. 216 or something.
45. I would just get creative on this adventure after that. You see where the wind blows you to, and then get out and let the Orishas handle that.
All right, West Coast, let's turn it out. Hey, let's turn it out, West Coast. Let's turn it out.
With an effort portion.
Okay, 415 goes to Marin County, Napa County,
Yep.
Sonoma County. Okay, now Marin County is over there on the north side of the Golden Gate Bridge. Okay, he says he's 40 minutes drive from Frisco on the 101, which will take you across the Golden Gate Bridge.
I let the wind blow me to the right direction.
Thank God you weren't on the highway.
No, but
And then Napa County is next to Sonoma County, and that is bad news for you winos up there because they're getting ready to raise the price on your Boone's Farm and Rot Gut.
Don't nobody want that nasty wine. We need some corn liquor.
I miss the Napa Valley.
Our brothers and sisters, we make our own wine, okay?
Right.
Hey, I'm a very
I don't think they do too much moonshining in California, sister.
Well, you know, we can make our own, okay?
That's right.
Yeah, they got plenty of rot gut for you in California, that Ripple and all that bullshit.
Yeah, Southern Home, that is not wine. No, we make better wine than that. You already know Jack Daniels. That was formed by black men. Jack Daniels.
Oh yeah, JD.
Oh, God.
Okay, he says this is Sonoma County. This box is award winning. Would you say Fortune Thought? Yeah, that's Sonoma County. It's pure wine. Yeah, yes, sir.
That's right. Box wine. Who does that? Who does box wine?
Okay, the Fortune Thought says. Wait a minute. He said he made honey wine. Wait a minute, Fortune Thought. You mean to tell me a motherfucker get fucked up off some honey wine?
He said it's whiskey and me, honey wine. Yes, that's some good stuff right there.
Yeah.
Nah, I just learned something about that.
Yes.
Hey, Fortune Thought. Now you know Kamala's a drunk. Is she a customer for you guys?
Oh my God.
Kamala's a goddamn drunk.
She more than a drunk.
Kamala's a customer.
I don't give a fuck.
Kamala, look, my thing is she like to get down in the bed, but she can't dance.
She can't dance.
She can't dance.
She putting greens in the bathtub.
Greens in the bathtub.
Yeah, who in the entire fuck will wash their greens in a goddamn bathtub? That got me
Somebody
fucked
from
up right
one of those nasty ass countries like India.
God damn. Every time I saw greens all my life, if she's drunk, she ain't never drank with me and the door ain't open for a nasty ass. Damn. Well, you know, Fortune Thought, yeah, Kamala's a high mileage job, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, Kamala's a high mileage job. Goddamn. Shit, I bet you Kamala Harris got more miles on her than my damn van.
Oh my God, she got more miles on her than the damn airport freeway, runway.
Damn. That's a lot of miles.
Oh, well. I'll tell you what it is. Kamala be fucking with them dudes that ain't got no dick. Now, she know what a dude that got some dick, then maybe she stop fucking everybody else.
Damn.
She wasn't right after Low Down Willie Brown.
I can't advocate for the diversity crowd, man. This is black.
The only black man that I know she been with was Low Down Willie Brown.
Yeah, Low Down Willie Brown. Yeah.
Hey, but look at Uncle Luke. Uncle Luke was being a hoe, try to find out if she liked black men, and she's like, she didn't answer.
She shook her head.
She didn't answer. She got all awkward and nervous and gave that low nod, like no.
That's the only thing she shook her head no to.
Yeah. So you know, so she knows she's a front artist. So yeah, no, she don't like you like that.
So moving along, the Democrats are still trying to come to grips with that big ass L we just gave them, black women.
Yeah, well, go and have them take the count. You know what I'm saying? Get the smelling salt. You know what I'm saying? Throw ice upside the motherfucker's head and wake him the fuck up.
Right. So Uncle Phil's gonna give us the update on that.
That's how
Yeah, Fortune Thought, no flat backing for Brown.
Yeah, flat backing for Brown is how she got into politics. Yes, sir. That is correct. Yes, sir. That is
She did it willingly. Willingly. She wanted to do it.
She got to tell it.
Or how politics got into her, whichever. Damn.
Yeah, remember, you might not be in the politics, but
week.
politics is deep into you, and it was definitely deep into her.
Damn.
She's wanted to do it.
My.
Hey, leave her alone. If she wants to get a freak on, let her get a freak on.
Hey, man, I advocate for dick, man.
I ain't mad at her.
Oh my God, y'all are tripping.
Dick solve problems.
We're gonna take y'all word
not pretend dick. You got real dick. That's it solve problems. And not just any kind of dick heals the world, okay? It's you know what it is. I'm not gonna say it because it'd be bad. It'd be bad. Brothers can't know, but you know it goes with them. You can't say any kind of dick.
It has to be that soul code. Now moving along.
Man, she ain't get one of them mandingos. Let me tell you.
Right.
Yeah.
Mandingos, all Harris would have been. She would have blocked no black man up.
Right. It only fixes our problems. It don't fix everybody's problems.
He never had a mandingo.
Right. And she's scared of the mandingo now.
Look, that's why she ain't saying nothing. She is hiding.
She want that old cold hot dog shit. All right, that's up.
So moving on, Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on the Democrats still having a hard time coming to grips with this major L they just took.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of people that still trying to figure out why Vice President Kamala Harris lost this election. She spent $1 billion to just about everybody you could think of and still lost. But they never get to the main reason why she lost the election. Let's go ahead and check this out. They say a winning strategy is hidden in these 4 theories on Harris's loss out of the Washington Post. Now, you say economic populism can make billionaires rather than immigrants. They said the central villain for voters. All right. So they're saying there's a heated debate happening online on television about what Democrats should do after their second loss to Donald Trump. They said the arguments and counter arguments are likely to go on for months and maybe years until the next presidential election. Say, I hope the party eventually lands on proposals to make housing, child care, health care, and other necessities more affordable. I say, along with strong rhetoric attacking the rich and corporations for capturing a growing share of the nation's wealth, while many ordinary Americans struggle. I'm going to tell you right now, attacking corporations is not going to make people vote for you. This is not going to happen. And attacking the rich, it's not going to happen. There's such economic populism doesn't guarantee victory, but it's probably the best option. In other words, yes, trying to get to the bag is really where you should be, especially with black people. All right, so let's start by examining the intra-party debate. So the infighting, of course. There are 4 main explanations being given for Vice President Kamala Harris's defeat. 1, high inflation after the COVID-19 pandemic permanently turned people in the United States and around the world against whomever was in power during the time. So President Joe Biden's polling plunge and the Democrat struggle, they say, in this election were largely out of the party's control. That is a complete lie. Why did you write that? That's the perspective of many liberal Democrats and Democratic Party officials. Lots of political scientists also hold this view. I'm going to tell you right now that is wrong. You cannot blame for that. No, what it was, nobody's kitchen table issues, grocery store prices, right? Food prices, food costs. They're discussing gas prices. They're discussing high insurance costs, whether it's health insurance, car insurance, homeowners insurance. All the different insurance costs just went skyrocketing. Has nothing to do with that at all. If you would have handled things right after the pandemic, then Vice President Kamala Harris would be president right now. But they did not handle it right. They handled it completely wrong. So let's just make sure we go ahead and establish that. So if y'all discussing that in the DNC, you're wrong. Let's get to the second one. Number 2, Trump successfully appealed to the patriarchal, anti-black, and pro-white sentiments held by many voters, including some of color. Black liberal commentators in particular have made this case They argue that the Democrat Party embodies a multicultural nation that many Americans reject, and that Harris's identities as both a woman and a racial minority further amplified these cultural tensions. You're wrong once again. Wow, you're wrong twice. That has nothing to do with it. Beyond with you, people don't have an issue with multiracial anything. If you look at the campaign with Donald Trump, he was talking to Latinos. He had talked to black men for sure. He was talking to everybody. He went to the NABJ. You can't get more black than a National Association of Black Journalists, right? So no, the deal on this particular election, people were tired of the extreme far left progressives. When y'all sit up here and saying that, especially in California, you could talk to other people's children that you don't take care of, that you didn't have, that you didn't rear, and you could talk to them about gender reassignment surgeries, and if a parent say something about it, y'all can take them with CPS and you know these trans in women's biological women's sports and pushing that the trans agenda. Then the immigration, you know, just throwing migrants in our American cities. That's the Democrat Party. Then pushing all this abortion, like that's important or something. That's more, look, y'all, the way y'all was pushing it was abortion, trans, and all that immigration. That's more important than the American people. That's why y'all lost. Listen, if you're going to be honest about why you lost, just be honest, because you can't fix nothing if you're not honest, right? That's like going to your doctor saying what's wrong with you, and you trying to say everything else. You really know what was wrong with you, but you won't tell your doctor your symptoms or whatever the case may be. You won't tell them anything, right? So you're not being honest twice. The pandemic had nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with multiracial, multicultural, because if you look at the exit polls, and we have looked at those exit polls before, more other groups of people outside of white voted for Trump this time than they did in 2016. So clearly, how is it all those other groups of people voted? You say, oh, it's anti-black. Okay, the black people that voted for Trump, are you saying they anti-black and they pro-white? I don't think so. Not at all. Well, let's get to a third one. The Biden administration, and particularly the Harris campaign, didn't attack the rich and corporations enough and spent too much time bashing Trump for the January 6th attack, instead of focusing more on America's economic frustrations. So this sentiment is coming largely from leftists who are more aligned with Senator Bernie Sanders. Now, I will say this. Yes, she did attack Trump too much or bash Trump too much. And you have to understand, when you bash a person too much, you're giving them free promotion. And you mention them so much that, man, he must be a powerful person if he's doing all this. Then, once again, attacking the rich and corporations is not enough. Now, he said this sentiment, he said instead of focusing more on Americans' economic frustration, well, here's the problem with that, sir. If you focus on America's economic frustrations, guess who was responsible? The Biden-Harris administration. So how could she really focus on people's economic frustrations when she was the cause of it? It's kind of hard to do that. Trump not in office. If Trump was in office and we had the same problem, Trump behind would have been voted out too, because he messed up the economy. It's just really what it is. What made people want to vote for Trump? They said, man, during Trump, we were living better. We had lower prices. We had this. We had no wars. That's why. It's just that simple, right? So how could she really focus on that unless she was willing to throw Biden underneath the button and say, he ruined the economy. I'm going to try to do this to fix it, but it was all him. She wasn't going to do that. Let's call it what it is. Now let's get to the fourth one. Many centrist Democrats argue the party is too left on transgender rights, immigration, and other issues tied to identity and race. Centrist Democrats are correct, because y'all have went so far to the left that even people who, we talk about Democrats, there were Democrats that voted for Trump this time around. A lot of Democrats, registered Democrats, voted for Trump because y'all went too far with that. Y'all went too far. And y'all so far left now, you can't even see your way back. And that's why the party has been broken into 1,000 pieces. And you want to talk about Bernie Sanders? I didn't hear Bernie Sanders talking about a bunch of trans anything or abortions. I heard him talking about working class. I heard him talking about making a rich pay their fair share. You know, I've heard things like that, right? Medicare for all. I've heard Bernie Sanders talk like that, but he was talking like the way that y'all have been talking this party. I didn't hear Bernie Sanders talking about all this mass illegal immigration. I never heard Bernie Sanders say that. So you can't put that on Bernie Sanders, okay? Well, what I'm saying here is y'all have to admit you're too far to the left. And when you remember when I said in my live stream that this party has been broken into 1,000 pieces. It's like glass shattering. You got 1,000 pieces of glass all on the ground. They gotta basically start over from scratch. When something is shattered, when you break something, you have to get something new. You got to clean it up and start over from scratch. And the Democrat Party, if you think you're going to try to rebuild it on the same building blocks, you're not going to win. People do not want the country too far to the left, and they don't want the country too far to the right. Because what ends up happening is when you're too far to the left, you're going to get the pendulum swinging back to the right. If you're too far to the right, you get the pendulum swinging back to the left. That's just the way it goes. You do better, Democrats will do better with a centrist candidate who can navigate some of what the party want, but not be extreme with it. You know what I'm saying? So you can be about equality. You can be about, inclusion of all people, right? All Americans, and brand it as an inclusion of all Americans. You can be about closing a racial wealth gap. You can be about making sure, the police doesn't do anything outside of what they're supposed to be doing, right? You can do it. You can promote all those things. You don't have to be extreme in no position and mean what you say. You can be about, hey, I want Americans to make money. I want Americans to be educated. Hey, I want to get, the skilled trades going. The Democrats used to be the party of the working class and the middle class, and they got away from that. They became the party of every alternative lifestyle. They became the party of the elites and the Hollywood elite and the music industry elite and the banking elite. They became the party of the elites. Let's just call it what it is. And they got so far away from what I remember Democrats used to be growing up as a party of the working class and the middle class, right? And that's what they wanted to promote. That's what their voter base was. And they got away from that. And they replaced it with all kind of other things that nobody even recognized. Yeah, y'all, listen, Democrats is the reason why Republicans won. Because you got away from your roots. You go back to your roots, go back to enforcing, the laws. Throw that illegal immigration in the trash. Throw that in the trash. Stop promoting, telling people about abortion and all that stuff. Throw that in the trash. And get back to say, hey, we're going to make some money in this country. I want every family to have a home. I want every family to have a car. I want every family to have a good paying job where they ain't got to work 3-4 jobs. You know what I'm saying? You want, run on the American dream. Say no. In my presidency, we're going to fix this. We're going to eradicate the bad stuff in health. That's the only way you can do it. Anything more than that, you're not going to win. You're not. You're going to have real men in the Democrat Party. The day of the sassy and buck-broken man be in the face. You will lose elections. Because you have to understand the Republican Party looks very attractive to men because they don't see a bunch of sassy and buck-broken men running anything. They see actually men who got wives, men who are traditional men that no matter where you agree with these men or not, they're trying to stand on business, no matter where they come from. That's attractive to a lot of men. And you mentioned about online, the majority, every analytic I have, mine is majority men. A lot of men are online looking at things. So when you communicate messages, it can't be with the sassy and buck broken. It's not gonna work. That day of the sassy and buck broken being the face of something, definitely anything relating to men, that's over. The resurgence of the traditional man is here. The traditional man is back, baby. The traditional masculine man who want to take care of his family, raise his children, do everything that men's supposed to do, he's back. And he's not going nowhere. And he gotta be in his right position, the traditional man, and dominate. That's what men's supposed to do. So men can take care of the women. So men can take care of the children. That's really what it is. And if y'all not willing to get on that tip in the Democrat Party, you're going to lose 2026 and 2028 and anything else you're going to be running on. You're going to lose. I'm telling you, you continue what you're doing, you're going to have President J.D. Vance. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. Because I won't vote for any party that's promoting anti-family values. I won't do it. Because I have a family. Why would I vote against the values that I have for my own family? I'm a husband. I have a wife. I have children, grown and, little. Why would I promote anything that would harm the traditional family? I'm not going to vote for that or promote that on any of my platforms that I have. No, not at all. So you got it all wrong, sir. And then let me get to the main thing that you did wrong in this election, which should have been your number 5, but should have been your number 1. You decided to throw all your weight behind immigration and immigrants and neglected your base. Who's your base? You're Black Americans. Black Americans have always been your base, and you have played benign neglect so long. And what happened in this election is that a lot of Black Americans sat it out. A significant amount of Black Americans voted for Trump. Now you look at them exit polls, say, oh, it's just 21% of Black men. Yeah, but you quantify that in the votes. That's a lot of votes. That's a lot. You neglected your base. If you had neglected your base, if you had just done one thing in those 4 years for Black Americans, if you would have promoted the reparations in California and Gavin Newsom did the reparations in California and say, hey, we're going to push this on the federal level, but you got to get us the House and got to get us the Senate. It would be a Democrat House. It would be a Democrat Senate, and you would have had Kamala Harris as the president. I promise you that would have happened. But this is the fault of the Democrat Party, that you did not prioritize your base, who always showed up for you, who always were loyal to you, and not get nothing in return. And now that base is crumbling, and without the Black American, you cannot win an election. You can't. You think, and like I said, you think you're going to court immigrants or the Hispanic community? Good luck with that one. Because Hispanics, most of them are conservative anyway. They're conservative in their own countries. So why would they come up here with liberalism? It's not what they do. A lot of them are Catholic. And being Catholic, you're going to be a conservative. It's just bottom line. Because what y'all promote, Catholics are not, we talking about devout Catholics. They're not down with abortion. They're not down with all of the LGBT. They're not down with those two subjects. They're not. So you turn off all the Catholics. We're talking about devout Catholics who follow, the religion, right? Who go to mass and all of that. They're not down with that. So how you think? And Latinos, a lot of them want to make their money. They want, a lot of them believe in having businesses. That you're not attractive for them either. And a lot of Latino men, they call it macho, but it's just they believe in being a man. Let's call it what it is. So how you going to attract Latinos? That's just not going to happen. You're going to have to, once again, restructure your whole party. And I don't know if you're willing to do that as of yet. Until somebody come in there and really give y'all some assessment. And I'm going to tell you what, Barack Obama, leave him in Martha's Vineyard. Keep him away. Let him go the way of George W. Bush. See how George W. Bush don't get involved with nothing? He don't even comment on nothing. He just do his thing. That's how I got to do with Obama. Obama is not a kingmaker. That's not what he is. So y'all have to get away from the Obama brand of Democrat and redo it the way you see it today. You understand? See, I don't know if Democrats are ready for that. I don't know. And these podcasts y'all talking about is why people, why people listen to these podcasts? Because we keep it real. We don't run agendas. We don't do any of that. You understand? So if you keep neglecting Black people are going to continue to go more over and vote for the other side, because Black people got to have a political home somewhere. Now, I believe in being politically independent. So if the Democrats do something that can support Black people, I vote for them. If the Republicans do something that can support Black people, I vote for them. I have people say, oh, you just hate Democrats. Not true. because in this election, this past election, I voted for 19 Republicans and 17 Democrats in this election. And most of the Democrats I did vote for were local, like local judges and state, state House and Senate positions, and tax assessor, stuff like that. People that I know or have a good record in the community. Okay, I voted for them. So I vote for Democrats and Republicans. I have no hatred for no party. But when it comes on that national party, though, the national side is But if Democrats are serious, then they'll fix themselves.
Right. So again, Democrats, you only have yourselves to blame. Sister Desiree, are you still with us? Your mic is muted. Hello? Sister Anaya.
Yeah, my thing is, hey, it's over. The fat lady saying, don't nobody want to hear anything else.
Right. Come with the tangibles or prepare to keep losing elections, Democrats. Quit neglecting your base.
Right. They're just procrastinating on what really needs to be discussed. And I'm kind of looking forward to Trump actually, being his position, because this is some BS and they know it. Yeah. It's a distraction on what really needs to be done. What needs to be done is that, brothers and sisters, we have to, make sure we can protect ourselves, protect our families, and also stand our ground and do everything we need to do for ourselves. One of the quotes that was said tonight in the UNIA was, you experience racism because you depend on it. We have to depend on ourselves. We are all we have. We can't allow these distractions to take our focus off on what needs to be done for our brothers and sisters and our communities. And never forget our children.
Right. Well, that's our future, so we can't forget them.
That's right. That's our future. And one day we're going to be the ancestors. They're going to be pouring libations for us.
That's right. So you got to give them something to be proud about.
Proud about, and we got to give them those tangibles.
That's right. Something that can pass down intergenerational.
Generation to generation. Slavery is over.
Right. And we have divorced and got off the Democratic plantation. So we said that the Democrats were going to be getting rid of their shills. So Vanessa Jones, knows he about to get his walking papers from CNN. So he's going off on the Democrats, talking about basically, y'all get this to yourselves. You only have yourselves to blame. He trying to save face before they kick his ass off. So I'm gonna play that next. And that's a primary of Reparations. It's funny through that I was crying when Trump won the first time, and he cried again when Joe Biden, Sleepy Jim Crow Biden, stepped down from the race. So, but the Chris TD Media Group is going to give us the update on that. Share screen. Let me take you to the graphics.
Flying, okay? Van Jones is out here on CNN and talking crazy, telling too much truth about the Democrats against Donald Trump, and this is hilarious. Why do I say Van Jones is about to get fired? Well, here's the thing. For those of you who don't know, Reports came out yesterday that MSNBC and CNN's ratings are falling like a brick out of the sky. The ratings are down 50+%. MSNBC is apparently close to possibly even being for sale. We'll get into that in another video. I got a Joy Reid video that I'm going to drop after this one. But coming back to CNN, they fired like somewhere around 100 odd people over the summer, and now they're looking at another a block of layoffs where they're looking at firing a whole bunch of people post-election because they went from, at one point in time, I believe in 2016, they had up to 13 million people watching them on election day. In 2024, they had only 800,000. They went from 13 million viewers to 800,000 viewers. That is pathetic. That is a catastrophic fall off, and the ratings keep tanking. So now they're talking about massive layoffs, and some of the stars of the channel may be going as well. And Van Jones, by his actions here, is clearly telling us that he's one of them. He knows he's getting fired, and he doesn't give a flying okay. He does not care. Here's the first clip I want to play for you. Then I got another clip afterwards. Let me play this clip. This is the body bag clip. I don't know. Some of you guys might be familiar with this clip. Some of you might not. It's hilarious. But go ahead, Van. He don't care.
We were making fun of Donald Trump for having thrown away his ground game and doing some weird stuff online. We thought that they were idiots. It turned out we were the idiots. We woke up in a body bag because while we were knocking on doors, they were making these phones into 24-hour-a-day political weapons for themselves. And so we got outflanked, outplayed, outbeat by people who told us the whole time that they knew what they were doing. And people are mad. And Future Forward, all these different groups that vacuumed up all this money and told everybody to sit down and shut up are going to be in for an accountability session from the grassroots, and it is coming.
I remember. He said we woke up in a body bag. Now, for some of you, that might not seem like the biggest deal in the world. And it didn't at first to me too. When I first saw it, I chuckled. I was like, dang, all right, go ahead, man. You know, just tell the truth. You know, Democrats woke up in a body bag the next morning after that landslide and the bloodbath, by Donald Trump, right? But then this clip surfaced yesterday. And oh my God, you can see the body language in Van, the facial expression. This ninja don't give a flying okay. Check this out right now, man. I know I'm not tripping. This brother's getting fired and he knows it, and he don't care.
If you're the Democrats, what are you going to do for the next 2 years? How do you regroup?
Therapy. We're all going to therapy. I don't know why are we here? There's nothing. If you're a Democrat, all we can say is we hope that Susie decides that she's going to take a long vacation, that they hire some terrible people and make some mistakes to give us a chance. Right now, they have everything. They got the Supreme Court, they got the Electoral College, they got the House, they got the.
Look at her face in the middle. She's looking like, Van, please stop. Don't do it. Don't do it. Van Jones can care less. Van Jones said,
interacted with him, met him.
His next question.
He said, we ain't doing this. It's next question.
See, everything else. I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to tarry.
Van Jones don't got no time to tarry at all. And her facial expression says it all in the middle. In the middle. This video ain't done yet. I'm just saying, she's looking like, Van, you about to mess around and get us both in trouble. Okay? I know you getting fired and you don't care. Bro, you about to mess around and get me fired too. She looked nervous as I don't know what. I'm going to take it from the top and I won't say nothing. At least I'll try not to interrupt. Okay, I'll try not to.
If you're the Democrats, what are you going to do for the next 2 years? How do you regroup?
Therapy. We're all going to therapy. I don't know why are we here? There's nothing. If you're a Democrat,
he said, "I'm sorry." He said, "Why are we even here?" Like,
well, see everything else. I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to tarry.
He said, "Why did I even show up to work today? Like, what are we talking about right now?"
All we can say is we hope that Susie decides that she's going to take a long vacation, that they hire some terrible people and make some mistakes to give us a chance. Right now, they have everything. They got the Supreme Court, they got the Electoral College, they got the House, they got the Senate, they got the popular vote, and we're just sitting here with the dunce cap on. This time last week, we thought we were the smartest people in the world. We thought Donald Trump was an idiot. We thought his campaign made no sense, and it turned out they were smarter than us. And we don't have anything to say. I can sit here and pretend.
Hey, why he going off? He said we woke up in a body bag in the other video. He said, now we sit here with a dunce cap. We thought we were the smartest people in the world. Turned out we didn't know anything at all. He going off. This man is going off.
And then they got the popular vote, and we're just sitting here with the dunce cap on. This time last week, we thought we were the smartest people in the world. We thought Donald Trump was an idiot. We thought his campaign made no sense, and it turned out they were smarter than us. And we don't have anything to say. I can sit here and pretend I know something. Here's what I know. Everybody I know is miserable. Everybody's on these Zoom calls. Nobody's got any good ideas, and it's going to take us a while to figure this out.
Everything else. I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to Terry.
He said, I'm not about to sit here like I know something. One thing I do know is that everybody's miserable. We sitting here on these Zoom calls, don't nobody know what to say. This ninja is cooked. Van Jones is about to be out of here. This video's not even done yet. Hold on. It might be. Let me take it from the top. Not the top, but just from the part one more time where Van started cooking. That man was cooking.
Vote, and we're just sitting here with the dunce cap on. This time last week, we thought we were the smartest people in the world. We thought Donald Trump was an idiot. We thought his campaign made no sense, and it turned out they were smarter than us. And we don't have anything to say. I can sit here and pretend I know something. Here's what I know. Everybody I know is miserable. Everybody's on these Zoom calls. Nobody's got any good ideas, and it's going to take us a while to figure this out. I'm not good at coming here and faking and pretending no, we got whooped.
Man, you're gonna go to the spa. You need a massage and a cucumber water.
I agree. And a cookie.
That's right.
All right.
For y'all who don't know, that's Scott Jennings. They're like Republican correspondent. And even Scott Jennings was like, bro, you gotta chill. You sound and seem stressed out. Even the Republican, the resident, token Republican on the panel was like, yo, my man, like, you look like you're going through it right now, bro. You might want to go to the spa, get a little cucumber water, and just relax yourself. Get some green tea or some chamomile tea. Maybe take some, what's it called, melatonin, take a nap, get a good night's sleep. But yeah, man, he knows he's out of here. I want to hear Scott Jennings one more time. And I keep telling you guys, I'm not going to keep replaying it over and over again. You guys can, rewatch the video after the fact, but that woman in the middle looked like, I do not want to get in trouble behind Van Jones. Up here acting a whole fool.
Making it pretending no, we got whooped.
Van said, I'm not good at coming in here and faking and pretending. Now, we know that that's not true, but I guess it hits a little bit different this time when Kamala loses in a landslide and you about to get fired.
Figure this out. I'm not good at coming here and faking and pretending no, we got whooped.
Man, you're gonna go to the spa. You need a massage and a cucumber water.
I agree. And a cookie.
That's right.
All right.
That boy cooked and could care less. He cooked and could care less. He must still have some of that $100 million Jeff Bezos money. So he not worried about it, man. Go ahead and break some bread over here with me, man. Go ahead and throw me a little super chat next time I go live. Anyways, that's all I got for you guys. I'll holler at you guys later. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button on your way. Hear us, I think, 92?
All right.
Look, man, Van Jones about to get fired, and he doesn't.
Sister Anaya, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. So if people don't realize that Van Jones has other businesses and stuff that he does besides, him being that commentator. And he also is a member of AmeriCorps as well.
Oh, okay. Well, he can go back to doing that. Because he about to lose his job at CNN. They about to give all them shields they walking papers.
Well, Van Jones turned around and all of a sudden, he want to be in the mix. He turned around. He's doing some stuff with solar energy and stuff, which I found is, very good, very profitable, very, very good for the Black community. But
yeah,
Van Jones turned around and he married a troglodyte.
Yeah.
So what are you supposed to actually do with that?
Nothing, and he is a bad representation black manhood on air, on screen, like you're still crying every 5 minutes. And they was calling Vanessa Jones. Every time something don't happen, go his way, he start crying.
And one good thing that he didn't cry this time.
Yeah, this is the only time he ain't cried. When Sleepy Jim Crow Biden stepped down, he was crying.
I mean, I think it's an honor that instead of him getting fired, if he want to be a man, resign.
Right. Yeah, resign. He could do that too. Yeah. But he see the writings on the wall. They about to give him his wall.
Yeah, the writing's been on the wall.
Yeah.
And that goes for Roland Martin as well.
He got fired from CNN.
Roland Martin as well.
Roland Martin was begging to get his job back at CNN for like 8 years. But they fired him in 2016, 2015, something like that. And ever since he's been begging to try to get his job back. So yeah, all them shills about to get their walking papers. We told you so. Can't say you wasn't warned, Democratic shills. We told you this was gonna be it, and y'all was gonna be in the unemployment line. And it's happening because y'all were lost. Y'all did all that shilling, all that shame, blaming, and explaining, and it didn't pay off. And now you about to get your walking paper. They're about to give you the pink slip. And rightfully so, because you don't control the narrative no more. They only hired you to get the black vote. You didn't come through. You didn't get black people to come through and vote for them. So they have no use for you no more. Like Professor Black Truth always says, white supremacy always breaks their tools. And these tools is about to be broken.
Yep.
So moving along, we got President Sleepy Jim Crow Biden was overjoyed meeting President Trump in Oval Office after Democrats betrayed him. They did betray him. They definitely stuck the knife in his back. They said, we're going to invoke the 25th Amendment on you unless you step in. That was a straight up coup they pulled. And now they're paying for it. Uncle Phil is going to give us the update on this.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump went to the White House today, a little earlier today, and he had his meeting with President Joe Biden at the White House. And to say that, they was at each other's throats so much and all of that. And today people look like that Joe Biden was just so joyful. He got some of the joy and vibes from Vice President Kamala Harris. So I want to go on and let you see this and also take a look at a couple of pictures to kind of see what's up with Joe Biden. But I maybe I have a little idea why he's so happy. So let's go ahead and cue this up.
Mr. President-elect and former President, thank you. Donald, congratulations. Thank you. And looking forward to having like we said, a smooth transition. Do everything we can to make sure you're accommodated, what you need. And we're going to get a chance to talk about some of that today. So good. Welcome.
Thank you. And, thank you very much. And politics is tough. And it's in many cases not a very nice world, but it is a nice world today. And I appreciate it very much. A transition that's so smooth, it'll be as smooth as it can get. And I very much appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's look at this first picture here real quick. So this is Joe Biden and of course Donald Trump and his wife Jill Biden, and they just look like they just taking a nice photo together. Did all the things that Donald Trump said about him, but yet when we saw her with Kamala, she had a stone face. She didn't want to say nothing to her. She didn't want to look at her. When Biden and her had to go do something recently, he wasn't even staring at her. But yet it looks like he's happy here with Trump. Why is that, ladies and gentlemen? Then, as we continue here, looking at some of these pictures, See Biden again. He's walking, smiling. He don't look like he's upset about anything. But even after she lost the election, he did a speech. He was smiling about that too. Wonder why he was smiling. And then we'll come up on some more pictures here. Of course, in the Oval Office there, he's smiling. Biden is just, hey, he just with his good old pal, Donald Trump. Now, let's find out why would he be smiling so much? I'm going to tell you why Biden is smiling so much. See, let's go back some months ago. Joe Biden had got 14 million votes. Joe Biden went through the primary. 14 million people said, I want Joe Biden to be the Democrat nominee. And then you go to the June debate with Donald Trump. And then after that debate, a lot of Democrats say, oh, no, he got to go. He got to go. He got to go. He said, no, I'm staying in. I can beat Donald Trump. I'm staying. I want to have a second term. Okay. Then you heard the story about George Clooney and the donors getting together and saying they're not going to donate no more money if he stay in. And Nancy Pelosi got involved and Barack Obama got involved and everybody convinced him to drop out the race. And they forced him out. A man that he got 14 million votes. 14 million. They forced him out. They installed Vice President Kamala Harris in that position. Not only that, she took all his money that he had in his campaign and then added to her, and then they raised more money to the point that she had over $1 billion. Joe Biden was not happy about that. Neither his wife, Jill Biden, was happy about that. We even know that Joe Biden was supposedly joking with somebody that put on a Trump hat. Then on election day, wear all red, which you never see her wearing all red, but on election day, she wore all red. It makes me think that she voted for Trump. And maybe that makes me think Biden also voted for Trump. Why would they even be loyal to the Democrat Party at this point when they forced them out? He didn't choose to go out on his own. The Democrat Party forced him out. And now imagine watching her take all your money that you raised. She's now been anointed the Democrat nominee, didn't get a single primary vote, didn't get a one. The delegates put her as the nominee over you. If you remember when he at the DNC, he did his speech, he left, and you didn't see him no more. You didn't see him. They didn't want him on the campaign trail, none of that. So it makes me think this man was like, man, I hope Donald Trump beat her in this election. And after Donald Trump did beat her hard, beat her pretty good in this election, Trump up there like, hey, man, welcome, man. Like he's just smiling. Biden is smiling. It's like, that's what they get. They want to force me out. Now, none of us getting it. I'd rather Trump be president than her. Is it because how dare they try to throw me out? I mean, just imagine how he felt about that. Just imagine. So yeah, that's why I think he was happy, because mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. If I can't be president, she ain't being it. I'd rather Trump be president than her. She need to go home like I'm gonna go home. And that's really why he was smiling, ladies and gentlemen. That's definitely really why he was smiling, for sure. Because there was no reason for him to be smiling like that with Trump. Trump said all kind of crazy things about him. And he like, man, sometimes you throw some things to the side sometimes just for the greater good, because the bigger principle was he felt Kamala betrayed him. And she didn't get away with it. And if Kamala was actually smart, she would have said, no, I don't want to be the nominee. I'm going to stick with Joe. Okay. And if y'all pick somebody, y'all force him out, y'all do it to somebody else. I'm not being a part of that, because I'm loyal to this administration. That'll make her look better. Then she could have came and ran in 2028 if she wanted to run. But she didn't want to do that. But she don't really have a lot of integrity in a lot of ways either. But yeah, your boy Biden was happy, ladies and gentlemen. He was happy, and that was funny. That was funny. Everybody was online talking about, man, Biden must have voted for Trump. Well, how happy he was, but now he had to get his lick back on Kamala. That's what it is, in my opinion. But let me know what y'all think about that, because yeah. Kamala thought she was gonna get that presidency real easy, and she lost big.
Right on the field, she lost big time. So Biden got the last laugh. Basically, he's like, if I can't have it, you can't have it either. You probably did vote for it.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, more and more fallout is happening about how the Vice President Kamala Harris campaign spent that $1 billion. And
so yeah, he was definitely happy that Kamala didn't get in. And so were we, because we told you, Democrats, y'all did not practice what you preach. Y'all kept talking about democracy, and we need to preserve the democracy, and this ain't even a democracy. First of all, it's a constitutional republic. But this idea of democracy y'all keep talking about, y'all didn't even practice it. Y'all didn't even have a full primary. Y'all didn't have a primary at all. And like you said, Uncle Sleepy Jim Crow Biden got 14 million votes. Kamala didn't get no votes. She didn't get no votes when she ran in 2019 either. She's a lame duck candidate. She was a bad candidate to begin with. And y'all should be ashamed of yourselves on how y'all did Sleepy Jim Crow Biden. So, once again, you only have yourselves to blame, Democrats. So moving along, VP Kamala Harris paid Reverend Al Sharpton $50,000, excuse me, $500,000, $500,000 for Black outreach, and still lost. So I'm still going to give us an update on that too.
And the latest person who got a bag off of Vice President Kamala Harris is Al Sharpton. Oh, Al Sharpton got paid some good money. So let's go ahead on and, get into this. All right. So they talking about the conservatives are outraged at MSNBC silence. Like MSNBC hid this information. It said Al Sharpton took $500,000 from Kamala and did an interview. All right. So they're talking about conservatives are slamming MSNBC after host Reverend Al Sharpton said the Harris campaign weeks before a gushing interview. As Sharpton sit down with the vice president last month, drew scrutiny for his softball questioning with the conservative Washington Free Beacon, releasing campaign finance records claiming his nonprofit was paid handsomely before the gig. So, she passed him $500,000, y'all. Okay. So they say billionaire hedge fund manager and Trump supporter Bill Ackman led the charge, telling Megyn Kelly on her show this week the payments were an attempt to manipulate the audience. They said another critic questioned, they said, aren't political campaigns supposed to get donations? And so they said Harris campaign allegedly gave two $250,000 payments to Sharpton's National Action Network on September 5 and October 1. And on October 20, Sharpton went on to praise Harris' extraordinary historic campaign in a gushing interview, branded Trump as hostile and erratic. It's an MSNBC stayed silent over the payment despite suspending Morning Joe host Joe Scarborough in 2010 for making a $4,000 in campaign donations. Well, here's the thing. Al didn't make a donation. He received money, okay? And Al has a nonprofit, so that's totally different. Like, we got to just keep the facts of what they are. And say the payment to Sharpton's organization came as part of a $5.4 million fund the Harris campaign dished out to Black and Hispanic advocacy groups, ostensibly, it said, to help bolster her candidacy among minority voters, which didn't work, obviously. It said, however, the moves spectacularly failed as Harris struggled among key demographics, including losing 7%, let's say, of Hispanic voters and 8% of Black voters compared to Joe Biden's 2020 totals. And so after the payments to Sharpton came to light, the scandal led to claims of favoritism and clear lack of impartiality on Sharpton's part, which began even before his interview with Harris. Okay. So we know that all of them did softball questions to her. We all know this. That's nothing new. So all mad about it and all that. Now, this is the thing. I'm not tripping about what they're talking about, the conservatives, they mad that Al Sharpton's organization got the money. That's not where I'm going with this. I am going to talk about the money, though. How many times have we told y'all these Democrat shills are being paid to do what they're doing. And Al Sharpton was paid $500,000 to his nonprofit, of course, not directly to him, but we know it goes to him, of course. But his nonprofit was paid $500,000 to be selling Democrat and Kamala Harris to black people. Remember, she did this to try to get black folks and Hispanic people to vote for her. These Democrat shields that was crashing out, they were getting paid. We've been saying this. And now the evidence is all coming out now about who getting money. These celebrities that was telling us about her, Oprah got $1 million and tried to hide it when she got 2 payments of $1,000, right? Wanted to lie and say, I didn't get paid. You did get paid. What are you talking about? Who owns Harpo? Somebody else?
Right, that part.
So these Democrat shields, they always on the take. And that's the thing. It was a waste of money and time. These people don't really move the needle enough to influence black people. That's the thing. Whoever was consulting her, don't hire them not even to influence a dog to change his food, because these people don't know what they're talking about. The things that she should have went to, she didn't go to, right? Like the first time when Trump went to the NHBJ, she should have been there. There's no way that if I had to advise her or anything, tell her to miss that. No. You need to be at every black event out there. That Al Smith dinner. You don't miss something like that and send a, like, no, you be there. Your fellow Democrats was even there. You be there. She was offending people left and right, and how she was moving. All this money everybody was getting out the deal, right? Everybody getting money. But she still lost. See, these Democrat shields right now don't know what to do, because you have to understand, the Democrats lost a lot of money on these shields. And they all, listen, I know they're scared because they have no use for them no more. The Democrat Party has been broken into 1,000 pieces right now. And the Democrats gonna have to pick up those pieces and realign the party. And listen, Democrats, I'm gonna tell you, okay? All the Democrat shields that you have right now, all of them, especially the black ones, get rid of them all. They're too tainted. They cannot be with the new realignment of the party. They have no influence on anybody. Nobody listens to them. They went just crazy during this campaign cycle. So if you want to rebuild your party, you got to clean sweep everybody out the way. Everybody got to go, and you got to bring in a new crop of people who don't have who actually has some sort of respect in the black community. You can't be left-wing progressive. That got to go. You got to be more centrist. You got to think about not being misandrist anymore. Okay? You need men in your party, right? To promote, hey, this is a party for men and all that stuff too, right? You basically gonna have to compete. And if you do not compete with the Republicans in that, you will lose in 2028, and anything else you're gonna lose too. But Al Sharpton has no influence on anybody except maybe people in his age group. But the younger people who the Democrats want, you're not going to get them. You understand? Boulay Martin and Ricky Smiley and D.L. Hughley and all them, they have no influence. It don't matter what win with black men summit on BET, they have no influence. They're speaking to an echo chamber. They're not reaching new people because the new people don't want to hear what they're selling. Because we hear and see the BS before you even get started. We know what they're going to say. And that's really what it is. So Democrats, I'm telling you, and I know you're listening, let all the shields go that you have. Let them all go. It was a good ride, but we're doing something different now. Cut them all off. Cut them off. And then start from scratch. That's it. And if you're not willing to do that, you're going to lose. If you continue to attack black people, black men, if you continue to be a misandrist, if you continue with this cussing out people who could vote for you, I mean, I don't understand the strategy of that one. If you continue with that, you will never win an election. I'm telling you, start over. But giving Al Sharpton $500,000, giving Oprah $1 million, that was such a waste of money. Such a waste. When y'all go back and look at this election, y'all go like, what in the hell did we do? Why did we spend all this money and to lose this badly? Let you know, black people don't want to hear no entertainers just shaking their butt. Beyonce has no political capital with nobody. Glorilla, I like Glorilla and everything, but I don't want to hear Glorilla was talking about politics. I listen to Glorilla when I'm in the gym. You know what I'm saying? That's far as Glorilla go with me is in the gym. Other than that, I don't listen to Glorilla like that. And that's just bottom line. Most black people ain't listening to no Glorilla when it's time to talk about politics.
Right.
Or Megan Thee Stallion or Cardi B. Cardi B can't even talk. Right. She can't even speak at all. Y'all got the worst person to speak. Cardi B. My Lord. There's plenty of entertainers actually can use the English language very well. But Cardi B is not one of them. And y'all know that. Y'all know the videos this woman put out and said and like, but that's the woman y'all paid money to. That woman. Such a waste of time.
Right.
But that's my advice to Democrats. Get rid of all your shields. Tell the shields you're fired. Go somewhere else. Do your own thing. Of course, they're going to try to shut y'all. Say the whole time they were talking down on black people. Like, they're going to do that. But if you want to restructure your party, the shields got to go. No more money to the shields. Like I say, if you want to win, that's just my advice. But yeah, Al Sharpton got a bag. He got a bag, and it is what it is. On that, you know, Al still doing with Al because Al been.
Democrats. Ha. It was either the National Action Network or one of those organizations. You know, he got a long record of embezzling money from these organizations. Remember that video that Uncle Phil used to play of him getting beat up on stage? Yeah. Was that Arnie Terrell had knocked him on his behind? Tails back. What are your thoughts on Al Sharpton getting $500,000 for Blacc? For Blacc voter outreach. I'm gonna have to go home.
I got a couple of things. I have a couple of thoughts. Man, we said it from like 2-3 years ago. We wanted the whole two-party system to fucking crash and burn in a fiery blaze of glory, of non-glory, shame, and dismay. You know, we wanted that to happen. We want, you know, naturally, who wouldn't want a full political purge of fucking the old, out with the old and in with the fucking creative and new, and fucking somebody know how to redo shit. I have a couple of things to say. We knew that the Democrats, especially when Harris had decided to run, we knew that they were hiring for any motherfucking influencer with a big enough platform. They were going to give out money. And we knew that was happening all over TikTok, whether they did it in the rallies, whatever. We knew that was going to happen. We knew that motherfuckers were going to get out there and accept the money, which is kind of sellout-ish. You know, you look like a real sellout. But not only that, but now at this point in the game, everything that your equity with black people has dropped.
Are you ready to visit the motherland to relax and rejuvenate?
You know, your stock, everything is kind of went down in the shitter right there because you backed the wrong horse. literally, silky press and all. You backed the wrong horse. You got behind here. That was major pandering, and it's major treasonous shit when you tell actual everyday black folk about, you telling them a fake bill of goods, and you're pandering the same old weak fucking message. It never goes nowhere. It's another 4 years of benign neglect and fucking shame and dismay. You know what I mean? And it's really bad. And that's what they were offering. That's what they wanted to give us. And yes, the numbers kind of all reflect similar candidates like Trump and like Clinton. They all kind of resonate somewhere around there. The thing is that what you have is a candidate that ran, and y'all got behind her, and we shouldn't take political advice from anybody that stands on degeneracy as their main source of income. Like, that's cool. That's what you do. That's what you make your living on. That's what you're an entertainer. But to seek political advice and to throw your vote towards whatever Cardi or Beyonce, anybody like that doesn't never usually speak on political shit. Throw your whole vote away because of that, or because they pushed a fake narrative onto us when we clearly knew for the first 3 years of the Harris fucking Biden-Harris administration that she was clearly what she was. Yeah, we knew that. We shouldn't even have acted stupid and went on with the whole fucking 100 and some days of having a debate. You know what I mean? That was majorly off code. We should just stick with what we were taught. Ignore the motherfucking topic again, because all it did was the same amount of people went out and voted. Then you got the motherfucking people like Joy Reid and everybody trying to cock block your family functions because you don't agree politically, which is another fucking black first dividing fucking issue, which is most motherfuckers with any sense of intelligence will not do. That was a waste. You're just watching these people crumble and fall. And I kept saying, what was the benefit? What did they gain? What was the incentive other than money? They never elevated. They never got anywhere. Only the whites got a little bit more of an advanced elevation wise, and not even that, because currently, as it stands, none of the Democratic people they were shilling really elevated anywhere. Not even in politically or entertaining wise on any level. So it was a big waste of fucking time. A whole fucking 100 days of distraction and bullshit ass topics. We knew from jump once Trump said he was going to run and everybody was pushing for Trump, the media was pushing for Trump. We knew that it was a selection. We knew there was no choice. And then when they threw her in without giving a vote, we knew there was no choice. It was a straight selection. And you were fucking fucked either way. So you should have just stood on it and not voted, or voted third party, or whatever. But to go with their narrative was a fucking was damn near an insult to all the work we did. And we're like, we saw you. We know you were there. You know what I mean? We know what you did. And you're on the list. Yep. Do better. But for Uncle Phil to go ahead and kind of give Democrats a way out, like, hey, look, you're going to have to do this and this and this if you want our vote back. Fuck them. They lost. That's it. It's a wrap. We should never go back. If we go back, it's like the fucking abused mate. They'll say, oh, he'll change. He'll change this time. She'll change this time. Go right back into the same fucking abusive ass shit for another 4 fucking years. Or even on this trajectory with Trump and the conservatives. Look, I think that somebody needs the Project 2025 people. Somebody need to wrangle your boy and let him renege on some of these cabinet positions before he actually takes office. You know, let them backtrack them cabinet contracts. You know, it's not set in stone. You know, the ink ain't dry. Take that and let them you know, somebody with some sense get in there and get in his ear.
They endorsed Kamala.
Even who?
The founder of Project 2025.
Yeah.
Endorsed Kamala Harris.
Maybe, you know, maybe some error of ways can, you know, backtrack and do some reneging. Because if you don't, the certain people that he puts in, if we were questioning their fucking thought process and all their antics beforehand, and they were just either sitting in position or trying to be in position, then we should really go on that first gut instinct. When has your gut really ever led you wrong, right? If you got major conservatives or Republicans saying, fuck this, I'm ashamed and embarrassed. This is not the party I know and appreciated as far as Republicans.
That's the rhino.
You know what I mean? You got them bowing out and say, fuck it, I guess I'll never vote again because this is the fucking nonsense we got. And you got a real problem on your hands. And it has nothing to do with us on the Republican side. We already know what they're capable of. We know exactly where they are, what they are. They don't have to pander extra to us. They don't have to do anything. We clearly know they're on that side of the fence. And we're this right there. We already understand. We already are functioning on the level of, but at least we know that that's what they are. We don't have to be surprised. They're not lying to us. They're just clearly telling it to us in our face. You know what I mean? And hey, let's flip it around and make some use of it. Look, black people, we don't have to be scared. The worst shit has already happened for millennia. Nothing worse can possibly happen that we haven't got the fucking genetic fortitude and testicular inner and outer fortitude to fight through, survive, and get over. We've turned the other cheek many times, except for this. This is one thing. Gavin Newsom cannot go into presidency. Why? Because he's the enemy of black people. I said it. He can call me and talk about it later if he wants to. I'll gladly tell him, fuck no, fuck no, fuck no. Like, we're everywhere. Stop it. He should not be allowed to advance to the presidency because of the reparations thing, the task force in California. Just off of that alone, right there is enough for black people to say, fuck no. Fuck what he's talking about. He'll never get better. That's a cancel Christmas type of event. Canceling him. We've already stated we're not going to let him we're cock blocking. Cock blocking. FBA cock blocking. No, not Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom is the enemy to black people for the reparations thing. He wasted our energy, our time, and fucking gave us the big no, and then I'll ponder on it and a fucking sorry plaque. Fuck you and your sorry plaque, stick it up your ass and fuck no. You know what I mean? We got to keep that pressure. The other thing is, real fast, we cannot tell them if you want our vote again or give them an option or a way for them to ponder on how to scheme and scam on us and pander to us in 2 years or 4 years. Because if you haven't learned anything, they're going to do the same shit they always do. They're not going to get better. There's no hope. Systemic purge? No.
They're going to have to lose several.
They're going to have to lose several times. It's like that one person that keeps getting ass whooping to the family because they're knuckleheads. That's the one, right? The other thing is this. Every state, there's got to be somebody takes the bull by the horns and gets started on trying to advance into the House or state or local elections and start moving up. Look, we can't wait on them to pick us. We got to start doing our research. We got to really, really dig deep. I learned so much from this election, or from this whole year, about campaigns and what to do, what not to do, what kind of media motherfucking advisors you really need to have to guide you in the right direction. I really paid attention because those are things that a motherfucker might need to look at when it comes to the next group of individuals wanting to run for office. What are the fucking foundational Black American questions that need major motherfucking answers? And are you doing the work now? Are you willing to do the work? Can you be for us? Are you dirty? Are you corrupt? Do you have cronyism issues? Are you on the other side of the fence? Can you be black first? Do you have any other fucking identity politics that are going to cancel you out? Are you corrupt? Do you have shiesty ways? We need to know. We need to know. And they need to answer. That you need to expect those kind of things. Because if we learned anything from the new black media, this year alone was we were outside asking the fucking questions, no matter what state we were in. Where somebody was outside doing the work and bucking off the coons and fucking, the damn Democratic shills left and right, man. I think me and Jesse were playing fucking like Star Wars with them. Yeah. We were just only two on the fucking planet of Democratic fucking black shills that are like clearly like fuck you and no, you know what I mean? Yeah. And it was hard work, and it was tiring and taxing, and the level of disrespect, only for them to say Jesse was right, was fucking stupid. Right. That's 2 elections just for that one sentence. Mm-hmm. That was dumb and it was fucked up. It's fucked up for a lot of third-party candidates. However, I say this, that I learned a lot this year in the new black media. It taught us a lot of shit, so we got to apply some of those things and not to be scared. Right. Apply those things. If you're doing the revolutionary work, you could be able to do the political work. Right. You don't have to just be on the back. You can try to represent for black first. Yeah. And be in one single fucking alignment. No dual agendas. Right. Black fucking first is the black agenda and everything that comes with it. Or get off the motherfucking path. Because it's going forward whether anybody likes it or not. Right. Tethers, Asians, Hispanics, LGBTQ, elbow, fucking emoji, fucking emoticons, Decepticons, y'all gotta step away and let the fucking pressure get applied. Everybody has got something one way or the other and has done it in the worst fucking ways. And when black people start to ask or demand, it's always a fucking study or wait or not the right time. There's no money. This is gonna fucking fuck up the economy. No. But when they want to work you and fucking take every fucking thing that you got out of your fucking system, mind, and pocket, they don't have a problem doing it. And we're just supposed to accept it. And that's on a lot of places, So I all I want to say is this: is that right now we're at a pivotal point. He's coming into office. We already know what he's on. We already know who he's looking at as far as cabinet wise. We just got to carry on with the black agenda. Proceed forward. Don't look the other way. Don't look to the side. Don't look to the right of off brands and buffer classes and them and whoever else. It's your black brother and black sister right now right here on the soil. That's it. No allies. We have no friends. We're fucked. We're at war. I don't know how anybody else can say it. We're at war. Don't forget it. We're at war. Until fucking they meet the demand of fucking, if you don't do it right by me, kind of shit. You know what I mean? We have to get fucking, color purple on their ass or something. I don't know what we're going to do. But we got to treat them like they owe and they got to, and it's fuck you pay me, and I don't care what you say. I don't care who you twerk their ass at or what man you got to, fucking point fingers and shame and blame and fucking, I don't know what Obama was thinking with that shit. I don't know what D.L. Hughley or any of them motherfuckers were talking about. Michael Early, I'm like, dude, get a job where you don't cancel out a fucking season or a show, That, like, I mean, come on, man. Like, they bankrupt themselves. They fuck themselves. And where is she? Where is she?
Probably went back to India.
No, like you so like there's nobody seen her and no TMZ captured her and no like, hey, we saw her taking a shit nowhere, nothing. Her Dougie ain't moving around nowhere in transit.
She's in Mumbai.
She is not. You see more of fucking Jean Pierre or whatever the fuck her name is. Yeah, you seen everybody but Kamala. And I think that at least the least she could do is fucking show up and at least play the role of vice president for a month. It wouldn't behoove whatever fucking old Billy was saying on the hill, whatever his name is.
Oh yeah, the white boy.
Yeah, on the hill. It would not behoove her. She's had a whole 100 days to fucking pretend to be the president and do some
that's
shit.
Why they said they want Biden to step down.
For what?
So she can be the president for a month or two.
What the fuck is another month gonna do? If she didn't do shit in 3 years, she didn't do shit in 100 days.
They said he keeps trying to reward this broad for
and all of that. But since when? Mediocrity is mediocrity.
Right.
You do not get rewarded. I'm Generation X. You do not get rewarded like this is look, a loss is a loss. Right. You lost, you fucking lost. This isn't like, oh, let's worry about your feelings and your fragilities. Mm-hmm. Let's give her something just cause. Since when?
Supreme Court seat.
No, man.
They
Fuck
want
no.
Fuck
no. She'd be lucky if she could have a Walmart greeter job.
Right.
Like at this point, you made plenty of money. You made all these mistakes. Go ahead and let your hair down with Doug and enjoy your whatever middle class family or whatever the fuck you got going on. Whatever the fuck she got going on. All those little stories she got her, Doug and her family and whatever. Hey man, go ahead. You didn't do a good job. Whatever job you did do, we didn't know about it because they didn't let you market it. Okay? You didn't see it. And then you don't blame them about it. But either way, you're fucked. There's what you gonna do? You're gonna go for the president to like senator or governor or what can
governor
you do?
of California. They saying she might run for governor of California.
Does she even live there?
In 2026.
Oh man, you have better chance of hell freezing over. Nobody's gonna go for that because of the fucking vice presidency.
No, she lives in
what is she? No, nobody's gonna go for that. Nobody's gonna go for that because right now, currently, the hot topic in California is reparations. She look. This is when you know it's fucked. If you went to Howard, and I'm sure they had black studies and shit, and you know how important fucking slavery and fucking everything that reparations is. Why didn't you make it a point to do something about it? You didn't want to. You didn't believe in it. You turned around. You might as well just shit on Howard and said, I used it for my clout. You know what I mean? And you shit on him. Yeah, you did already. You had the people. Yeah, she had the people upset. Well, you sat in the back, looked all scared and worried, and then decided to go home. I mean, that's pretty much what you did. So, family, if you thought she was going to do something, look at the kids at Howard. You had the white kids were all upset, and the black kids were like, shoulder shrug. Let's go on back. Come on, we probably catch a game or something. You know what I mean?
She had them wait until
she had them outside. Like, first of all, that's a big thing to have young black people standing in place for like an hour and a half, 2 hours with nothing, no tangibles, no free food, no fucking nothing to make them like, have at least semi decent time. Right. Nothing. And they're just waiting there for fucking joy.
And vibes.
Joy and vibes. Only to come out and be like, man, well, shit. I don't know why I did this. You know what I mean? And in reality, your media marketing team need to get fired and not be able to get a job ever again.
Right.
And also too with the Joy Reid thing. Are you gonna cover that? Joy Reid.
We already did the Joy Reid thing.
The thing about Joy Reid real fast is I thought Joy Reid wasn't really talking to black women as much as she was talking to white women and white people like she was one of them and not really talking to the sisters. She was talking to white women like, don't think the black women are going to come save you. Like that. That's how I took that little clip I saw. I took her as I'm with them and black women ain't going to come save us. Like that. And goddamn right. Why should we? Right. We shouldn't have done it in the first place.
Right.
And to promote that narrative of this is a fucking sister over everything is like, wow, you really got to look at, like, go back in the bathroom, look at yourself and make sure you see you and you see that who didn't have the best interest of you in her heart. Right. And then, We can, you know, we can forgive ourselves.
She's not you.
She's not. She's not. She don't have you in her heart to think about you, and whatever she's talking about, it ain't for you.
Right.
It's as much as it's for them. Right. And if she really cared about you, she would have fucking canceled Planned Parenthood. Right. Off top.
She would have did all that.
She would have did a whole bunch of shit.
Going to do.
And Planned Parenthood. If you look at Planned Parenthood,
she's in office right now.
If you look at Planned Parenthood, black women, that was a fucking thing against you. You know what I mean? Right. Just off top. But I'm just saying this real fast. Whatever they were talking about, you can't really lower the price of food if we live in a fair market, right? Like I can't tell you how much to sell your tomatoes for, right? Yeah. You can sell your tomatoes for whatever you want, right?
Uh-oh.
Right?
Yeah.
I can't tell you how much to sell your tomatoes, right? So we live in a market like that. So how the fuck is it gonna lower prices? Think about it. Think about it. Really think about it. Like that's my question. Don't think of it as simple, but if you sell eggs, Jesse, and you want to sell your eggs for $3 for a dozen, no, $3 for a 16-pack, right? The double crate. Let's say it's $3.99 for a double crate, right?
No, sir. The double crate.
24.
Like 24. Yeah.
24 pack, right? Let's say $3.99, right? Who am I to tell you to sell that at $1.99? You're gonna say, fuck no. My chickens, blah blah blah, the food, the feed, the time it takes to go gather these motherfucking eggs. No, right? I'm gonna keep it at $3.99. I can't tell you what price for your goods. So we live in that kind of market. So how the fuck are they gonna bring down our prices? Really think about it. How are they gonna do it if everybody can charge whatever the fuck they want to? I just want to know that. Please, somebody answer that question because I'm beyond fucking. We can't do it. We can't tell somebody what to sell our goods.
On the imports.
Not only you can't do it on local either, right?
No, I'm talking the international trade.
Yeah, but dude, we're talking about like Kroger and
like
shit.
On Naps, what is it called?
K. Rogers. All K. Rogers got to follow the same
term. Yeah. But you're talking about the tariffs.
I'm talking about food. Okay. In the grocery store.
Okay, so those
Cisco,
are owned
Noble.
by chains.
Yeah, Cisco Noble can't tell.
Those are chains, though. Those are chains.
Right. Isn't that what we're going with? Right? They got a model, right, of how much they got to charge. Yeah. We're gonna look into this further, Fairly, because I want to know how they can sell that. I feel like it's a lie, and they're pandered it to us because that's what we're worried about. Because we can't buy fucking eggs and milk at a reasonable price of under $6. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers like 12, 14, 16. Like shit's getting crazy. And I, motherfuckers are looking like maybe I should gaffle this motherfucking gallon of milk right here because I can't do it. You know what I mean?
Start a damn farm.
Real shit, but milk. You got to be able to harvest your own animals that aren't fucking cloned or, you know what I mean? Everything's all tainted now. But like I'm just saying though, family, like, can we do some like serious critical thinking out, or tell me where to look so I can do my own research? Because I'm kind of confused. I'm not confused. I want to know how that's possible. In America, with the American chains like Cisco Noble and like Kroger, General Mills, shit like that. I want to know how they could do it. Like what's the process and how long would it take? And the family, we just gotta stay on our pivot, right? Like urban politicians say, because we could lose a lot of shit and maybe be able to use it in our benefit. There's got to be an incentive for what they take away, right? So let's think about it. Let's think about it like that. Go ahead, Jesse. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I took too much time. I apologize.
You good, Lady Che. You were gone for a minute, so they needed to hear from you.
I got lost there.
So moving along, y'all. The next.
Join us in standing for excellence in journalism and serving our community. Download the African Diaspora News app today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for joining us on the stream this evening. At 7 p.m. prime time hour, 8 p.m. Eastern. I know a little earlier, Sister Vicky was cooking a little earlier. She came on through 2 days in a row, right? So shout out to Sister Vicky. She's gonna be coming through a little bit more often. Sister Demetria doing her thing today, and I think did one girl post today? I'm trying to think. And I know Renelle Way did. I think the lady did. So make sure you check all those stories from America to, the African continent. We got them all, right? We got them all. We got some stories going to be coming out of Nigeria as well. I think Effie had just did some news stories. One of the other new ones y'all haven't seen yet, Effie. Effananya is her full name, but Effie is what she go by. And so y'all be seeing her shortly, right? So shout out to everybody. Hope you're doing good. Let me put on my watch so I can keep up with my time, so I don't, I always got to watch my time. Time is very important. Time management, people. Time management. I know some of us like to be on this CP time, but not me. I don't like the CP time. I don't like really being late. If you see me late for any reason, it must be some difficulty that happened on my end. And that's why I'm late to something. I can't stand being late. I hate that. I don't like people dragging their feet, dealing with me at least. Now, you dealing with you can do what you want, but yeah. When it's time to work, it's time to work, right? So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking about, the Democrats, y'all favorite people. They haven't stopped. And so what I know is I'm going to probably have to keep my foot on the Democrats' neck probably more now than probably before, right? Because this isn't a Vice President Kamala Harris issue. No, this is a Democrat issue, right? So the Democrats are up to their old tricks again, right? And the old tricks is they got to rile black people up. They got to get you emotional. Because, once they get you emotional, you're going to blindly vote for them, okay? Because they got to rile you back up and get you in, Trump, oh my God, Trump gonna get y'all. They got to get you going because they got the midterms coming up in 2026. Yep. So the job isn't done just because it is. Oh, no. We gotta stay on the Democrats every chance we get. That's just bottom line. We can't take a break because the Democrats aren't taking a break. Obviously, they're trying to figure it out. They're trying to see who is going to be their new anointed one. Now they run their mouth by AOC just because people like her online. Democrats, let me tell you something. Nobody's going to vote for AOC. She is a dummy, okay? She's a dummy. I don't care what people follow her online. People watch a whole lot of dumb people online, right? Right. She's not it. So keep looking. I'm just telling y'all that. You ain't got to pay me $1 billion for me to give you that information. All right. Also, you see how you epically failed about that Latino vote because you don't know Latinos, because you don't know delineation, right? That's that. All right. So the Democrats are out here. There's a video that Trump posted, I think, either a year or so ago on his website when he called it Agenda 47. He made several videos of what he wants to do when he get back in the White House. So this video been on his website well over a year, right? And why did they make a deal about this video during the campaign? Right. And then run off of that? All the thing they kept talking about Project 2025. There's a whole lot of things if you want to attack Trump on, you do it, right? But the Democrats are so sinister. Yeah. They run around here saying Trump gonna give reparations to white people. So we gonna deal with that. We're gonna deal with that reparations tonight. Hopefully I can get into this article I wanna get into as well about black people and how you felt out the New York Times. The Democrats got some nerve. They got some nerve to be saying anything about some doggone reparations, right? But shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all tonight. Y'all coming on in here. So let's go it on and and get what we need to get. Let me see. No, I don't need to play that. That's finished there. All right, cool. Let's go ahead on and get Al Sharpton going, and then let's go ahead and get it after Al Sharpton. Here we go.
It's the same one I got.
Well, I think hopefully we going right. Hold on, I didn't click it. I know I did something wrong.
I have the courage to deny the black bigot. I think Roy Ellis is no good, and I denounce the other lot of crap. Brother, you have your time. That's a lot of crap. Brother,
Count indictment in Manhattan that accuses him of diverting hundreds of thousands of dollars to his personal use after using fraud, grand larceny, and false business records to solicit funds from such diverse contributors as Don King, the boxing promoter, and Don Trump, the billionaire. Sharpton will be arraigned on state income tax charges later in Albany. In Manhattan Supreme Court, Reverend Sharpton was formally accused of taking in more than $250,000 for his national youth movement. The money allegedly was donated over a 3-year period to support youth programs, but State Attorney General Robert Abrams says lots of that cash went into Al Sharpton's pockets. All the charges.
Same charges that Dr. King had. Same charges gone. Where's all of the mob money? Where's the tickets go? This is disappointing. I thought we could do better. What about not filing for taxes? Every now and then. Black people don't owe no taxes. We ain't got no rights. They like my hair.
All right. And yeah, I still dig what Al Sharpton said back there. They say black people don't have no rights. They shouldn't be paying no taxes. I'm with that. Look, I tell you what, that could be one part of a reparations package for me. Like no taxes, man. Oh boy, that would be beautiful. No taxes, right. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead on and get into it. Classes in session. Go ahead, get your book, your pens and paper. Let's go ahead on and break down this Democrat nonsense tonight, because the Democrats got to try to get y'all back emotional. Y'all acting totally different now. Some of you Black Americans out there, and this is not normal. So they got to go back to the playbook, try to get you, to start being emotional and not listening and things like that. So this video about Trump, right? I want you to listen to this video. And I want you to listen carefully what he says, the words he says, right? Then after that, I'm going to cue up a clip of when I went on I Never Knew TV. Shout out to Brother Linton out there in Philadelphia, Jamaican brother that runs that platform. I did an interview with him, and we touched on this exact thing during that hour or so long interview. You can go to his channel and check it out, or you can, if you're on the app, you can go to the interview section of the app, and it's right there, so you can just check it out if you're already on the app. Maybe you've seen it already, or whatever, right? So let's go ahead and play this video, and let's get into this stuff here. Let me go back up here. Where we at? Okay, cool. All right. So let's check it out.
And getting their money's worth. Furthermore, I will direct the Department of Justice to pursue federal civil rights cases against schools that continue to engage in racial discrimination and schools that persist in explicit unlawful discrimination under the guise of equity will not only have their endowments taxed, but through budget reconciliation, I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment. A portion of the seized funds will then be used as restitution for victims of these illegal and unjust policies that hurt our country so badly. Colleges have gotten hundreds of billions of dollars from hardworking taxpayers, and now we are going to get this anti-American insanity out of our institutions once and for all. We are going to have real education in America. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me back this up a little bit. All right. So what the Democrats are saying, because he used the term restitution, the Democrats are saying, oh, black people, you see, some of y'all voted for Trump. Some of y'all sat it out. Look, he wants to give white people reparations.
He did not say that.
Okay. All right. We're going to give white Americans reparations. Okay. I didn't hear him say the word reparations. I heard him say restitution. And he say victims of equity and inclusion programs. I've heard him say that. But were reparations? What did he say anything about white Americans? I didn't hear it. I mean, we can play it again, but I heard the term restitution. Okay, but let's just pause right there. You Democrats, let me tell you something. You could have did reparations long time ago.
Right.
You could have did it. Recently in California, you could have did it. The Republicans have no way of stopping y'all. Y'all are a super majority in California. And what do y'all Democrat assembly members do? Block a bill. Block it. So it could not create the reparations department where they can figure out who's eligible for reparations or not. Y'all sat up there and you had the carrot before the horse, which you did to Black Americans in California. You created a whole commission and did basically wasting those people's time. You wasted Camila Moore's time. Shout out to Sister Camila Moore out there in California. You wasted every Black American's time to go into the meetings and all of that stuff or whatever. And I knew the fix was in with you Democrats, because the moment that they gave Gavin Newsom the recommendations of what should be paid, he didn't go to MSNBC. He didn't go to CNN. He went directly to Sean Hannity on Fox News. I'm like, why did he go to Fox News and talk about this? Why he didn't go to CNN? No, he went to Fox News and said, well, no, reparations is more than just some money. I mean, it could be a lot of things, but it's more than a check. He was quick to go to Fox News and say that. You understand? Democrats, if you would have ran on reparations for FBAs, Vice President Kamala Harris right now will be the president-elect. I promise you. If y'all would have did reparations in California and then got with your girl, Kamala, and say, yeah, you know, if I get in there, I'll do the same thing on a federal level. I promise you she would have won Georgia. She would have won Pennsylvania. She would have won Michigan. Black folks would have been out heavy campaigning for her to get her elected. I would have been trying to help her get elected.
I would not.
If I knew that, hey, they did it in California, she's want to do it, she's committed to it, I would have been out there trying to help her. But you Democrats, you don't want to do nothing for Black people because we not migrants. And then you depending on the migrants or you depending on the Hispanic community. Look what the Hispanic community do. They don't even vote for you.
Right.
They go vote for Trump.
Yep.
And they're going to continue to vote for Republicans because they are very conservative people in Latin America. Yep. They're not with all that mess y'all on. Mm-hmm. All that, you know, abortion and LGBT and you don't like men, you know, you misandrous. They ain't down with that. Yeah. So y'all, the only friend y'all have is Black America, because Black America unfortunately allows some of that filth, unfortunately, in our community to go on. We got away from our Christian upbringing, our godly upbringing, where we was Christian, Islam, whatever we were, right? We gotten away from a lot of that. And we've taken on sin and unrighteousness, unfortunately, in our community. And that came in through the breakdown of the family. See, other groups is not going to let you put the woman above the man, not in their communities. That's only going to be allowed in this community, unfortunately, because our community is wayward. It's not where it needs to be. See, what a lot of our community is trying to do now is get the community back in line. That's why they had to get away from you. You cannot have a thriving community where the traditional family is king being around the Democrats. So you Democrats, you have no right to talk about the word reparations to anybody. And talking about Trump. And if Trump was to do something for white people, well, actually, he would be doing something, right? How many Black politicians do we have ever done a freaking thing for Black people? Matter of fact, Black politicians say they're not doing nothing for Black people. So
let's remind them again.
Don't start. And now let's get to the rest of this.
So I'm not going to.
We don't want to talk about this. And I'm gonna give Black people a strategy. If Trump trying to do that, okay. Listen to my response about DEI. Okay, listen to my response on this interview. Let me cue this up. Hold on.
We are going to have real education in America. Thank you.
Heard you say diversity, equity, and inclusion policies have been a failure to the Black community. Can you elaborate what you meant when you made the statement?
Well, diversity, equity, inclusion is no different than affirmative action. It's a remix, right? So we know affirmative action did not benefit Black Americans. It has benefited white women more than any other group. Diversity, equity, inclusion benefits white women more than any other group. It's the same thing. Then you get out of white women, you start to white LGBT, white disabled. You haven't even got out the white category yet. Then you start talking about all these other groups like Asians and, you know, Arabs and Hispanics and everybody else. And we always at the bottom of diversity, equity, inclusion. There are more white women teaching diversity, equity, inclusion than Black women. This recently came out in a, article I saw in even Forbes where a Black woman wrote about how white women benefit the most out of diversity, equity, inclusion. Now, the reason why white men don't like diversity, equity, inclusion programs or affirmative action because they can't benefit from it. That's it. Actually, white men are the only group who can't benefit from that specifically, but they woman can. Now, they woman could be married to them and funnel those resources that was technically meant for Black Americans back to their community. But, they woman don't really want to fool with them at times. And so they're mad they can't get all the resources. So any Black person fighting for diversity, equity, inclusion programs would just go back to fighting for affirmative action. That's all it is a remix. All right. So, and that's my response to it. Now, what article was I referring to at the time in that particular response? I'm gonna put that up on the screen so you can see exactly what I was talking about. All right, right here. Who benefits from diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts? Okay. Written by a Dr. Michelle Penelope King, a contributor. Now, this was May 17, 2023, when this was updated. And then they talk about they spend about $8 billion a year, so far on DEI efforts. Now, if you scroll down, not too long, just go down here. While many white women have made gains in American workplaces, the gains for racial and ethnic minority women haven't been as significant. According to another McKinsey study, white women hold nearly 19% of all C-suite positions, while racial and ethnic minority women only hold 4%. Overall, white women have benefited disproportionately from corporate DEI efforts. I'm going to repeat that again. White women have benefited disproportionately from corporate DEI efforts. So now, since we know that and we talked about that, white women have benefited disproportionately from DEI efforts. And if Trump is talking about paying some restitution, then you need to go line up in the restitution line, Black men and Black women, and say those DEI programs have harmed you because they have discriminated racially against you. You go in that same line. Listen, Black folk, you gotta let these Democrats play this emotional game with you. You need to go get your bag. Take a page from the white folk. Let me tell you about the white folk. Anytime it's time to get some money, white folks gonna finesse their way into the money. Let's go back to what they call the Dawes Rolls. Or when you hear the term $5 Indian, where you get that term $5 Indian from? Well, when it was time for them to start giving money and land and everything to the Native Americans, or in another term, Indian, not East Indian, but Indian, white folks was paying $5 at that time to get their name on that roll. You understand? So they can get finesse and they can get money and they can get land. Every time it's some money to try to be getting, they the first one in line to try to get it. They're gonna try to finesse their way to try to get it. Now, in today's standards, they'll be considered fraud, right? In today's standards, but that's what they were doing. I guarantee you, if the federal government was extremely serious about paying out cash payment reparations, you would have every one of them folks in this country right now will be searching their genealogy to try to find some slave. And then they will be like, hey, wait a minute. Four generations ago, my great grandfather was a slave. So hey, I have some lineage to a slave, so I need to get that money too. Oh, they'll be trying to call themselves Black and everything else if they knew the federal government was serious about paying out cash payment reparations. Anytime some resources go out, they're gonna be the first in line to try to get at the front to try to get the money. But Black folk, You want to play emotional games. You want to say, oh, well, they this and racism. Look, discrimination? Oh, hey, I know about discrimination. Right. So yeah, Trump, I want where my restitution money at. Right. I went to that college. They had them DEI programs. They put people above me because I was qualified, right? I didn't get the position. So I want that restitution money. That's how you move. That's how you handle things. Stop letting these Democrats make you emotional and not giving you a dime. Right. Go get it. If that's an opportunity for you to get some restitution, you as a Black American say them DEI programs hurt me too, because them DEI programs didn't do nothing for Black Americans. Right. Didn't do a freaking thing. Every time I looked up, I always saw a white woman at the lead or LGBT or something at the head of some DEI program. Maybe some Black women sprinkled in, but I sure didn't see no Black men as DEI head.
Oh, big time.
That was rare if you saw that. Yeah. So Black folks, go in that line and go get your restitution money and say, yes, I was racially discriminated against by DEI programs, President Trump, and I need my cut too.
DEI, that's who put her in.
See, the Democrats not going to tell you that. They're going to tell you getting your feelings. Oh, he going to give reparations to white folks. And while you sitting up there sounding stupid, the white folks you're talking about going to be in line to get that money. And you're going to be broke and they're going to get some money. Yeah. That's been our problem. When the money is there, we don't want to go get it. We want to find every excuse, this one, that one. He hate me. I don't care if you hate me. Give me mine.
Right.
I don't live with you, bro.
That's right.
Give me mine.
That's right, Overfield.
I ain't got to see you after I get my check. Right. Give me mine. You can call whatever name you want. Yeah, I want my restitution. Right. Give it to me.
Right. That's right, Overfield.
Stop letting these Democrats trying to get y'all back on the plantation.
Right. That's right.
They're trying to get y'all back on the plantation. Yeah. This a new day. We care about our bag now. We not for all that emotionalism no more. You know, listen, you can miss me with the racism talk because y'all in these so-called sanctuary cities don't protect no Black person from no racist police, no racist John Q or Jane Q public that's from them folks community. You don't do nothing. You protect more migrants and protect their rights. Right now, you got Democrat governors talking about, well, if they try to come and deport them, they got to, the J.B. Pritzker, talking about somebody got to go through him. Dude, you look like you can't walk up a flight of stairs.
Right.
Anybody can go through you. Please. You need to be worried more about going to see your doctor. Right. You got all that money. You shouldn't have that issue, bro. Right. You shouldn't have that issue you got going on. You got money. Right. There's no excuse. What you gonna do? You gonna stop ICE? You're not gonna wrestle nobody. Right. Please. Anyway, but you want to obstruct and try to stop the mass deportation that's going on, which will help the Black American community. It'll help open up some Black jobs. See, the Democrats want to protect everybody else. When have you seen the Democrats tell the federal government, if you mess with Black folks, you got to come through me? When have you heard a mayor say that? When have you heard a governor say that about you? Never. As a Black American? When have you heard it? Never. When have you heard them trying to obstruct? See, y'all lucky I ain't the president, because I would already see it coming. I'm like, you know what? Any of you mayors stand in my way, any of you governors, we've charged you obstruction of justice. Yep. Go ahead and do it if you want to. We're going to arrest you too. You're going to go with them to jail. You're not going to stop us from doing what we got to do. If they breaking federal law, they got to go. And if you want to stand in front of it like anybody else, if you try to stop the police from doing their job, what would happen to you? You'll get arrested, right? You try to stop the police from arresting somebody, and they're like, oh, we charging you obstruction. So why can't they get arrested for obstruction? These Democrats are always trying to create chaos. But that's the part that we supposed to go follow. Man, please. The Democrats haven't gave us nothing. No substance. Not a thing. They haven't even gave us a cup of water.
Yeah, just lots away.
Now, and shout out to y'all. Y'all coming on in. We got more to talk about here. We just getting started. We just getting started. But don't let these Democrats play this game with y'all. Democrats are the people that you do not let. You have to be cold to the Democrat Party. You cannot have no emotion to them. No. the racism. The reason why I'm so turned off on them talking about any kind of racism. Oh, look, the Republicans are racist, and you're racist. You've been racist the whole time.
Yeah.
Just them having a sanctuary city is racism.
Yeah.
Because what about the people who deal with racism in those cities? In New York, Chicago, sanctuary cities. Well, what's all the other sanctuary cities in this country? There's plenty of them. Y'all have never defended Black Americans in these sanctuary cities. We have no sanctuary city. But these migrants have sanctuary cities? No, you Democrats are crazy. And I'm gonna teach my people and just point out to them, look at how we've been treated by you. How dare you sit up here talking about you gonna stand in the way of the federal government or ICE from getting somebody on out of here? No. Black folk need to be applying to ICE. Say, hey, Trump, you got some openings? Man, I need a job. I need some good federal benefits. Hey, Trump, you got something on customs and border patrol, or you got something TSA or something? I need job openings, man. That's some black jobs. ICE could be in some black jobs. Man, forget that, because like I told y'all before about these other groups, if Trump was coming to get us, if ICE was coming to get us, them other groups would go work with ICE. Them other groups would be picking up the phone and say, hey, that guy Darnell, he's illegal. And hey, him and his whole family are illegal. Get Darnell. They'd be reporting Darnell to ICE.
Not really.
And y'all know it. Y'all know it. We would be getting reported to ICE. So please, I don't have no sympathy. Them sympathy gays for me are gone, because I have seen how these other groups have treated us, and they have not been a quote unquote ally. I'm talking about as a collective. I'm not talking about individuals. I'm saying as a collective have not been an ally. The first chance they get with some sort of political power, or they get to become sheriff, old Sheriff Villanueva over there, that type. You what are you doing? You practicing anti-black racism. Mm-hmm. Sheriff Villanueva out there in there used to be the LA County Sheriff. They had a whole white supremacist gang, and the gang had a bunch of them in it, migrants in it. That's now they got anchored in because of the 14th Amendment. And yes, I support getting rid of birthright citizenship. You doggone right. Because a lot of countries, you can't just go drop a baby there and say you're a citizen. Matter of fact, one country off the top of my head, South Africa. If you go have a child in South Africa, you're not a citizen. And shout out to them. That 14th Amendment was meant for the ex-slaves. It wasn't meant for everybody and their mama to come over here and game the system. Like they have look into it on YouTube. They have a thing called birthing tourism. A lot of people come from China, Russia, and all these other places, and these women come here to have babies. And that's how they anchor themselves into the United States of America. Now, let me get to another article I want to look into here, plastered right on the New York Times, just continuing on the cooking of these Democrats, right? New York Times, look it up. Some black voters ask, what have Democrats done for us? Look at that title. Now, like I say, this is after the election. But look at that title. What has Democrats done for us? See, it's an awakening of Black America. It's an awakening, folks. And hold on, let me see something. James Mitchell says Democrats sold out FBA for Ukraine. Israel is a illegal LGBT abortion and Asian crime bill. Yeah, they sold us out, and that's fine. They're welcome to sell us out. It's okay. It's on us to fix it now. They listen. They're like they say, like the old people say, they didn't show their natural behind to you. Now it's on you. If you continue with them, then it's your fault at this point. It's not theirs. So, and you scroll down here. They say a Jamal Stokes quality of life in Milwaukee. How many brothers and sisters are in Milwaukee right now? Shout out to y'all. It has declined over the past decade, just as it has for many other Black residents. He lost his well-paying factory job in the mid-2010s. when his company left town. He spent the next several years toiling in temporary jobs. He searched for stable employment. Mr. Stokes, 44, now works as a security guard at a local supermarket, even as he struggles to afford groceries himself. He said this presidential election, he paid little attention to Donald Trump or Vice President Kamala Harris because national politics are not the answer. He said, so what's the point? He asked. I'm just kind of over it all. He said in the final weeks of the campaign, many Democrats hoped that signs of crumbling support among black voters would not materialize at the polls. The historic nature of the campaign, with the possibility of the country electing a black and Indian American woman as its leader, inspired some confidence. They said there was also some expectation that Mr. Trump's baggage would be poisonous, as he heavily criticized for trying to discredit. Now, this is interesting. Ms., like she's not married. M.S. Harris. Miss Harris. Let me talk about that for a minute. I got to go back on that one more time. No, hold on. This goes back to the weakness of Doug. That's why I say Doug is just Doug, man. He's just weird and game goofy. This woman is running around so much with the name Harris like she's not married. That woman's name is Imhoff, Mrs. Imhoff. Well, like I said, is he weak like that? She probably didn't even take his name. She probably married him, but she probably didn't even take his name. Right? But that is a married woman. Imhoff, that's supposed to be her name. But she around here talking about Miss Harris. If a woman don't want to take your name, you should marry her. Bottom line, men. If she do not say, well, I ain't taking your name. Well, you know, you ain't taking my name and we ain't getting married. Right. It's cool. Do you? Look, I'm so old school about that. I'm like, I don't even like them hyphenated names either. I don't like that mess. I never liked that. It's like, why are you walking around with these hyphenated names for? You know, the maiden name and the married name. Man, look, either you gonna. I know some people in the chat. My name like that. You didn't have a choice. You didn't have a choice. You were just born. I'm talking about to men who they want to do that, right? You know, like that's why I say I just believe in the traditional family all the way around. Tradition, you take your husband's name, you become Mrs. Whoever. That's who it is now. You're not together no more. Y'all divorced. Okay, you go back to your maiden name. Fine, right? Why wouldn't you want to take your husband's name? What's wrong with that? That's the problem now. Well, let's continue. All these modern women. Talking about the racial identity spreading vicious. Oh God, okay, I hate that term. Disinformation about Haitians eating pets and accusing immigrants of taking black jobs. Yeah, some of them have taken black jobs. And for overwhelming majority of black Americans, those reasons were more enough to justify supporting Miss Harris. But her loss has illuminated a percolating sense of dissatisfaction and increasingly conspicuous divide within the black community. A segment of black voters rejected her campaign and the message of the Democrat Party more broadly. Some of the voters, namely working class black men, said they doubted their circumstance would fundamentally change, regardless who won. Dissatisfaction evident in urban centers and swing states like Milwaukee and Philadelphia, as well as remote reaches in the Mississippi Delta, was potent enough to depress turnout in some Democratic strongholds that even flipped some majority black counties to Mr. Trump. The outcome was a lesser reflection of enthusiasm of Mr. Trump and more of an indication that black voters were questioning what dividends, if any, have come from their loyalty to the Democrat Party. A lot of people sat that thing out. I mean, you remember last night the lady said 10 million voters sat it out. 10 million. 10 million. That's a lot. If those 10 million voters would have came out and voted, then Trump wouldn't have won. Bottom line, he would not have won that election. So what's wrong with your selling, Democrats? What's wrong? One brother struggling, they talking about in Milwaukee. You know, security guard job at a local supermarket don't really pay a lot. We know that, right? Your brother not getting paid $30 an hour. You know what I'm saying? To work 40 hours a week doing that job. Black people have seen we've elected Democrats. Think about it. When Joe Biden even got elected, Joe Biden had the Senate, Joe Biden had the House. They had that. The Democrats could have did whatever they wanted to do to help out black folk. They didn't do it. They ran and did an Asian hate crime bill. They set up here and flooded this country with migrants, created a CBP1 app so they can easily, and he'll fly them in 30,000 of them a month, doing just a mass, a mass influx of people they were bringing in here. And then before Biden, while he was a president-elect, talking about that black people got to work with the Hispanics, there's more of them here than y'all. Like, yeah, I mean, you flying them in here. Black people can't naturally have that many kids. I mean, come on. You got caravans, 7,000, 8,000 of them showing up at a time. Nobody can have 8,000 babies at a time, multiple times a month. That's just not normal, right? But let's get back to it. So I think the Democrats have abused us for years, said a Vincent Jennis. It said 50, who lives in Yazoo City, Mississippi, and followed the guidance he grew up hearing, that the party was his only realistic choice before he was swayed by Mr. Trump in recent elections. Now, how many of y'all was told the same thing? I was told the same thing. The Democrats are for the poor people. The Democrats are for the black people. The Republicans are for the rich people, and they for the white people. They not for us at all. So that's why we vote Democrat. How many of us have heard that growing up? Democrat has been a religion literally in our community. He said even some Harris voters were not enthused. It's in Philadelphia, David Childs, a 40-year-old vendor in the city's downtown shopping district, said he would reluctantly vote for her, but that neither candidate really spoke to his concerns and that he mostly heard about abortion and the southern border. He said neither one of them is going to affect us down here directly. The southern border, that part would affect you definitely directly in the area of jobs. It said Mr. Childs said he has not seen any money or direct assistance for small businesses like his, and that the Biden administration did not do enough to help people like him. So for many black Americans, the election was not really a question of choice between Harris and Trump, said Christopher Towler, an associate professor of political science at Sacramento State and the director of Black Voter Project, which studies political attitudes and engagement. He said it was a choice between participating at all or staying home. In other words, the couch, the couch, the couch, the couch, the couch. Ladies and gentlemen, the couch is what really tipped the election for Trump. Yes, more people came out to vote. Yes, more black men did vote for Trump this time. Yes, Latinos voted for Trump. White folks, they always gonna vote Republican. That just don't even look at them. Yes, more, but think about it. Once again, 10 million people did not vote for Democrats. They sat on the couch because they said Democrats have not done nothing for me. My life is the same. Matter of fact, I'm losing things. And while you're losing things in Milwaukee, while you're losing things in Detroit, the Democrats are bringing in other groups of men and women with their children and bringing them to places like Chicago. And within 2 years, they put some Venezuelan migrants in a home with down payment assistance and mortgage loans that you as black Americans can't qualify for in a lot of instances, right? A lot of you just can't or can't afford. Or your debt to income ratio is too high, but yet these migrants come in here, they come in here with a clean slate. They don't have to worry about credit. They don't have to worry about debt to income ratio. They show up with a clean slate. A lot of them older in life, so they're not gonna mess off their money too much, right? So they come out with a clean slate. They give them a house, and then they put them in your neighborhood. You've been renting in your neighborhood, but you can't even buy in your own neighborhood. The migrants could be there just 2 years and get a house. And I told y'all that was gonna be the thing if y'all would have put Vice President Kamala Harris in office. That $25,000 she was talking about, they also help the migrants. They also help them. Because she wasn't trying to help you. She'll use your vote, but just like Biden did, use your vote, and that's how Biden got elected, among other things they was doing. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I gotta watch what I say on this platform. But they use your vote, they use emotionalism because George Floyd had lost his life and all that, and black folks was turning up. And the Democrats, this was their last time to do that. They thought they could worm their way in with emotionalism and get you emotional and go vote, but they couldn't do that this time. And I really thought they was going to pull that with the Sonia Massey case. I really thought they was going to do that with her, and they didn't. I was like, wow. I said, Democrats, what they doing? I said, normally that's how they pull on black people heartstrings. I said, but they didn't do that this time. I said, interesting. But a lot of us have woke up. We have woke up to the BS, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Mama Deb. Yes, using our votes to help other groups who have not put in this country, have not dealt with anything. And if something bad happens in this country, these same people, listen, if they fled their homeland, they'll flee here too. They got their running shoes on. They don't have their building shoes on. They coming here to get a lick. They're not coming here to do anything great. They coming here to get a lick. You don't have a bunch of doctors and lawyers coming across that border. That's not who's coming across. You're not having a bunch of engineers that's coming across that border. That's not who's coming across. You're not having a bunch of astronauts coming across that border. No, that's not who's coming. They're coming to get working class jobs that a lot of you cannot even get anymore because they'll take a lower wage to do it. And then now it's going to put you out of a job and now you struggling. So yes, when a person said, well, the southern border, yeah, they put them up there in Milwaukee too now. Let's get back and check this out here. So they say, for example, they say in Milwaukee, they say the heart of the black population in Wisconsin, the city's crucial base of Democratic voters seem to have steadily lost enthusiasm for the party. They say the city's majority of black wards saw a minor partisan shift away from Democrats in the recent election cycles, said John D. Johnson. They say a researcher at Marquette University Law School. They say those wards have seen a precipitous drop in turnout. The couch, which fell 58% when Biden ran in 2020 and 77% during Obama's 2012 re-election. The turnout for Ms. Harris did not appear to plunge even further, according to initial analysis of election data from Mr. Johnson, but she also did not appear to make up much ground. They Mr. Stokes, security guard, chose to stay home. So the brother that's a security guard, he chose to stay home, the couch. He said, I said, let the chips fall where they may. He said, nothing changes for black folks, really. There's some black voters also voted or considered voting for Mr. Trump in Nash County, North Carolina, a largely rural county, east of Raleigh, where roughly 40% of residents are black. Voters have sided with the winner of the last 4 presidential elections, including with Mr. Trump, let's say this November. So it lets you know black folks voted for Trump in North Carolina. And that's one brother here, Mr. Linwood Yarborough, 43 years old here. Now, it's who works part-time fixing cars, said he thought Ms. Harris was more for the people, and he had a boss and others who lobbied for her. He said, but an uncle, a truck driver in the same county, revealed that he planned to vote Republican. He said Mr. Yarborough said that his uncle told him that the life for black people had been far better under Mr. Trump's leadership than it was under President Biden's. He said gas prices were down when he was in office. Groceries were cheaper. Mr. Yarborough recalled his uncle saying, he said, and I agree with that. He said Mr. Yarborough ended up not voting, so he sat it out. He said in red states, voters also yearned for change. So this is another person right here, Mr. Yarborough, he sat it out. He heard what his uncle said. He said, you know what, I'm cool. I'm going to sit it out. It's Yazoo County, Mississippi, where Mr. Genis lives, is 6% black. It's the poorest stretch of one of the country's poorest states. Health outcomes have been dire. Yazoo City's public school system is such an awful condition that it was taken over by the state. On 12% of residents hold a college degree. They say, and Yazoo County flipped to Mr. Trump in 2024 from Mr. Biden in 2020. In this part of the world, there was an inescapable history of slavery, segregation, and disenfranchisement that taught many that the promise of America was more of an ideal to chase than a reality to safeguard. The arguments that Mr. Trump posed grave peril to democratic institutions could only gain so much traction. Nobody cares because you're not eating. And then Mr. Genis, those arguments were overblown. Mr. Trump said he was not a politician and he did not sound like one. He said things that were offensive or simply unbelievable. Mr. Genius thought for a second that Mexico would pay for a border wall, but you say he was blunt, raw. You say, and more Mr. Genius agreed with his message. I feel like some things need to be said and Trump is going to say it. Now, this brother, you say he works as a supervisor for a discount retail chain, okay? So it's a younger generations of black voters lack the same loyalty to the Democrat Party as baby boomers and Gen Xers. And now I would say this: I'm considered Gen X. I was born, maybe 1 to 2 years before that ended, and no, I have no loyalty. So you probably want to say the older Gen Xers, maybe. It's a political science professor in Northwestern who founded a political action committee. It's focused on the black swing state voters. Say the allegiance of older voters was often forged through civil rights movement, which is correct. From witnessing race relations to the 20th century, younger voters, however, need to be sold on their vote for Democrats. Mr. Tillery said, but the campaign and the party did not do a good job of that, and that's a big part of why they lost. Okay, that's a Bobby Jackson. He voted for Kamala. He said. So we'll get to Mr. Jackson, but let me get back on screen here for a minute. Now, as you're hearing the stories from black people, hey, all of them are saying the same. Even some of them say they reluctantly voted. Some sat it out. They all feel that the Democrat Party hasn't done nothing for black people. And let me tell you something. I remember at one point in time, you couldn't say that. That wasn't a consensus for black people. A lot of black people felt that the Democrats just the way to go. And if you didn't vote for Democrat, life was over. But a lot of black people say, no, I'm good. Some black people voted for Trump. They say, yeah, we got to do something different. And I'm not, and we say, well, what they going to do, what you want them to do for you, create an atmosphere that creates opportunities for us to do for ourselves. I'm not asking for social programs. I don't want all that, because social programs, when you just giving people social programs that's in poverty and don't give them anything to get themselves out of poverty, then that's hurting black folk. And the Democrats, they have been real good at social programs. I give them that. Keeping you on food stamps, keeping you on welfare, keeping you on Section 8 and all of that. They've been good at that. But does that get you out of poverty? No. It keeps you there. I don't want my people in poverty. I want my people to at least come up to the middle class at minimum. I'll love you to be upper middle class. I'll love you to be the upper class. But at minimum, I like all my people to be in the middle class. At minimum. How you gonna get at least to the middle class? If you're on programs that you got to make less than $26,000 a year to be on, that's not no money. So no. I mean, shoot. I'd rather somebody say, hey, this is an opportunity for you to go to certain trade schools for free. Okay, the government will pay for you to go to trade school. Okay, cool. That's a good program to have, trade school. Because if you go learn a trade, you can actually go provide for your family. You know what I'm saying? So when they start doing these mass deportations, black men and women who need jobs that's in your area, hey, go get them jobs. Go get them black jobs. That's actually, listen, ICE doing the mass deportations will create opportunity for FBAs, because you gonna get them black jobs. Get ready to go get them. You say there's a lot. Raven says there's a lot of fear about us as a whole being a middle class. I don't care who fears that. Who cares? Look. One thing we got to get out of our mind is who fears what, who don't like what. Look, how I look at the world from what I've seen, it's us against the world, literally. Right. And once you understand it's us against the world, do you really care about, like, if you got an enemy, or like some people say an op, do you really care how they feel about you? You know they don't like you. So why do you care if they fear, they don't like, they're not comfortable? I don't care. Right. I'm the last person to care about somebody and how they feel if I know you're not for me like that. I only care about people that I feel like, okay, well, they cool with me. they family, they friends, they whatever. Okay, then I care about your feelings. I don't care about your feelings if you on some BS. No. If it's up to them, then we wouldn't even be alive. You got to remember that.
Yep.
We should be extinct, all the things that they done to us.
Right.
So please, us being here is a testament of the Lord. Raven, I hear what you're saying, Raven, but I don't care. I don't care. We just need to get to work and we need to get to doing things. Who cares if somebody, I mean, listen, your existence make people afraid.
Right.
Your existence, literally, you standing there quiet make people afraid. If you want to scare a lot of people, just stay there quiet. Don't say nothing. Just be quiet. You ain't got to do nothing to nobody. Just be quiet. Them folks on your job and everything else. Well, why are you so quiet? Why is she so quiet? Why are they not talking? I don't know. I don't think they like white people because they don't talk. They don't even talk. They ain't even talking to black people either. You just don't talk much. But I don't know. I feel nervous because they don't like to talk. Because it's in them to worry about what we think. Because if you're talking, they know what you're thinking. If you're not talking, they don't know what you're thinking. They the one got the fear problem, not me. I don't care less what they fear.
Right.
Anyway, let me get back here so I can just kind of get off of this article here. So Bobby Jackson, he's 28, assistant director of a small private school in Yazoo City. He said he was skeptical of Mr. Trump, but he was just as unsure as Ms. Harris. He said he did not know much about her when she entered the race in late July and still felt as if he didn't know her by election day. He said he was put off. Look at that. He was put off by the celebrities, Beyonce, Megan Thee Stallion, Bruce Springsteen, and Oprah Winfrey, who endorsed her. He didn't like it. He voted for Ms. Harris, but his enthusiasm for the Democratic Party has waned. He said the party was offering a lot of promises, but not following through. Now, he's the kind of voter that voted by habit. That was a habit vote. A lot of black people vote by habit for Democrats. It's just a habit. It's a habit because you have to understand, we're the only group that was raised to be Democrats.
Years ago, yeah.
We was raised to be Democrats from the crib, from the bassinet, whatever you want was in. We were raised to be Democrats, period. Even though he was put off by the celebrities, he didn't like it. Even though he didn't know Kamala, didn't feel like he knowed her or whatever, he still voted for her because that is a habit that a lot of you have that you got to break that habit. They say some younger black men said they were also frustrated by Ms. Harris' emphasis on her law enforcement experience as a prosecutor, part of her appeal to moderate Democrats and disenchant Republicans. Ronell Shaw, 36, they said lives in a section of Milwaukee's north side where incarceration rates are among the highest in the nation. He said that he has cousins and friends who have faced harassment by police. Mr. Shaw said that the focus on elected leaders should be on making up for that history rather than bragging about all the people they locked up. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I said, when did black people start loving prosecutors? That was interesting to me. He said at the same time, Mr. Shaw was turned off by Mr. Trump's brash demeanor and record. So Mr. Shaw said he voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016 and opted to sit out this election. So he chose the couch. Another one that chose the couch? He said, why should I vote for someone who doesn't care about people who look like me? Mr. Shaw asked by both candidates. He's in the Crowd Shopping Center, Rocky Mount, North Carolina, main city, Nash County. Carson Criswell, 35, said while he voted for Ms. Harris, he was not entirely surprised that she did not receive more support among black men. He said voting for a woman of color was exciting. He said, but the world ain't always ready for that. And I think he voted based on habits, in my opinion. Oh, okay. All right, this explains it. I think his wife has something to do with that one. He said sexism has enraged some black women voters who are the backbone of the party. Alinda, Arrington, 59, a long-term resident in Nash County, said that as a black woman, she never once considered anything other than voting for Ms. Harris. A substitute teacher said the Republican goal of eliminating the Department of Education did not sit well with her, and she was anxious about the stability of Social Security under the Trump administration, assured that some younger black men were too lazy to focus on their economy. And let me, and they don't understand what will happen, everything, education, healthcare, taxes. You say they're in the root for a rude awakening. Donna Madden, she a Black Latina, says she was terrified of fallout. Some it's like a betrayal. It's like made me so sad. Are you really doing your research? And so, see, I hate to say it, not all women, but say it says some younger Black men will focus on the economy. Let me stay there for a minute. We'll close out on that. You can't pay for health care without a good economy. If you have no money, you can't afford health insurance. Okay, even if you don't have health insurance, you'll be a cash patient. Cash patients has to still have money. You go to the pharmacy, you got to have money, insurance or not, to pay for your medication. You go to the hospital, you got to have money. Okay, so yes, the economy affects it all. The economy. Young Black men are right to look at the economy, not things that don't pay no bills.
Right.
You can have all the insurance you want. If you don't have a job, you won't keep it long. If you can't pay for nothing, you can't put food on the table. You can't pay for the light bill, the internet bill, the roof over your head, the car you drive. You're not gonna have it long. But see, the men supposed to think about the economy because men are traditionally providers. So they supposed to think about, man, we got to do something about this economy, bro. I got to provide. I got a family. So we're not thinking about, as men, it's not our job to be thinking about all that other side stuff, man, please. No, all that mess she was talking about was like a vanity project. We gotta have the money. Young Black men are finally thinking right. They're not thinking about, oh, I'm only gonna vote for her because she's talking about racism. Oh, she looks like me, so I'm gonna vote for her. Look like you and you broke. She not. The Democrat leadership ain't broke. Barack Obama, he got millions of dollars. He's not broke. I want the millions of dollars Barack Obama got. I want that money Kamala got. I want that money all them Democrat donors got. Whatever they doing, put me on. Telling me about racism not gonna get me paid. Unless that's what I do for a living. I write about racism. I talk about racism and on speaking tours or whatever, and I get paid for it. But if I'm not getting paid for it, bro, I gotta provide something else. Young Black men are thinking in the right place. Young Black men, a lot of them don't even want to work a job. They want their own businesses, a lot of them. And shout out to y'all brothers. They don't want to deal with these folks. They want their own. You should be happy that young Black men are thinking about the economy. Because if young Black men are thinking about the economy, that means they'll be able to take care of the women. That means they'll be able to take care of the children in the community. These young Black men are not trying to just be a bum. Be a Pookie and Ray Ray somewhere. They're actually thinking right, thinking straight. They don't want to be broke. Listen to some of you, some, not all. Listen to some of you ladies out there in the community. We want to vote for her so she could be the first Black. What? First of all, don't even go there about the Black. But you will vote for her and you're broke. Or you vote for her and all the money go to the migrants. It goes to those men, not the Black men. It goes to those men. So no, a lot of young Black men thought right. Black men or any man is listening. It is our job to provide. We have to think with our wallets and our bank accounts, period. We can't do nothing at all in any nation you go to without no money. We can't do nothing without the money. And that's what we got to think about, the economy, making the economy better, what's going on with jobs, what's going on with gas prices, what's going on with food prices, because all that affects, the money that's coming out your bank account, bro. And if these ladies not going to think about the economy, some of them, not all, then it's on the men to be thinking about the economy. Like I said, these mass deportations going to be great for the economy because you got all these people in this country, they eating food. higher demand for food, that means higher prices. If you remove those people out of here, we can drop the price of food. All those people getting gas, because all these migrants run around here with vehicles. Don't know how that's happening. Well, if you get them on out of here, that can help drop some of them gas prices. Because you got to remember, when Trump was in office, we didn't have that influx of people in here. That also contribute to the prices going up. That's what people not talking about. So that dude, his name Tom Homan, that's supposed to be coming in, man, let's shoot. Shout out to him. Shout out to him. Yeah, Eric, yeah, I'm glad too. I'm glad their $1 billion plan was foiled. Then they had some people in the chat, we got something worse than that. I'm like, no, we didn't. The Democrats need to crash and burn in 2026 too.
And 2028.
In 2028 and any other year after that, until either they get right or they just need to, I don't know what they're going to do. But they can't keep coming here thinking, because like I said, we got to keep our foot on the Democrats' neck. Because I was thinking, okay, the election over, I'm going to get into some other things. I said, but then I've been watching the Democrats. I said, they trying to regroup it and go back on their attacks. I said, these people ain't letting up. I said, so we can't let up now. We can't let up on these people. No. And I'm glad more of my people now. Did y'all see AOC the other day asking people, so what podcast are you guys listening to? Because we just want to know. Don't give that woman no information. First of all, she should pay you.
Right.
Why y'all giving that woman free information? The Democrats got money to burn. Tell them pay you. Oh, you want that's research. That's market research. So how much check I'm getting? Oh, don't be telling her who y'all listening to. What? So when they get in power, they can go attack them. Because that's how the Democrats are. They're a censorship party.
Yeah, they are.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank y'all for joining us on the stream tonight. We greatly appreciate it. Shout out to all 3,400 of y'all in here tonight.
Shout out to all 4 of y'all, 5 of y'all that's tapping in right now. To Frontline Black. Yeah. Democrats trying to get us back on the plantation. What are your thoughts on the Democrats trying to get us back on the Democratic plantation?
I not really trying. I really don't.
By claiming Trump will give white Americans reparations.
Let's say at this point in time, anything like the Kardashians of them calling us misinformation with Russian bots, fucking whatever else. They'll inform is the biggest fucking cat. You say anything?
Go ahead.
You say anything?
God damn it! I didn't want to talk loud. I was trying to bone out. It's the biggest lie is them saying that they're calling us misinformationists, Russian bots, fucking social media, fucking that's the only place we get our news. We don't know how to read, fucking whatever lie they try to sell us and say about us, about spreading the good old word over here. It's been the biggest lie when it's really been them and the Republicans too on their fucking media platforms. The thing is, like, you got treated like you would treat the law. They gotta work for their motherfucking you better figure out your fucking I don't do your light work, man. Go do your own research. Like who am I to tell you what the fuck? You know where to go. Figure it out. Right. You better ask a union member. Right. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But they gotta figure it out, man. Like and for us to give them, it's like giving white supremacy more answers to the motherfucking compensatory code. You already know. No. So ultimately, look, first of all, that broad is young enough to be hip to a lot of shit. And whether she's not, she's asking these okey doke op questions is really stupid. Really, really sus, and he really shouldn't keep her in that position she's in.
Well, they're trying to run her 28.
I don't think she should go anywhere but home.
Right.
To wherever that is. whatever country that is. You know what I mean?
The territory.
Yes. Oh, then she belongs, I guess. Whatever. It don't even fucking matter. Either way. I just feel like they are not gonna do well. They're gonna continue to fuck up and throw whoever at us. And I mean, just keep in mind how much shit they culture vultured and perversed and ruined, and we gotta constantly keep maneuvering and creating. So yeah, they ain't gonna. It's just shit. It's just shit. I forgot what he was like. I forgot what was the real question? What was the topic? Sorry,
he was talking about the Democrats trying to scare us with.
Oh yeah. I didn't see anywhere in this week any of the Democratic Party really trying to make concessions or do any changing. No. I haven't seen anything except they're still lost in the sauce and trying to ask around and figure it out. And that seems to be the topic, but that's going to be the distraction for up until he gets into office. That's going to be the distraction, and the shit talking is going to be prevalent. I too wish that we could stop talking about politics for right now. I feel like we need a break. But I don't mean to say, but however, it don't look like it's going to happen for us. So, I feel like right now we just got as FBA B1 people, we have to just stay focused on what the fuck we're on and what we're doing, because right now everything which is on either side is a deflection, distraction, a fucking vibrational pull in the wrong direction, all that. So we just gotta stay focused on what we're doing and the goal, and just keep applying pressure, and honestly we have the answers to all these fucking wonders of fucking mystery. We just got to go do the work in our prospective states, our prospective cities. Like really have to get involved on some level and start doing it. I mean, you would be surprised what kind of black fucking plans and bills and shit we could really come up with on our own. You know what I mean? The problem is getting it to the right codified black hands, and like in our state, there is none in office, and that's the tragedy. But that's what we did to ourselves. So in order to get that out, you gotta have that. They have that real power, persuasional, fucking pull. That and right now Democrats, black Democrats, are still pandered to, fucking encouraged and paid to go ahead and keep pro-black, empowered black, fucking anything that's against status quo away and quiet. Their voice ain't heard. They don't give a damn. They could care less. They're gonna proceed as fucking as desired, and it's gonna take a small fucking few to really get in that ass. And we're doing it over here. It's in a small way, but fuck, sometimes it just takes small
apparently 10
small
million people did it.
Where
10 million people said fuck this.
No, here. I'm talking about here.
Well, I don't know.
Not just there. Every state got to do something in their own prospective state.
Yeah, fight where you at.
You know what I mean? Like, we can't take on the whole fucking 50 and the whole federal government. We just fucking right here. We're gonna work with what we have access to and what we can take and what we can utilize. I mean, we're not really, if you want to think about it, we got to talk ourselves up out of the we can't do it, and we can and we will, because if we let ourselves talk ourselves into we can't because we're scared, or we can't because they're gonna say, or we can't because white supremacy, their white tears, fragilities, lies, fucking propaganda always matter. We can't. That's gonna keep us like this, and there's no leadership in that. I wouldn't you always hear me say I wouldn't follow a motherfucker down to the fucking bathroom, let alone the kitchen, or down a motherfucking dark hallway, because they don't got the leadership. That's because I want to see people like me in doing shit like that, to say no and fuck you. What you mean? No, you don't like this. Go ahead. You have to take that back and reread that. Take your time. Read every word very slow, because I'm not changing a motherfucking thing. Like that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Because you got racism, white supremacy, and big money, and dark money, and whatever kind of fucking alien money, fucking paying the way, and motherfuckers are too really servient of the purse, and the white man and his bitch and whatever else, and you too afraid to shake things up because, oh my God, what's the community gonna think of me? But what they gonna say in silence? That's a real one, right? Because they too afraid to say it out loud, because they can't be fucking out loud and unapologetic. Right. Let them hate, let them weep, and let them think about it in their nightmares. Right. Because at the end of the day, we're the only ones showing up with courage to fucking do the fucking work. Right. And everybody stands against us, even in our own shit. They can't benefit from it. Right. No tangibles for the fucking off brands. Yeah, for the bullet. No tangibles for the coons, for the bed wenches, for the buck broken, for the motherfucking Democratic shills, for the black church that fucking allowed the fucking white pandering to go on in during political seasons, for everybody taking money under the table, on the table, around the table, near the table, fucking, you know what I mean? There's no tangibles when a motherfucking empowered person gets into office, and that's a real fucking problem, because they want somebody to say, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. Yes, whatever you say. Yep, I'm your bitch today. No more. And that's what really happens. Look at Chicago. Look at Afro Elite when he interviewed them ladies. Yep. Excuse me, ladies. Yeah. When he interviewed those ladies, not only did we get a history lesson, but we saw that they had put in the city council motherfucking work. Yep. They every time there was a chance. Yep. Look at the people in Dalton, standing up to that type of shit. These are black people. You know what I mean? Look at certain city council members, like rest in peace, Eric Mays. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's hey, call me the female light skinned Eric Mays. Yeah. I'm getting in that ass. Why? Because if somebody does not do this, they will never fucking change. Right. If someone does not make a fucking scene every chance they get to call it out and fucking shine the brightest motherfucking fog light on him, they will never fucking change. Right. They got to be thoroughly fucking embarrassed, dragged, and humiliated in order to fucking change. And that means we got to find a way to be persuasive to whatever's listening, to make sure they move. Right. And unfortunately, I still don't understand the benefit of these alleged allyship, but apparently you got to put them up in front. I don't get it, but I don't see how it works, because when you look at it from the black agenda perspective, they still are in the way. Yeah, they are. So even talking to black Democrats, those alleged allies are still in the motherfucking way. Yeah. Then you got every other buffer class or Hispanic or $5 Indian talking about our people only. But when you say it, you're crucified and fucking shunned and whatever else, fucking drugged and fucking whatever else. You can't let them do it, family. Right. They wrong, not you. Right.
They're wrong. They're wrong. They're the one putting up the cock block. Yeah. Go around it. Fucking do whatever you gotta do, and don't get scared. Because the moment you show fear, then they know they got it. What is it? Confidence will sell everything. Yeah. Confidence is gold. It's better than anything. Yeah. You say it with confidence, and you mean it like you say it like you mean it, and move on it. And with the confidence to do it, that right there shows you you're serious. Don't show no fear. Right. Just be confident.
Trickle down.
Yeah, just be confident.
On business.
Exude that confidence, even if you don't have it, man. Me personally, sometimes I gotta lie to myself. You know what I mean? Is to make myself and that's how I did it just to get myself to a confident level. Growing up the way I did, lie to myself until I fucking felt confident enough to just and go with it. And just because of that. No, this is about confidence because at the end of the day, I could be one way inside like an introvert, but I need that introvert to come outside to do some other shit. And I had to say it. I had to believe in myself. You. Let's say you're the only motherfucker in the world. We are all by ourselves at times. Like we ain't got no friends really within ourselves. Nobody to talk to. We stuff everything. We all alone. Like we came in this motherfucker. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. What you think you have, you really don't have. At the end of the day, you're by yourself. So you got to build that confidence in yourself and sell it like a motherfucker. Sell it like we know how to sell shit. We ain't never not without no money. We could sell a fucking dream to anybody. Really, think about it. When we want it, we can get it. So there you have it. Tricks are for kids. It's now Sunday and not sucker free.
Right.
Who's sucker free Sunday?
Yes, sir. Democrats is a bunch of damn suckers. All right.
Where's the thing at? No. I don't know where I put it.
It's right next to you.
You see it?
No, I don't see it.
Oh, talk loud.
All right, so moving along.
Yeah, talk loud. Talk a little louder.
Thank you for that, Lady Che.
Jesse just be leaving me in charge.
Lady Che is having parts of fun. Mouse.
Just talk louder. We're moving on to the next clip, family. I seem to misplace the wireless mouse where I was sitting all of a sudden. What's the next clip, Jesse?
White women questions black women.
I found it.
On why sisters want to prioritize FBAs instead of being their mule.
I would tell them mind their own motherfucking business. Right. Me personally, why you guys gotta be in somebody's business? Shit.
Thanks for sticking with us. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Alright, so yeah, Becky is trying to question sisters. They're standing on FBA business.
They have no reason to ask us anything.
So yeah, like I said, white women questions black women on why sisters want to prioritize FBAs only instead of being their mule.
You coming back? Make sure to watch all the videos that we had here from all the great presenters. You know, we got people to even attempt to join with Becky and Karen on any level. So let's go ahead and cue this up. Where we at? Video. All right, here we go.
Dear Black women, so I did a video yesterday addressing specifically Black women. So as a woman, we have blazed these trails together. We did this together. We need to stand together. Women, to include Black women, got the right to vote after men. They're still leading the race. It's still not equal. Equality, equal pay. We still get less on the dollar. So why are you alienating a high percentage of allies? Like, why are you doing this? Separation will lead nowhere. And in the real world, aside from TikTok, we have to bargain together. We have to do this together. Why are you alienating? And what constitutes white? This is 2024, and most of us are blended. My family's blended. You know, I have cousins that are married to beautiful Black women, or even Black men. So there's a lot of mixed in my family, and so if it's just a Black pack, like where do you draw the line? Only certain Black people? Because I have 2% Nigerian. Am I allowed in? I think we all should be allowed in because we're women. And this is our battle together. I don't know if you noticed, but the world is still being run by men. Men that love war and that love keeping us divided. So why would you want to divide yourselves? Women had nothing to do with slavery. Literally, like nothing. I'm sure we were saying, hey babe, this is pretty effed up, because we're nurturing, we're loving, it's wrong. That was men. So why this hate on white women? What has a white woman? Because we're somewhat married to white men? My husband's not a racist, or we're Gen X. Like, we grew up together. I went to school, I learned so much from the Black culture because of desegregation, and I loved it. Rockin' a robin all night long, puffin' a puffin', and we're doing the double dutch. Like, I loved it, and we were friends. So I don't know what happened and why there's this divide, and especially when we all need each other. Can someone let me know what's going on and what changed to all the hate on white women? Because I would certainly like to know what happened. Because I don't feel like we all have friends that are diverse. So do you think there's some little pocket of, you know, a place where we're not all interacting, engaging? In the neighborhood, it's diverse. So what happened to where there's Black pack hate against white women? I don't know what happened. Why are you guys mad at white women? I mean, seriously, I just want to know. I mean, my friends didn't get the memo. You know, I have a beautiful friend that has a doctorate. It's tons. I have every ethnicity of friends. I don't know if they get the memo because we still love each other. So I don't know. Are these educated Black pack? Like what? I don't know. Someone let me know. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Okay, I had to subject you to that because, you know, I want you to hear it all in this full context before I start just doing my thing, right? I want you to notice something, though, Black women. I want you to notice that she doesn't care if Hispanic women, go in their own corner. She doesn't care if Asian women go in their corner, East Indian women, Arab women, whatever women, right? She doesn't care about that. Only women she care about is you. And I told y'all long time ago, they cannot stay away from us no matter where we go, what we do. Listen, they will follow you to the continent of Africa. They will follow you to the Caribbean. They will follow you to Antarctica if all of us went to Antarctica. There's nowhere on the earth that we go that they're not going to follow. So let me go on and now. Some things I'm going to bring up has nothing to do. It has something to do with some politics, but it's not going to be about Democrats and Republicans. It's going to be about just support and what white women have not done in the area of support for black women, at least even if I disagree with some black women's politics. Okay, so we want to start that up right up front. So let's start this over.
Dear Black women, so I did a video yesterday addressing specifically Black women. So as a woman, we have blazed these trails together.
It's funny she said we, right? I didn't know black women and white women was blazing trails together. I mean, correct me, because like I said, I don't know much.
We did this together. We need to stand together. Women, to include Black women, got the right to vote after men. They're still leading the race. It's still not equal. Equality, equal pay. We still get less on the dollar. So why are you alienating a high percentage of allies? Like, why are you doing this?
Well, let me explain to you, ma'am, let me tell you something. These black women who was finally, because I'm seeing them too. I'm seeing them starting to wake up. Now, you say that y'all have done things together. You have been in the trenches with black women together, right? That means you've been in the trenches on the job. That means you've been in the trenches in the courtroom. We know when black women's sons are on trial for the sons that you raised, that put them in those predicaments, that over-police them. You was in the trenches in the jury box helping those black children, right, with mass incarceration, right? That's according to you. You was helping black women on the job. You was doing all that, right? Now we know I'm being sarcastic, of course. Well, let's talk about political support for black women, right? Let's go with political support for black women. Now, black women, a lot of black women are Democrats, right? And a lot of black women feel because the Democrat Party has elevated black women, they have, in a lot of areas. They're more entrenched with the Democrat Party, right? And they talk about abortion, they talk about feminism, they talk about all these different things in the Democrat Party. So a lot of you white women say, oh yeah, that's right up our alley. Well, here, how did you support black women? Let me show you how you supported black women. Give me a second here. Let me show you how you supported black women. Okay, politically, I'm going to show you. Okay, so this is an exit poll from 2016. Okay, now black women, if you see here, voted 94% for Hillary Clinton. Okay, 94% because they believe in democratic ideals. Whether I agree with that or not, that's not the case of this or the subject matter of what we're doing here. But 52% of white women voted for Trump in 2016. So how is it that the majority of white women voted for Trump, but yet y'all supposed to be standing together about women's rights, women's equality, and all of that? And we know that the Republican Party does not push those ideals. The Democrat Party do. We just flat out, right? That's one of their mantras, is that. Okay, cool. That's white women in 2016. Let's go to white women in 2024. White women voted for Trump, 53%. That's what they put. Now, Kamala Harris, in my opinion, was more about feminism, abortion, women. She was more about that than Hillary Clinton could have ever been, right? And white women voted 53%. And then you go look at black women, they voted 91% for Vice President Kamala Harris. So after these elections, a lot of black women have seen politically that you do not support them at all on a political level. You just don't. based on these numbers that we're looking at here, the majority of white women support their man. When they talk about the patriarchy, they're okay with the patriarchy. It's no problem for them. You understand? When they talk about oppression and all that, they're cool with that, because what they're saying in their voting is it's better to be oppressed underneath my man than to be with you and joining with you on anything black women. Black women have seen you pull this stunt multiple times, but definitely this one time, they seen you pull it once again. You could not get a woman to advocate more for women than Vice President Kamala Harris. Hands down, you couldn't get them, right? And yet white women still voted in the majority for Donald J. Trump. Let's call it what it is. This is what they decided to do. Okay, cool. Let me get back on camera here for a second. Another thing, white women. And we got to address something real quick. She mentioned about pay on the job. You remember she just mentioned about pay on the job? Okay, cool. Well, listen to this real quick, ladies and gentlemen.
In 2024, the average earnings of Black and white women compared to white men are as follows. Black women earn 64 cents for every dollar earned by white men. White women earn 73 cents for every dollar earned by white men. 36 source, 38 just source. This pay gap reflects persistent inequalities influenced by factors such as occupational segregation, discrimination, and disparities in access to higher paying jobs. Closing this gap would require systemic changes, including stronger pay equity laws, better access to education, and increased workplace protections.
Okay, so as you and thank you, the AI assistant there, and that is a black woman's voice. We got to pick the black woman on the AI. All right, so even the AI is telling you that black women are making less compared to the white man, right? So it's 64 cents to every dollar in 2024. The black woman is making to the white man, and the white woman is making 73 cents to every white man's dollar. Here's the problem. What the white woman wants, she wants to be one for one. She wants the same dollar her man making, she wants to make. And because she does not want to go out and fight that fight to get equality with her own man, what she likes to do is grab black women who has the voice of a lion, who has a natural fight in them, right? Who's been standing on business fighting for, equal rights and for our very lives since the beginning, okay? Black women have been on the same trenches with black men, right? They want to use you to push them up to the one for one. That's what they want. So for every dollar a white woman makes, she wants to be equal with her man. What she do is she puts you in front, she gaslights you, she deceives you, she say, oh, we equal, and what's going on, and we're women, and this and that and the third. No, what she do, she pushes you at the front, let you be the face of the attack dog, while she falls back. She falls back and she's like, go, yeah, we support you. And then when it's time for you to be supported politically, what happens? She goes out and votes for Trump. And then you're looking dumbfounded because like, huh? Because y'all really believe all that we're sisters, we're women, and they're taking away our rights with abortion. Y'all really believe that? I'm talking about some of you sisters. That's why a lot of you have been hurt. And that's why some of you have been extremely angry with this 2024 election. Because listen, you can't even blame black men, because on paper, black men more, and I wish I said that before the election, that black people was going to vote more for her than Trump. I knew that. I know my people. I just know them, even though there's an increase for Trump, but still, right? But so a lot of you have been mad. You say, forget that. I'm only prioritizing black people. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. And people like myself and many others have fall back and be like, we told y'all a long time ago. You still ain't learned your lesson yet? Now, She mentioned that. Let's cue up what she said. Because something she said I want to point back out to, real quick. Let's pull this up.
Separation will lead nowhere, and in the real world, aside from TikTok, we have to bargain together. We have to do this together. Why are you alienating? And what constitutes white? This is 2024, and most of us are blended. My family's blended. You know, I have cousins that are married to beautiful Black women, or even Black men.
Hold on, as she continued, ma'am, you had nothing to do with that. All that, why Black people in my family? You can't help it. Whoever your family member is that married that Black person, male or female, you can't help it. You don't get it like this badge of honor. Like, see, I'm not like the rest of my other people. I got Black people in my family. I got a Black nephew. I got a Black grandchild. I got a Black cousin. You had nothing to do with that. So when you hear them say that, that's used to disarm you. Because, right, so you got your defenses up. So to disarm you, because see, listen, they are very good at disarming Black people, because unfortunately, a lot of you want their validation. You do. And this is a problem not only here in America, but also throughout the Black world. You want their validation. It's weird. I don't understand that. I really think we need to focus more on labeling that as a weird concept, because it is weird. It's Tim Walz weird to me at this stage of the game. You know how weird Tim Walz was. It's Tim Walz weird. Why you want the approval of another group of people that have shown their natural behind to you for hundreds and hundreds of years? I don't get that. I don't get it either. You're not even trying to get approval of people in your own family, but you want approval of a group of people that you don't even know? Come on now. Let's continue.
So there's a lot of mixed in my family, and so if it's just a Black pack, like where do you draw the line? Only certain Black people? Because I have 2% Nigerian. Am I allowed in?
Hell no.
And that's the argument they're going to make for reparations. And so when they bring up reparations, y'all better have, even though I know they say, no, you have to be born, you have to have Black on your birth certificate. You have to identify as Black your whole life. You got to do this again. You got to do that. Okay, cool. Here's the issue. We still live in I'm white and I say so country. That's the problem. Who's to say that they can't go change the deal? Say, well, you got to have Black, some sort of DNA attached to West Africa or whatever the case may be, and they trying to worm their way in to that, right? That's why if they want to say that, you should have. But see, what I would say, it would cut out some FBAs, believe it or not. If I would say, well, you got to have at least 51% African DNA to be approved on certain things, some people have an issue with that. Now, me, I'm 84, 85% African DNA. You know, well, I got some colonizer blood in there too. But some people maybe got 47. Some people don't have it all, right? Because of whatever. So you're going to have them, like I said, always trying to worm their way into reparations. But anyway, let's keep going.
I think we all should be allowed in because we're women, and this is our battle together. I don't know if you noticed, but the world is still being run by men that love war and that love keeping us divided.
Ma'am, that's your men. Stop saying men. No. That's the men of your community. Black men isn't running the country.
Exactly.
It's your men. You say love war and all that. That's your men. Those are the men that you're raising. Let's talk about that. You raise those men. You rear those men. If you really cared about stopping war and peace and all that, why don't you rear your sons to be peaceful? Why don't you rear them to do that? You don't. You coddle that. And then you want to complain about it. And then you want to trying to draw in Black women into your family mess. That's really your family mess. And that's been the issue since slavery. Every time you come up here, you come dragging us into your mess. You mess up America. You're dragging us into the situation with America. Even this past election, How many of them was coming to black people, whether they Democrat or Republican? Man, this country's messed up. Man, we got to do something about this. Like, wait, hold on. We? Who you mean we? Black people didn't mess up the country. Black people didn't put us in all these wars. Black people didn't mess up the economy. Black people didn't do anything. What you mean we? Black people still trying to figure some things out for themselves, and every time we try, y'all sabotaging it. It's not us. What are you talking about? We have nothing to do with anything. So I don't even like that. Don't come to me to fix your problem. You fix your own mess. But the problem is, a lot of our people still think that, well, we got to come up and clean their mess up. Listen, you are an American. Yes, you can love your country, but you don't have to clean up their mess. That's not your job. Do these other groups come in here and clean up their mess? No, these other groups come in here and get in where they fit in.
So why would you want to divide yourselves? Women had nothing to do with slavery, literally, like nothing. I'm sure we were saying, hey, babe, this is pretty effed up because we're nurturing, we're loving, it's wrong. That was men. So why?
Oh, okay. All right. So she says basically white women had nothing to do with slavery. That was the white man. We told them it's not right. This woman fixed her lips to say this. Let's also look at it on her point of view too. In the American education system, they do not properly teach slavery. They don't teach white. Hold on. Let's get educated real quick. Let's get educated. Here we go. Some education. You ready? All right, let's listen.
Yes, some white women in the South owned enslaved people before the abolition of slavery in the United States. While men were more commonly associated with property ownership, including enslaved individuals, historical records show that white women also played a role in the institution of slavery, particularly as inheritors, widows, or active managers of estates. Key points about white women's slave ownership. 1. Inheritance. Many white women acquired enslaved people through inheritance, as it was common for enslaved individuals to be passed down within families as property. Women often became owners after the death of a husband or father. 2. Active management. Some women actively managed plantations and enslaved individuals, particularly in the absence or death of male family members. They were responsible for overseeing labor and discipline. 3. Economic benefits. Slave ownership provided white women with wealth and social standing, as enslaved individuals were a significant source of economic value in the antebellum South. 4. Historical records. Research by historians, such as Stephanie Jones Rogers in her book, They Were Her Property, reveals that some white women were deeply involved in and profited from the institution of slavery, challenging the perception that they were passive participants. 5. Scale of ownership. The number of enslaved individuals owned by white women varied, with some owning small numbers for domestic purposes and others owning larger numbers on plantations. Why it matters. Understanding the role of white women in slavery helps provide a fuller picture of how deeply the institution was embedded in Southern society, implicating a broader range of individuals in its perpetuation. If you're interested in exploring this further, books like They Were Her Property by Stephanie Jones Rogers and Mistresses of the Market by Marlene Dott provide detailed insights into this aspect of history.
All right, there you go. So make sure you get the book They Were Her Property by Stephanie Jones Rogers or Mistresses of the Market by Marlene Dott. Make sure to get those books. Get more educated on white women's role in slavery. So black women, how do you join with a slave owner?
The slave market.
And look how she's at it. We had nothing to do with it. We was saying, hey babe, maybe this is not right. And the whole time she wasn't participating in it. She was in participate. Like for instance, George Washington, he had slaves. And when he died, his 100 some odd slaves was left to his white woman wife. That is like American history right there. But they had nothing to do with slavery. According to her, they were so benevolent, his wife was supposed to say, hey, I don't want nothing to do with no slavery. hey, y'all free. I ain't got nothing to do with that. He ain't here no more. No, she kept up the slavery. You understand what I'm saying? This is why they don't want to. This is why they don't want to teach. When they talk about we're gonna get rid of the Department of Education, right? When they talking about that, I say good. What have we really learned underneath their Department of Education? Let's really think about it. What have we really learned? Even white folks haven't learned anything about their own history. You have black people, black children in Baltimore who are functionally illiterate. Can't read, can't pass a test, but we have a Department of Education. It should be no child that is illiterate, that can't pass the test, can't do math or whatever if we have a Department of Education. They're supposed to go in, investigate those schools, and if they got to do some civil or criminal penalties for something, they got to do that with these educators or these school administrators, because it should be criminal for a child to be illiterate or can't pass anything. That's what the whole Department of Education. Y'all act like because this Department of Education that we have, it's been so great for our schools in the black communities. America, look, let me tell you, a lot of people throughout the world look at us as dumb, ignorant, and this country makes sure of it. Because an educated people do better. An educated people questions things, and they don't want you questioning a whole lot, so they keep you dumb, including their own people. Because if their own people was actually educated, this woman in particular, that white women was all involved with the slave trade and owning slaves and buying slaves and all of that, she probably wouldn't have said that with her whole chest to feel like white women had nothing to do with slavery. Okay? That's right. It's been the school, you're right, Mama Deb, the school to prison pipeline. They even say the way they operate their schools will getting you prepared for prison. The same bus that they bring your kids to school in is the same type of bus they bring prisoners to the prison in. Yep. Teaching your kids to respond to bails and all these sort of things. When they telling you you can only go to the bathroom when I say you can go to the bathroom. You can only eat when I say you need to eat. No different than prison. You only eat when they say you can eat. You go to the bathroom. They say you can go to the bathroom. You out your cell when they say you out your cell. Like, they operate the same. Do you know that they use second and third grade test scores to figure out how many more prisons they need to build? They figured that out in elementary school. These people run everything like a prison and a plantation. These people have not changed. They just changed the plantation. The plantation is the mass incarceration. These people have not changed. Look at liberal California, and I want to do a whole stream on that. Liberal California, Democrat King Central California. They had a law to say we want to remove slavery out of the prison. Do you know in California, liberal California, they voted to keep slavery in prison? This is what they voted for. In liberal California, you can't get more liberal than California. They voted to keep slavery in prison. The prison guard union fought and put ads out to want to keep slavery going on in prison. If you can't get slavery off the books in freaking liberal California, I told y'all these Democrats ain't on our friends. They're not. These people don't know nothing more than enslaving black people. Now, maybe they'll put some Hispanics in there too, but they're not going to enslave their own. Unless it's a bad one among them, then they fine with that, right? Okay, cool. Okay, John say you're a long time educated and most schools and prisons have the same design. Yes, it do have the same design. So when I hear that, see, certain things y'all not ready to discuss, unfortunately. Some of y'all still want the status quo, but think about the status quo. The status quo has been anti-black. All of it has been anti-black. The status quo has not been pro-black at all. We talk about some of the greatest moments in black history has been when We've had our own black schools, black educators teaching our children who actually care about our community, who come from our community. Or go talk to brothers and sisters who's alive right now and ask them about the time when it was during segregation. Ask them about when they can only go to the black grocery store and the black clothing store and the mechanic and the clinic and the daycare and the school. Go ask them. And then ask them about today. Go ask them. Every time I've talked to a brother or sister, every single time, they've always told me, yeah, we got more things today. Yeah, we got more money today. But it was actually better back then. I even asked my own father. I said, when did you see the change? When did the breakdown happen? And he said in the 1970s. He said that one of the main things he said was when we got away from our own community, when we got away from shopping with black people, going to school with black people, he said that busting the other communities and all that with black people, he said that's when things start getting broke down. Yeah. And listen, we start taking on their ideologies and all things like that. We are our own people. We're supposed to be in our own ideologies. That's why I say that sometimes. I say, look, God in his great wisdom understood why people need to be where they need to be. God didn't create the melting pot. Not to say you cannot go along with people. No, I'm not advocating to hate nobody, but blending all these different people in one. Listen, you blend things together. It's not the same anymore. It's just not the same. It becomes something different. In America, why you have so much tension in America, you have all these different cultures here, and all these cultures have different mindsets, and they're vying for power, they're vying for control, they're vying for this, vying for that. That's really the biggest problem in America right now, is that you have too much. At one point in time, you only had black and white. That's two different cultures, whatever. Now you brought in everybody else in the midst of that too, right? So the status quo has not benefited black people. So I don't mind the status quo being torn apart. I don't mind, because what we already have is don't benefit us. But let's get back to old girl here. Give me a second. Something else she probably picked up and said. Let me get back to it.
This hate on white women. What has a white woman? Because we're somewhat married to white men. My husband's not a racist or we're Gen X. Like, we grew up together. I went to school. I learned so much from the black culture.
Ma'am, we have segregated schools in 2024. Still to this day, during the Gen Z generation, we still have segregated schools. You didn't learn nothing from black women, because if you learn from black women, they would have taught you empathy. They would have taught you sympathy. They would have taught you respect. They would have taught you honor. They would have taught you loyalty. They would have taught you to be a good friend. No, you have not learned a thing from black women. Not a thing. You want to use black women like you used them during the antebellum South in slavery, but you have not learned a thing. Black women have been teaching y'all ever since they came into contact with you. Black women, there was a recent video on TikTok I saw. A white woman admitted that black women in the military, they was in the military, black women in the military taught this woman hygiene. Black women in 2024 is still teaching you how to bathe. You ain't learned that lesson yet? Yeah. Black women is still teaching you how to bathe. That's why I'm like, black women, stop giving all this unsolicited advice, all this. Listen, no, if your mammy didn't teach you at your house how to take a doggone bath, then I don't know what to tell you. Black folks ain't done enough. We didn't taught you how to cook. We didn't taught you how to clean. We didn't taught you how to bathe. We didn't taught you how to rear your children. We didn't taught you everything. Black women was even, your child was on the black woman's breast. Do you understand that? Your children. What else can black women do for you? My Lord, leave black women alone. And I'm not even a black woman. And I'm telling you that. We don't have that relationship with white men. We don't. Ain't no white man trying to do this. No, white men do what they do. We do what we do. But when it comes to the women aspect, I'm like, man, sisters, you need to take a page out of the black man playbook. We ain't on that. We don't be saying, yeah, we in partnership with white men. We don't say that as black men, because we understand what the get down is. You know, we ain't on that. Y'all, sisters, you know, I'm that's why I say I'm glad this election went the way they. If it took Vice President Kamala Harris losing for some of you sisters to open your eyes and wake up to this stuff, then bravo, it happened. Good. If you want to link up with anybody as a woman, link up with black women. Mentor young black women. Mentor teenage black girls. If you're gonna help anything with women, you want to help somebody. Hey, black men, help black men, help the black community. That's what all the advocacy should be for anyway. You understand? I had, man, something that sickened me so much. Oh, there was a video. Let me see if I can send that to myself. Hold on. I want to show y'all this video before we wrapped up. A partner of mine sent me this video. Let me hold on. Let me see here. It was from hold on. Just give me a second. I gotta cue it up. Well, that was very white back when they talking about that. That was actually a good video. But let me see. I'm trying to cue this up. Just give me a second. I want y'all to see this video. Let me see if I can cue it up. Okay, there we go. Hold on. I'm gonna send it to myself, and I can put it on the screen so y'all can see it. So this type of stuff we got to stop. Let me see. Hold on. I got it. All right. Upload. Just give me a second. Up on the screen. I want y'all to pay attention to this. This on Instagram. Listen to this. Now this is at Afrotech. Afrotech's supposed to be about technology, AI, all that stuff for black people, right? Hey, you know, black inventors, black whatever. Yeah. Listen what they discussing at Afrotech here in Houston, Texas, because they had it here. Listen to this.
The majority of black women live in states that have abortion bans. Like, y'all are literally coming from my black body. And so, Dr. Snow, what do you say about what's happening, particularly in Georgia, where you were practicing too?
I'm a board certified OBGYN, and I think one of the concerns for me is that residents who are training in OBGYN programs in states that ban abortions are not going to be trained to do abortions. Even if we're able to get these laws reversed at some point.
Okay, this is supposed to be Afrotech, and this is what y'all discussing. Now look, sisters, let me tell you something. I got a partner of mine that was sent to me by a black man, actually, partner of mine, and this man wants a family. This man, you know, he don't have no children. He wants to be a husband. He wants to be a father, and he wants a black woman. He's a black man, and he told me, Phil, this is how a lot of them think, man. I'm not on that crap, bro. It's like what is this? And there's a lot of black men that want to get married and have families, but some, and I'm only talking to the sisters who promote that. Y'all gotta throw that in the trash, because a lot of black men are so turned off by that, and it is, and they're saying that and this is what I was told, and I know it's true. You say in Houston, man, a lot of them own that. Well, yeah, because in Houston is a Democrat city. That's the problem, the Democrats. And I say, so you either gonna have to find you a centrist Democrat type of ideology politically, or a conservative one or two. And like you said, it's kind of hard on that conservative side because it's not a whole lot of sisters over there. I say, yeah, it's some, but it's not. You're right, it's not a lot. So a lot of brothers who looking for wives don't want to be hearing that kind of talk. And I'm like, at Afrotech, this what y'all talking about? Like we don't need to hear that. We can go to the Democrat rally and go hear that. If I want to go hear that kind of talk. I mean, that got on my nerves. Just even hearing that clip got on my nerves. We need to be having, listen, do you don't understand? Listen to me. The white men, the Republicans, hold on. Where is it at? Hold on. Where's Elon Musk at? Give me a second. Elon Musk. Let me tell you what white men are concerned about. Elon Musk. Oh, come on now. Not that. All right. He says, wow, this needs to be greatly simplified. It says, as of 2015, Unite. No, not that one. That's not the one I wanted. Hold on. Wrong one. Hold on. Not about the tax code. Give me a second. Where is it at? He was talking about fertility. I'm going to find it. Oh, man. That wasn't the one I was looking for. Is this his black folk? They're talking about white women. I've discussed this before, the abortion bans that they're doing. And don't be surprised if they try to do a children per woman, 2023, 2.3 children per woman. Now, when they saying that, they're not talking about black folk. They're talking about white women. I've discussed this before, the abortion bans that they're doing. And don't be surprised if they try to do a federal abortion ban, even though Trump say, I'm not going to do that. He may be twisted his arm to do it because it's not about black women and what they're doing. It's about that white woman. So, this shield here, Valentina Gomez, nobody care about her. You see what the kind of memes they're posting, right? But now look at this person here. They say it's not looking good. And then they're saying you're a fertility crisis, right? And then they're showing here all their crisis. This is what they're worried about. They're worried about their population. That's what they're talking about, this here. And anything under 2.0 is under replacement, and you're going to go extinct. Let's call it what it is. Now, all this that you see happening right here has nothing to do with black.
Spain. They definitely a minus birth rate in Spain. Not looking good for them Papazoids. All European countries, they over that. Damn near minus birth rate in every last woman. Must be karma.
Black people. These are countries that black people do not dominate. Okay, we're not there. Africans may immigrate there, but Africans don't fool with them like that. Like talking about. So Elon Musk and them is worried about, and the other white men is worried about surviving on this earth while we have our sisters up here talking about aborting our black children. You understand what I'm saying? That's why that's more offensive to me when I hear that language now. That's not innocent to me. Okay. Then there's one person over here, Viral Trends. It was so funny. They start cooking. They say it looks awesome in Africa. It was funny. They say, yeah, how come? I say, how can they afford so many kids while we in the West struggle? He said, maybe we are the third world, right? So that person was cooking, and where's that person? No, he said somebody said something on this thing. Where is it at? Oh, it must have took it down. Anyway, what I'm saying is, y'all need to be having more children. Now, I say don't have children unless you are in a viable marriage, because I told my own daughters this, that if it takes a man to make a child, then it takes a man to raise a child, period. And if you would have the attitude, if I don't have his last name, I'm not having his child, then that'll be the perfect way to be. Because when you are out there as a woman, it do make it more difficult dating. When you have children from other relationships, it do. Now, if you have maybe one, men could be okay with the one, but the issue is, how is the parenting relationship with the dude? Is he non-existent? Is he around? Is he toxic? Because men not gonna come into a toxic situation. I would never tell a man to do that. No, you toxic, or he can call you and you get mad, and now you mad with everybody because he called and got you mad. You still mostly attached to that situation, so that makes some variables. So what I'm saying is, don't have children unless you're married. I'm a firm believer that. I stuck to that, and I'm a man. I refuse to get a woman pregnant unless I was married. And if I never got married, I'd have never had kids. I meant that. I just never wanted to bring a child in the world as a man, and did not be married to their mother, just point blank. Abortion in our community should not be used as birth control. Okay, I mean, be responsible. Be responsible. That's the only thing I'm saying. Just be responsible. And yes, it's probably is going to go away or be more difficult to do. But it has nothing to do with you. They don't care. Well, I say, what is the unintended benefit for Black people? More Black children. That's the unintended benefit. Now they want to have more of their babies, but you know good and well we'll have a whole lot more. Our population is going to skyrocket because, trust me, you give it about 5-10 years, they're going to do this. They'll say, oh my God, look at the Black population. It didn't shot up. Oh yeah, it shot up because now y'all made it difficult. And listen, most Black folks is not going to be spending all that money to go travel to other states. Maybe some of you that got money will, but the average one's just not going to spend that money. Say, I just had a baby, we just do what we do. You know, I figure it out. It is what it is. Because we've always figured it out as Black people. Always. Okay, yes, unfortunately, fathers do pass away. It happens. It happens. But also at the same time, how you get your children is a little different too. If a guy meets a woman and say, yeah, you know, I was married X amount of years, but, you know, I'm a widow now, he passed away and this and that. Okay, that's a lot different versus you just bopping it up and you got about 3 children from 3 different dudes. That's totally different versus a woman that was married, had 3 kids, and she's a widow. That's a totally different situation in the eyes of men. It really is. So, and I'm a firm believer, and I've said this before, single parents need to get together, like single fathers, single mothers. They have more in common. It works out a lot better, actually, also, like a you know, blended family or whatever. So let's focus more on building our communities, you know, building marriages, taking care of our children, staying together, not throwing in the towel. When you're married, every day is not going to be lovey-dovey and everything. Listen, marriage is a commitment. You know, you're going to have, when you take them vows, and they say for better or worse, you're going to have some better days. You may have some worse days. You may have some sicknesses that may happen. It happens. We're human. You may have all kind of things go on, but you got to stick it through. You can't just throw in the towel just because. That's why I hope the Republicans come in there and make no-fault divorce go. The reason why I think you should be able to get a divorce, of course, if somebody's beating on you, yes. If somebody's out here adultery and all that, yes. But I just don't want to be with you no more. Well, I think you should be able to do that, but you can't take nothing with you. In other words, you can't take half his 401k. You can't take half of everything he got. No, if you just want to leave and it wasn't like beating or cheating or nothing like that, all right, do you. Because there's no consequence, to break family. And it's consequence on men to break family. There's no consequence on the other side. So hopefully the Republicans look at that too. And I think they will look at it because a lot of white men don't like the no-fault divorce and also, about the abortion thing. So we'll see what happens with that. Because no-fault divorce really, really harmed the family dynamic in this country. No-fault divorce. Just look at the marriage rates before no-fault divorce and then look at it after the fact. Look at it. It actually incentivizes the breaking up of families. I'm talking about just families in general. I'm not talking about Black families.
Spoons, they're out. Panera's new ciabatta dippers are in. Each melty sandwich paired with a perfect portion of soup is made.
You say you saw white elderly folks fighting for real our kids to live at one of those clinics full of women. It made me sad. Yeah, it's yeah, but you know what? So if Trump and them go in there and do some things that, oh my God, he's just tearing the norms up and he's doing this, he's doing that. Look, for Black people, I say good. Trump do it. Why? Oh, he got this person in there. He got that person in there. We had the quote unquote norms and look at how we were living. Let's see how it goes when you tear the norms up. You turn everything on the upside down. It may be better for Black people. That's how I look at it. It can't be no worse than what we living now. Oh, okay. I got you. All right. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead and go. I got to.
The audacity of that woman. The hell? No way, check out something to say. This
I really, you're listening. I can cut off. Oh, yeah, you're nothing else saying for like 30 minutes.
I'm unmuted, but it's hard to hear you. I think. Yeah, so the podcast sitting out
I mean, I was talking for like 30 minutes. I'm surprised that it didn't catch anything I said. You know, basically, that was the most audacious, stupidest fucking clip ever in the free world. No, bitch, we're not in this together. We'll just start chattel slavery, just for starters, of why we should not, why we're not together, why this isn't a kumbaya moment. There's, I don't remember ever hearing about a motherfucking white slavestress fucking set black people free in the middle of the cover of darkness, and you know, keeping the hounds off of us, and the whips and motherfucking shit off of us for, you got at least a 12-hour head start, or they coming for you. None of that shit. I don't ever remember anybody doing that. Secondly, let's just start with child slavery. The bitches was complicit in all kind of madness when it came to the inside interior slaves, from us having to rear their fucking baby kids, from us having to make them fucking meals and whatnot, wash their clothes, wash their house, wash their man, wash them, from us having to we getting beat inside, outside over jealousy because, you know, their husband don't know how to keep his watering eye and dick off of us. The creation of motherfucking mulattoes that was enabled. Fucking the fetishizing of the black man, the entrapment of the black man, the conniving, manipulative, uh, uh, se- I wouldn't even say seductive, motherfucking snowflake fucking what do you call it, you know, like a vibrations that the white women are doing to do, you know, to where black men, some black men are wooed to, or you know, seduced to, or even forced to. Let's just start with force. Let's say force first, then lure. The trophy wife situation. The fact that white women were mainly complicit in the black family breaking up, and in the manipulative, dropping the seed of deception and lies and manipulation on the sister, talking about we can't have him here, or we won't be able to feed, or you know, have any of these uh you know, subsidies or whatever. You know what I mean? Complicit in letting the black family go to get separated, go to war, go to prison, right? War. Basically, anywhere where the man wasn't, you know, present, some white woman has had her hand in it, some way, shape, or form. Black women are still less underpaid versus them. They're still the least paid, right? Least correct paid. Yeah, like underneath, they're like the lowest paid, right? Lowest paid everywhere, right? In the Americas, right?
So,
all right, don't quote me on this. I don't really think it's a hot boy statement. I mean, they'll quote me on it. I don't know if it's a hot boy statement, but I think black women are still the least paid correctly. These brides, they stole black women's whole damn their identity to their DNA for every chance they got. Every brilliant motherfucking idea or thought was stolen some way. Yep, the cells were stolen. white women are complicit in causing more black pain and black women during anything this has to do with pregnancy or childbirthing. For some reason, white women think it's funny or it's okay to continuously think that black women don't feel nothing or can't feel the certain levels of pain and whatnot, and that's a myth. Um, they have never really been a stand up for the black woman type shit. In fact, they've either been an obstacle, a manipulative trap, anything that's a downfall of uh, a trophy in some way, shape, or form that has demeaned the black woman. From just we'll just start from chattel slavery. We'll just start from that point, okay? And we can move on to different colleagues, different sex. They have these feel good moments. What the fuck was this broad doing when she took off? She said she had 2% Nigerian, and she takes off her glasses and looks at him. Why? Because she had brown eyes. That just to me means she was just full of shit, and not even a lot of it. The fact that she say blended family, and I have a black niece, nephew, whatever the fuck. That's like saying I have a black friend, and they're gonna co-sign whatever bullshit I just spewed out of my mouth. No, that's racist, and you're a racist. Or she's saying if my husband is a racist, then you know he's a racist. That's like the telltale signs. Like so suspect, he's suspicious of it. That motherfucker is a clear racist. That's the denial factor. The fact, clutch my pearls. How come we should stand? No, the fuck we shouldn't. We should have delineated. We should have separated. It's the fact that they can do without us to an extent. They'll push us away. They tell us better fucking do whatever. But it's always us that want to go peek around and see if we could be of any use or service. Okay, and we just try to be friendly. And next thing you know, we get wooed into some other fucking Becky shenanigans. Okay, it's usually a white lady that said they'll tell you the first thing to fucking do is leave him, or like in this for example, this 4B thing, right? Where they try to punish anybody, where white women started trying to punish any kind of man with sex because, or any woman for voting for Trump, and demanded everybody do it. And I was like, this made me question: is that video part of that? And no. You shouldn't stand with them for anything except in line to get whatever you're buying. Okay, you shouldn't stand with them at all. Why? Because any chance they get showboat or stand over you or stand on top of you, they're gonna take. They have no fucking care in the world for fucking benign neglect or your fucking alleged downfall, disenfranchisement, disenfranchisement, right? Yeah. Sorry, everybody. I'm like tired. Forgive me. So I'm like dragging my words. They don't care. They don't care if their man put you under the jail. They don't give a fuck if they're the catalyst for a majority of black couples fighting and insecurities. They're like the number one motherfucking. I'll say top three reasons why black people feel insecure in within each other around in regards to black women. Okay, because they've been known to do entrapping things like entrap your mate, put them in awkward positions. They've been known to fetishize, sexually harass, do all kinds of weird shit, stalk, make scenes. They get away with calling us bad words, bad like the bad N word, and then making whole dramatic scenes. So when we act out or react out of character, it's look like the angry black woman type shit, or she's just bitter, or something is always they're the victim, when in reality they're not the victim, they're the fucking antichrist. Yeah, perpetrator, whatever. Jesus can't save those wheels type shit. They're the pandering. They're the constant belligerent pandering to black people during anything for any reason.
they immediately go to pander to us. And white women are no different. The black church intentionally puts white women in positions to talk at us, not to us. And they definitely talk to black men like they're retarded or slow or simple or fucking criminal, and they have to condescend or belittle or demean and like low key, high key mock or shame. And then they fetishize and they entrap our mates only to trap them in a pregnancy that they can't even teach how to take care of their hair or even give them the facts of life of what it's like to be black in America on any level, growing up anywhere in America, even abroad. They have no qualms. But anytime they can use their melanated child for a fucking race issue to get them either clout, notice, or an upgrade in status, they are going to use it. They don't give a fuck about us in the medical care. They don't take care of us there. They're not in anywhere of the, like, you don't really see them moving shit around. They're not in industries like that where constant people are actually working. They don't care. They're not trying to better our pay. None of that shit. And this bitch is on a need a nigga moment. Nah. And you need a black woman. You're wondering what happened. Well, I don't know what happened with these particular women, but we should never be with you. Like, you're not gonna do anything for us. Like, they don't care. Don't go and drink tea and fucking burn your bra with this one, dude. She don't give a fuck about you as a black woman. Not even the reddest, high, yellowest, motherfucking Indian pretend fucking whatever gives a fuck about you being a black woman at all. They can say it, it sounds nice, it sounds good, but you know deep down inside, if you know anything, your fucking intuition will say that there is a lie and not for me, not about me, not with me, not even in my direction, and I don't benefit in any way. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but I can't, I won't. And it's all right. And we need to be told that. So, I just feel like, what is she doing? She wasn't making her case. And there's been many times in many different matters of history, not just history. We'll talk about movies, books, fictional, whatever, where the black woman who's meant to be the hero is never the hero. Or, it's always something. There's always white people, white women involved. So, we're delineating. Sorry, not sorry. Stay over there. Don't want to be around you. Don't want to be with you. Don't need you. Black women are comfortable not needing you at all. Really, we just grift over there. I think because they're bored, and next thing you know, we're listening to some gossip shit, and we're all enthralled. But after a while, when the Kool-Aid runs out, we just easily grip back over to where, other like-minded sisters are right there to be doing us activities in or outdoors. You know what I mean? But you bitches is temporary, and they don't seem to understand that. You white ladies is temporary. 10 minutes, that's it. A blip in a black woman's thoughts. Nothing serious. Trust me, want it back, we'll go get it back, and you'll never get it back from it. You know what I mean? So white women always think they are getting an advantage, or they getting a raise, or they getting something over a black woman. Only thing you got over a black woman is motherfucking pay factor. You ain't got them hands. You ain't got this throat. There's a list of shit that you could never compete with a black woman for. You try as you might. Your invitation is not necessarily flattery. You know what I mean? It's just annoying and unnecessary and whack and very disrespectful and culture vulturing at its finest, highest level, regardless if you think so or not.
and you say I have a, or we have a blended, or I'm like this, and how far does it go? It goes as far as black women want it to go, and it'll stop whenever the fuck black women say to stop, and they don't have to give you no kind of fucking credibility, no fucking hand holding. They ain't got to do shit for the white woman, her husband, or her fucking children ever again in motherfucking life. Black women have unnecessarily overpaid their fucking whatever the fuck you think you got on it. Well over unnecessarily, no matter what. They've overdone it. They should have just leave you to your own demise. Burn your own motherfucking bridge down. No, we won't hold the kids while you do it. Fuck you, okay? You, him, and them. So no, no, you are in charge of your own baby family, and we don't raise bad kids. You raise bad kids, bad based on bad foundation of fucking salt and vinegar.
Get a little chummy before you shoot the school out.
Yeah, dirty fingernails. It's a lot. It's a lot, and all of that. But it's just like all these bad things happen. It's with your offspring. Occasionally, one or two here and there. And I mean, they go big or go home. But this is like, it's ridiculous. You're like, why won't you? We need to be one in the struggle. It's still a man's world. It's all, and you need to be one with yourself and your man and your over there with them fucking bitches, cuz. I had this thing. If I don't talk to you outside, I'm not gonna talk to you inside. And if I don't talk to them on the inside, I'll talk to them on the outside. And the casual one or two I do, that's because, man, they fucking really showed themselves. Like, they really put in the work. And I made it difficult. Super difficult for one of them to try to be nice to me. I don't know. Like, I mean, I was complete ass. So, no, sorry, Kay, Becky, fucking Erica, fucking whatever your name is, Natalie, Stephanie, fucking Becky, Rebecca, Deborah, whatever the fuck, Carol, whatever, Candace, whatever your name is. Just know, black women are done toying with you like little mice right now, and we probably won't pick it up. We might grift over there, but don't get comfortable, because that's just the way it is. Black women are tired, and you anybody pays reparations could be a white woman. Off top, everything you co-opted, everything you stole, everything you demeaned, everything you fucking made into a lesser than fucking non-existent fucking topic. Just everything for fucking your presence from start to finish. Every theft, every fucking harm, every fucking dirty look, every robbery of a fucking child, a husband, a fucking your time bandits. Yeah, don't expect it. No. Where does it stop? Where do you draw the line? We should have drawn the line from the fucking child slavery. We'll just start right there. Just for right now. And I'm sure it goes way deeper than that. Way more than that. I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, we'll just say whatever it says. Whatever. Just don't expect it. It's like black people, we should not expect, we should just expect us to be whoever got that message shows up. At the end of the day. Just so we don't get our hopes up. Okay. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. I'm done. Wait. I forgot. Oh, everybody stay black, stay dangerous, stay favored, and stay away from everybody. And Sunday. So, Grand Rising.
Yeah, oh God. Is it a 5.5 hours? 6. Okay. Thank you for tuning in to season 4, episode 34, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. We'll be back later on today for part 2. We'll see y'all then. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. It's your Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter and X.com. And join us this coming Tuesday for a brand new episode. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Sharon Puma, Jessica Sean Paris, former candidate for House District 8 here in the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City, soon to be deported city, signing out from Sundown Town, known as Aurora, Colorado. Peace. Black Power.